One podcast has crushed the horror landscape, leaving behind the silent audio waves of all of those who have came before. Introducing our host. This man needs no introduction, but needs 7 takes to record his own. He is known for rating bad movies high and known for rating good movies high. Don't try to call him because he only phones it in. He is our host from the foreign land of Canada, Moodz 616. This man is willing to die even on the smallest of hills. He argues to the point in which he disagrees with himself. A man who knows a remake when he sees one. He is the Mexican-born super producer known as the humble one and the sexy one, JP. They are known for creating superstars out of their guests. They are known for being the #1 horror podcast on the Horophilia network, except for when they allow others to take a turn. They are the devil's advocate of horror podcasting. They are the 22 shots of Moodz and horror.
Yes, y'all, it's finally going down right now. Episode 89 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the Canadian Igloo Dundee, also known as Moodz. And of course, I always got the sexy Mexican hard taco by my side, Double Shot J, also known as JP in the house. And we are very proud to welcome to the show for the first time the man who is now famous for having a quote on the cover of the Sleazebox's new film, Chaos A.D. D Boogie, also known as Derek here. What's going on, my peeps?
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, man?
G'day, mate.
G'day, mate.
Okay.
It is Australian cinema time. We've actually discussed this for years, I think. At this point,
yeah,
I think we've discussed doing an Australian show or an Ozploitation show for many months, in fact, probably years. And we also talked about one other thing for a while, and that's getting Derek on the show. So welcome, Derek. You finally make your appearance. It didn't quite take 100 episodes, so those of you out there who had the poll and you guys picked over 100, you guys lose. Under 100, you guys win.
Well, it's quite fitting that Derek actually gets on the show that got pushed back, 100 times anyways, so,
yeah,
you know, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Derek, how's it feel to be here?
It feels ecstatic, actually, to be here for the first time ever. But I've been here before, like, through the voicemails and all that good stuff before. Been kind of slacking on those, but,
everybody has.
You know, yeah.
Honestly, we don't get a lot of voicemails anymore. It's probably because we
don't really record weekly anymore.
Well, that's the thing. The schedules are just kind of fucky sometimes. So, and I think that has a lot to do. It's probably why, 100%.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, the thing is, we're still here. I mean, people can leave voicemails anytime. You know, so we'll just let you know. You can call anytime. We'll get to those voicemails. I mean, it doesn't have to be episode specific. If you just have a random question, just throw us a shout out, man, or just throw us a shout and just give us a show, man. We'll answer the question anytime. No matter who's on the show.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, one thing that I did want to say is feel free to write emails again, guys. 22 shots of Moodz and horror at gmail.com. That's spelled all the way out. It's the same as the website. Because I recently mentioned this, but I cleaned up the email completely. I've put everything in folders. Like, all the press agents have their own folder and stuff. And I have one for you guys, the listeners. Before, it was just a jumbled mess, and I would lose things, and I just got tired of trying to track them down. So, like, now that I have it in a nice, convenient, like, setting, like, I can take emails again, and we'll read them on the show and stuff. For a while, we kind of pumped the brakes on that a bit, just because it was getting too hectic with the amount of feedback that we was getting. But feel free to send them in. I'm not going to guarantee you that you'll get, as soon as you send it in, it'll be on the very next show. We might save it for a more fitting show or a more fitting topic or whatever, but please write them in. We'll get to them eventually.
The point is, exactly, we will get to them. So if you don't hear it on one episode, it'll probably be on the next. Don't worry.
On to the next one.
Same thing with voicemails. Sometimes lately we've been kind of saving ones or holding back on certain weeks or whatever. That doesn't mean that they're gone and they're lost forever. It just means that we'll get to them on another show or whatever. Don't get discouraged. Doesn't mean that your voicemail wasn't good. Sometimes it's just a time issue. You guys got to remember these podcasts go a long time, and our recording schedule for the first day of my life, like, I'm actually pretty hyped about this one because it's like 7 p.m. right now, and it's not 4 in the morning when I'm wrapping up. But
yeah, this is like the earliest we've ever recorded.
It's
strange.
Long.
Like, I mean, we're still watching football here on TV.
Yeah. Yeah, but one thing that I wanted to say as well is that, we tried to record this show on Thursday night. It's now Sunday night.
Oh, epic fails.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God.
Like 2 hours wasted. Our recorder went down. Moodz
Both of
just
them.
bought a recorder, like, our last show that we recorded for a backup. Because, we had that historical moment in the show in the early season 1 where we recorded a My Bloody Valentine episode, which we refer to as epic as fuck, but it probably wasn't as epic as it is in our head, but we're just going to keep going with it. It was epic as fuck. There was a really good conversation on Full Moon, I remember, in there.
Yeah, that's...
Like, to
yeah.
date,
The
at that
infamous
point,
Charlie Band episode, yeah.
It was a lot of ragging on him, man.
To date, it was probably our best conversation at that time. So we lost that.
Yeah.
So for a long time, we talked about getting a backup recorder, and we finally did both go down in one night, both of them. And it turns out it's probably, Skype wide. It's all different recorders because I went over to the Skeleton Crew group page, and somebody talked about how they lost the whole recording in the same week that we couldn't record. And had we not noticed, we would have lost the whole recording too because it never was recording. Had we not noticed that. And Alex Edwards, host of the Skeleton Crew podcast, Banana Laser co-host, and Horrorphilia, been around forever. He actually pointed me to a recorder, so I do want to thank Alex for pointing out a recorder that seems to be working here while we're talking.
Which we literally purchased right before recording this episode.
Yes, because it actually does cost money. But it wasn't that much, and I thank Alex for pointing that out. Thanks, dude. And one other thing that I wanted to shout out, guys, I don't know if you guys have been checking out podcasts recently, but I wanted to shout this guy out on the last episode. But it was what did we do last time? The top 10 show. Was it the top 10? No, it was Blair Witch.
No, it was Blair Witch.
We had a big show last time. We got a big show this time too, but I just kind of forgot about it last time. Mr. Watson, you guys know this guy? Moodz?
Oh yeah.
Derek,
I just heard the name. I haven't done the checking out yet.
All right, so he has 3 episodes up. It's a Horror Corridor. He's part of the Horrorphilia network of podcasts. He's a solo caster, but don't let that scare you. This guy is one of the best out there, and I'm not joking. I'm not exaggerating at all. Like, his content is so engaging. It is incredible. The first episode I heard, I was like, "There's no way this guy's never podcasted before." Like,
wicked entertaining, and he just keeps the conversation going.
If you're a fan of like academic approach to podcasting, like a more analytical, like why do we love horror? Why do we like this? Why do we create lists? It's very interesting, and he never really answers those questions. Usually, he just raises more questions, but he gives like perspective and insight onto the ideas and the concepts, and makes you think about like what we do this for, and it's really cool, really cool. Check that out, Horror Corridor, Horrorphilia.
Yeah, it's a really good show.
You gotta check it out. His shows go by in such a breeze, and he's actually shown much love to us. He's like talked about how we're like big brothers in podcasting and stuff, and like we're one of the shows that he actually was influenced by, and along with some other shows as well that I listen to. So it's pretty cool to be named with some of those shows that he named, and as well as like all the kind words that he said about us. So check those shows out. They're really good. Listeners, listen to me. Check them out.
Really good stuff.
But,
yeah.
So just a little bit of shout outs that I wanted to do there.
Awesome stuff. So, what's going on, guys? Derek, first time on the show?
Yeah, luckily.
Do you have questions for him?
You know what's funny about that? I was actually just thinking that while you were giving your shout outs, and I was like, I never did.
They forgot I was here.
Maybe we'll do it the next time you're on. I mean, we'll just take a different approach. Second time on, kind of shock you with some random questions. Whatever.
At least what's your favorite horror film? At least we could do
Zombie. Lucio Fulci, Zombie.
Really?
It's like, yeah, it was like nostalgia reasons for it, because when I was trying to get more into Italian horror, it was like one of the first like Italian horror films that I ever saw, and it stuck with me for like all those years. Like when me and my buddies watched it for the first time in their house, in VHS for the first time, and just when it's atmospheric opening where you see like this Fabio Frizzi score. It's the first time I ever heard the score for the first time, and it's just epic. And then I got more into Italian horror that way.
Yeah, that's actually the first probably Italian horror film that I watched as well. At least that I was aware of that it was Italian, because I'm sure I seen something along the lines of on VHS that I didn't know was an Italian horror film. But Zombie was the first one that I like. Okay, this is an Italian horror film. I know that it is. I'm gonna check it out. And I haven't watched it since then, so I do.
I always thought that your favorite film was actually Night of the Demons.
No, it's up there. I just, when I was wording words back then when I first started, it was just, I didn't want to sound like it was my favorite, but just.
But I mean, at the end of the day, theoretically, it is hard, to just pick. I mean, there's so many films that I could say that are like my favorite film.
Like your favorite film, Moodz, is Dawn of the Dead, but like sometimes I'll forget that and I'll be like, Moodz's favorite film is Maniac. Even though you've said Dawn of the Dead a million times, I know you love Maniac like so much. So like, I kind of look at it like some days I'll think of you as like Maniac's your favorite film, and then other days I'll think of you as Dawn of the Dead.
Someone actually said that to me just recently too. They thought my favorite film was Return to the Living Dead.
Might as well.
And I was like, I know I've seen it so many damn times, right? But it's up there. And same with I mean, it could be a revolving door. It's just for fans of anything, there's always that one. I think it's always that one you just tend to always kind of slightly lean towards, and it's always Dawn of the Dead for me. So
yeah, and that's the same with me with Texas Chainsaw. Like, I do love Return of the Living Dead. Like I'll probably watch Return of the Living Dead more often than Chainsaw, but it's like, I don't know. At one point, I thought about it, and I was like, I picked one, and I was like, like at the time, I was like, this is like my favorite horror film. It's like, it's horror, and it kind of just stuck with me, and now I just go to that one. I just lean on it. I know that it's my favorite. It's always in my back pocket if I need to drop it. Like Texas Chainsaw, that's my favorite.
Yeah.
So I think we kind of grow an attachment towards our favorite and just kind of keep with it.
Yeah, and plus it's Halloween season, so I'll be watching Night of the Demons for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of a staple film for me now too.
Yeah, I mean I would revisit Night of the Demons, but I'm still a little scarred from last year's Halloween show.
He's still fucking butthurt about how he's like, how the hell can't you like the remake?
It's all right. My Marlon Brando threw you all guys off.
Yeah, the episode was so
that show?
It was. Jeremy was like side cracking and stuff. He's like, who the hell is this?
Whoa, that was a pretty good Jeremy.
That wasn't bad. The whole fucking show was so jarring, man. By the time we got to the Night of the Demons remake, it was like, why don't you like it? I'm like, I don't fucking know. I can't explain it.
Yeah, it was just like we were just. It was just a mess. Like tonally, just like attitude wise, like we were just in sort of almost bad moods from like I don't know. It was just one of those nights, and it was like late, and I was
probably because Jeremy was still on the show at the time.
Yeah,
we were both in a
Jeremy was being a butthurt all the time about pre-recording and post-recording, and whatever it was. We were just all in like just not a super happy, fun mood like I am right now.
Jeremy was probably playing Texas Chainsaw Massacre 35,000 times while you guys were trying to prepare.
Yeah, exactly. I find it very intriguing how many people have said that was one of their favorite episodes, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
That's so crazy because like I've honestly never actually listened to the episode in full. I've scanned through it. I listened to like some of the review parts, and I don't think Jeremy really said a whole lot during that. It was me and you just kind of going back.
I think we were even wondering if he had watched the movies and stuff. Like
it was like Doctors and the Devils all over again.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure that was actually one of the reasons why we were so annoyed, because it was us, going in circles about things, and Jeremy's not fucking piping in, and it's just makes us in a bad mood.
Yeah, it did. But we did get over it eventually. That was actually one of the last episodes that Jeremy was on, because he did.
I mean, when you really fucking think about it, man. Okay, this is episode 89.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't honestly, truly say that there's been lots of bad episodes. I mean, that's a pretty good run. I mean, almost 100 episodes, and you're like, can think of one that we really didn't enjoy.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I know there's episodes that I don't really love, but I can't really. I have to look at them and like go back and listen to moments of it to be like, oh yeah, I didn't like that one that much. But that's the only one that actually stands out. Is like, oh dude, I didn't like that episode at all. But
what are your thoughts on that one, Derek? Did you like that show?
I had fun with it. It didn't. You guys sounded all right on it, but I don't know. This is the first time I hear like the technical stuff about it, so it might have been different for you guys.
All the behind the scenes crap.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe one of these years I'll go.
I might revisit it again myself.
Yeah, maybe I'll do the same thing.
Yeah,
actually, listen.
What I think when we get to like episode 100, which we do have to start preparing for that more than we have. But maybe like episode 101 as like a little segment, we can look back at the past 100 episodes and maybe just look at like just see what we can remember from them and stuff like that, kind of a little nostalgia.
We could actually, kind of give our ratings on the episodes.
Oh God, I'm way too self-critical for that.
Episode 10.
No, we would never have enough time. Imagine going back and having to listen to all that.
Oh,
I mean,
I would have to.
That's like weeks and weeks of hours,
preparing
hours.
Yeah, I mean. There's some episodes that I know in the early early 22 where it's like just typing and just annoying shit throughout it that would make me cringe now. But then there's episodes that I look back on that I loved. Like, I don't know, for some reason I loved the Henenlotter episodes. Like, I had so much fun with those ones.
Those are great episodes,
the top 10 episodes that we did, I really like. The Elsa trilogy, for some reason, even though, like, in my head it wasn't nothing amazing, but it's like one of our best rated episodes of all time that like it reminds me of a cool episode.
Yeah, I mean, people always bring up the Masters of Horror series, and then it just always gets me kind of thinking that I want to do the second season sometime. I don't know what we're holding off on.
Yeah,
it's been a while since we did season 1, so I think it's about that time that we do season 2, and then maybe eventually go on to that, unofficial third season.
Well, dude, I'll tell you right now, dude, Masters of Horror season 1 was episode 48.
Oh, wow. It was 48. Yeah, see, well, that's what I'm saying. It's about time that we get that season 2 in there. I think it'd be a fun one to do.
Yeah, Yeah, no, it definitely is an awesome time to do that first one, so I'm totally down to do the second one. There's also a lot of other things that I want to do in terms of like franchises and stuff. Like there's some other ones that I totally forgot about that I want to do, like The Omen. I know we mentioned Brandon wants to come on for a Saw retrospect, so that would be a really fun one to do. As well as we haven't touched a Friday or a Leatherface, Psycho, any of those like at all,
More the heavy hitters, yeah. We've got a heavy hitter on franchises.
We haven't did a heavy hitter in a long time. Like we did Jaws, and we did the Basket Case trilogy, and the I Know What You Did Last Summer trilogy, and the Night of the Demons franchise, and the Children of the Corn. Like we haven't did a heavy hitter franchise since like.
Oh, what do you mean, man? The Howling. I mean the Howling franchise is just full of classic films. I mean, it literally makes the Children of the Corn franchise look like the best franchise ever.
Yeah. I mean, but one thing, Moodz, before we wrap up this intro, I did want to kind of give the little reviews that we got on iTunes, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yeah, shoot for them.
So let's do a couple of them. We won't do all of them because there was a lot that came in, but we'll keep doing them as we go on here. So we got 5-star from Jambo 1981. Jambo, you'll be entered into all future contests. New to the podcast, but I love it. Great way to find movies I forgot about or haven't heard of. Keep up the great job. Can't wait to see what's next. And then we have Matt 78C. Is that Matt Cantor, I think? Right? Matt 78C.
I would assume.
Might be.
But it just Matt
87
that Rider, Matt 78C.
Matt 7, because I think it is Matt because he was born in 78, so that makes sense.
Okay, these guys are awesome, very knowledgeable on horror, and each show is very entertaining. And then we have Anthony. If you're a fan of horror movies, you need to listen.
Is that actually how it's spelled?
Yeah,
Anthony.
You need to listen to 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror. These guys are awesome. They give a lot of great info on upcoming movies, Netflix streams, released movies. Give these guys a listen and subscribe. You won't regret it. Then we have December 30th.
Well, I don't know about that. But
Yeah, awesome horror chat. Although I've only listened to 2 episodes, I'm hooked and will be checking out everything. One of the hosts also has a YouTube page under Double Shot J, which is also worth your time. Thank you, buddy.
Yes.
one of the hosts has a fucking YouTube page?
Isn't that
Wow.
crazy that it
That's
didn't
funny.
say Mood 616 after that?
Oh my god, that is fucking... That's awesome.
That's a first
That's
time
aw-
ever.
that's
I'm
hilarious.
blowing up. I'm blowing up.
Just moving on up.
We have Sleepy Stevie here.
Well, maybe he just doesn't like me. That could
Probably.
be it.
That's
that could
probably
be
it.
I mean, that's pretty common. But...
He's one of the 5 dislikes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we have Perfect Horror Podcast from Sleepy Stevie. I've been listening to this podcast for almost 3 years and never miss an episode. Great mix of personalities and content to discuss on horror news, releases, ratings, and the main topic, usually coverage of a series or related movies. Highly recommend these guys and the content they put out. Top-notch production and very entertaining. That was awesome. And we have Matt the
From the
horror,
heart.
Matt the horror Adonis. Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. He says, such an entertaining listen for the horror fan. I'm a horror geek, and hearing these guys talk about it in such an interesting and funny way is great. Easily my favorite podcast. I look forward to each episode. The chemistry between the hosts is great. Moodz and JP are really cool guys. They care about their listeners, and you can tell they really love the genre and put a lot of work into making the show great. Highly recommended. Let's do one more. So we have Sully. The cast is certified fresh. Love the podcast, lengthy, in-depth discussions and opinions of not just movies, but culture surrounding them. The 4+ hour format would concern me at first, but now it's never enough. Much love, guys. So Sully was actually the person that won the contest, but the contest is still going on. And I will say that, Sully, I did get your email with your address. I will send that out hopefully this coming Friday. But if not, definitely the Friday after that. I only have 1 day to get to the post office, and it's only open till 1 p.m. and I'm usually sleeping. So
Maybe that's the same day that you should send out that Amityville film for me.
Yeah,
So
there
I
you
can
go.
check
I
it
actually
out.
have a few things to send out, so I will try to get it out Friday. If not this Friday, then next Friday. And we currently have 29 reviews. One more review, and we'll do another drawing. So somebody out there needs to do the review.
Lucky
and-
30.
Yeah, so the next thing I'm giving away is a copy of The Neon Demon, Blu-ray sealed. So definitely, if you're listening to me, who's seen the movie,
Yet to even seen the film yet.
definitely enter this contest. And of course, everybody who enters is automatically entered in all future contests. If you're in the outside the United States, please email me a screenshot so that I can take add you to the contest, because for some reason I won't be able to see it unless you send me a screenshot, which is weird for iTunes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
finally,
iTunes is such a strange thing, man. So strange.
It's like regions.
yeah, it's like
Everything's
locked.
region
Yeah.
locked.
It's region coded. It's ridiculous.
It was like my life before I got a region free player.
Yeah.
Gotta
So-
free yourself, man.
One other thing here is that when we failed our last podcast recording, we actually did a live show, spur of the moment, on YouTube. And if you guys haven't checked it out, go to my channel, Double Shot J, and check it out. It was actually a pretty entertaining little conversation.
It was fun.
We had a debate on whether Suspiria makes sense. We had a debate on whether Friday the 13th Part 9 is awesome, which it is. And then we had, a bunch of other little conversations going. And if you guys like that type of thing, we can probably do some more things like that. So check it out. And, next time maybe we'll do it on Moodz' channel, where we have a little bit more of an audience with the amount of subscribers he has versus mine.
Yeah, hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was fun.
Maybe I'll do one on my channel sometime too.
We're very active with the chat, so if you guys ask questions, it's just a very neat little experience. So definitely do that. Check it out, and then maybe we'll do another one. Well, I'm going to be doing them on Wednesdays from time to time.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit harder to get Moodz to schedule right. But I'm sure if you guys wanted enough, we could work it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it, man. It's kind of like a fast-paced conversation. You don't really have to think, because if you have lots of people in the convo, there's always people dropping questions. So it's just like really, really fast-paced. I like it.
Fast-paced and fun.
Yeah, I mean, that recording was almost 3 hours long, and it ripped by, man.
Ripped by.
Yeah,
dude.
it was so much fun.
It was also not planned topics, which is interesting because we're normally so planned on this show. That it was a little just more loose, and you could kind of just go where you wanted, not have to think about like, oh, we have to get to this and we have to get to that. It was kind of neat to just kind of unwind and just take questions too. It was fun.
And watch Slugs.
Yeah. You can watch actually the entire movie of Slugs if you check that video out.
Yeah, really. If you don't want to hear the conversation, well, I guess you can't really hear the movie, but
no,
yeah, whatever. You get the picture. All right, so I guess we should probably just move on to news.
Yeah,
we got some
let's
news.
do it. Yeah, we don't have a ton of news, but we have a little bit of news. So apparently, there is a Evil Dead remake edition that was supposed to come out, or they never really announced it as a Blu-ray or anything, but they just said that the unrated Evil Dead remake was coming.
I'm confused by this, man.
Me too.
I'm very confused that they're saying this is an unrated edition of it.
Because my edition says unrated.
Well, that, and also the fact that the director said that the edition that the film that you saw was the full uncut version. There was no other version of it. So what the fuck is this?
I think that was kind of a mistake or something. Like, I don't understand really.
But it was literally out of his mouth, because I remember when this got brought up.
It wasn't exactly like that though, because it was
slightly it did confuse different. A lot of people, because even Jason, because I mentioned, I said, I remember reading that thing, and he was like, yeah, what the hell's up with that? So I'm really curious to see what else is in this film.
I think he said something along the lines of, it is the director's cut, the cut that we've seen, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what it was that he said, that he said, because
I'm pretty sure that he even went as far to say that there is no other version of the film. Like, this is the...
Well, there wasn't, though, at the time, right? Kind of. Like...
So we had other footage. So he just decided, for what, money's sakes, like, oh, I got some extra footage I never planned on using ever. It was never actually supposed to be part of something.
You know what I mean?
Is it? You think it's Sony that's doing this?
I think that what it is he was just like trying to get the attention away from the fact that there was more footage or whatever, and just like kind of shoot off, like, hey, just watch this movie. We can't do anything
it's
about
quite
the
possible
other stuff
too,
now.
right? Yeah.
I
mean, what you want to tell the fans when it's in theater, like, no, this is the unrated director's cut. I mean, that really does sell.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, this is just a theatrical cut. And, for us, it's like, well, I can go see the theatrical cut, but, when it comes out on media, it'll be unrated anyway, so I might as well just wait for that. So,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you put the excitement into people by saying this is the unrated director's cut, coming straight out of Lloyd Kaufman's mouth, which is always a lie.
Here's actually a quote from Alvarez on Shockwaves. Anyway, what I was saying before I get to that quote is that it's coming to DVD. It's not coming to DVD or Blu-ray. It's coming to digital, which is an entirely different conversation, and it's kind of pissing a lot of people off. But there's nothing we can do. Like, just don't buy it. Just don't buy it.
So, like, do they honestly think that's the way to go? Like, that's going to sell them more? Like, they think putting it out digitally is going to, magically sell way more than any physical? Or is this one of those cases where this is coming out digital, and all of a sudden the fuckers start selling good, and they're like, maybe we'll press up some copies, kind of sneak them out there?
I don't know. Like, you would think that they would make, like, maybe they just don't think that it'll sell really that much, and they're just kind of testing the waters to see.
But aren't they, like,
maybe? Did
they not see the figures on the retail sales for the the Steelbook and the other editions that came? I mean, I think it sold pretty well. I mean, let's face it, most of the horror fans and non-horror fans, I mean, they probably own copies of this.
Yeah, I own it.
I have the Canadian
think it sold pretty
Steelbook.
fucking well. Like, everyone I know has a copy of the Evil Dead remake.
Yeah, but it doesn't also seem like a type of movie that will warrant another copy. Like, it's
I have
not
two
a type
copies.
of movie where people... Okay, except for Derek, but, like, I'm not going to buy a second copy. Now, I might be interested in checking out the unrated edition had it been, like in the dump bin or something at some point, but I'm not going to go out and get it day one. I don't really know the reasoning behind this, but we're seeing it a little bit here and there. Like I think Saw was released in like
maybe they took the
box
MacGyver
set.
scene out of it, and now the movie's totally awesome.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
But I honestly don't know. But here's Fede Alvarez's quote. He says, "Yes, there is a longer version, but it's not the director's cut. Usually what I do, like most directors, is you do a first cut, look at it, and it's usually too long, so I made the decision, and I really cut it to the bone to make sure that it's the sharpest piece of storytelling I can tell."
That's one thing that people do get misunderstand sometimes about director's cut. You know, people think, "Oh, director's cut, it's gonna get more footage, it's gonna be longer and stuff." That's not necessarily the case, because a lot of times, exactly, a lot of times it can be shorter. Yeah, they're taking out some of that footage that the studio wanted. Oh, I want this shit in there. It's a little more conversation.
Perfect example is Tony Scott's Revenge. When he released his director's cut, it was completely shorter than the actual cut that the studio released of the film.
Mm-hmm.
Because it ran like 20 minutes shorter, but they added other scenes too to make up for that too.
Yeah.
So he said, "I try to take it I tried to take it to a very effective machine of storytelling if I can. The extended version is just the longer version of the movie we had at the beginning, which I didn't think was the best version of the film, and that movie, it's funny, it got leaked. It was an error. Sony shipped the wrong version to the UK, so that's the one that was airing in the UK as the extended version." So basically he's saying, now they saw that people were excited about that extended version that didn't mean to be out, and so I guess Sony or whoever, Blumhouse, whatever, or whoever, who is it, Sony? I don't even know.
I think it's Sony. Sony and Ghost House Pictures.
Doesn't that seem like that's something that would be hard to do? Like you accidentally shipped the wrong version of the film?
Probably. Like it
seems like something you actually have to work to fuck that up. Like obviously
they did pull it immediately. Well, maybe somebody was like, "I fucking like this version. I'm sending this one," and then they did it. Like, "Oh, I didn't mean to do it."
Maybe.
But anyway, so after that, we have Scream season 3 is renewed. Scream is renewed for a third season. MTV's Scream. Any of you guys check out season 2 at all?
Not yet.
Me neither.
I haven't checked it out yet.
I've been wanting. I have a little bit of curiosity.
I have curiosity. I didn't mind the first season that much. It was not great, but
it
was decent.
First season, I thought it was pretty average. I think I was just above average on it. I thought it was okay. The end of that series was, kind of like lackluster big time.
Yeah, that was the only thing that I didn't really care for either.
Yeah, and I'm really wondering how they're going to recover for that. So I have enough curiosity. I'm going to check it out for sure. I mean, if season 2 fails on all ends for me, then that's going to be it. So
I think for most people that are like Moodz, like it wasn't necessarily bad, but just the amount of time you put into it for what you end up getting out of it just wasn't really worth it.
Yeah.
That's a great way of explaining it, for sure. I mean, you got
because it's a whole TV show.
It's 10 episodes. It's like 10 hours you put into this thing, and then, the first 70-80% of it's pretty decent. It has its moments, but then when the last 20% isn't up to par, it's like it totally feels like a huge fail. Like invested time, man. Give me a better fucking ending than that shit. That reveal was garbage.
I actually am very surprised that it's going into a third season, though. I probably would not have called that before it premiered.
I have to agree with you, man. I'm a little surprised about that announcement too.
Me too.
So, Stop the Press's Death Machine is coming to Blu-ray, says Bloody Disgusting. November 29th from Vinegar Syndrome.
The infamous Death Machines.
It's funny about Death Machines. I mean, I told that story about that DVD before, but I never actually paid for that shit. They just sent me that one. So that was kind of nice. Whatever. I still have it sealed. I actually never watched it. So, I don't know. I've heard a lot of mixed things on it. Who knows? But whatever.
After that, we have an announcement that Ash vs. Evil Dead gets renewed for a third season as well.
Wow.
I haven't watched any of season 2
all these shows are doing pretty well.
I have not watched any of season 2. Honestly, me and Kyle did that whole season 1 podcast, which I did want to return for season 2. And it partly had to do with Kyle going MIA and like whatever he's doing, being a VHS collector.
No, I heard that Kyle passed out.
from his fucking skinny shorts. The
Oh yeah, he
like,
lost
stuff.
circulation to his brain and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's been MI ever since. We don't know.
Yeah.
In New York or something like that.
He's on a waterfall with a skinny
Did you
shorts.
guys ever finish season 1 of the X-Files?
No, we never did. But I do want to go back to that. Like, if I have to do it by myself or whatever, because I was enjoying doing that. But, so, you know, but one of the other reasons why I didn't return to Ash vs. Evil Dead podcast, which I probably still will do at some point once they're all aired and maybe on DVD or whatever, is just because I hate to leave things unfinished. But it is because I didn't really, by the end of the show, like, I think in our final episode we kind of was a little mediocre on the show. But then, like, after I really thought about it, like, after we had done recorded and, like, a couple days later, I'm not sure I really liked that show that much. Like, it's not bad. It's just not what I want. It's just, I don't know. It's like, okay. Like, it's kind of basic, and they do basic things. Like, it's cool to see Ash and stuff, but after that novelty wears off, you're just like, I don't know. It's much more, it doesn't feel like it's in the same world that much. I wasn't vibing with it like some people.
Yeah.
I can't comment. I haven't seen it yet, man.
I only saw the first episode.
I'll probably pick it up in 6 or 7 months when the DVD goes down to like $10.
Yeah.
It just seemed like there was a lot of filler in it.
Yeah.
Like,
I've heard a lot of mixed reactions on it, and you know, it doesn't really surprise me that there's so much mixed reviews on it and things like that, but yeah, I don't know.
It is funny. That's one good thing. So after that, Don Coscarelli says that he still wants to do Bubba Nosferatu. This was during a Ask Me Anything on Reddit. And he said...
Bubba Nosferatu.
He said, I would love to do more Bubba Hotep films, more Elvis. That was a film I really enjoyed making. We had it set up at one time with Bruce playing opposite of Paul Giamatti as Elvis's manager. Unfortunately, that one fell apart. Elvis is eternal, though. We'll get to it someday. We'll get it done one day. So he still was interested in doing the sequel to Bubba Hotep, which would be Bubba Nosferatu. I watched Bubba Hotep for the 2002 show and did not care for it. It was
that that was your first time viewing of it?
Yes.
Man, like, I don't honestly believe that Bubba Hotep is like a fantastic film, but it has its funny moments, though. It does. It's like a moment film. It's like a moment film for me. There's some pretty subtle comedy that's pretty funny too, but it's an oddball film.
It is.
I like Ozzie Davis in it. He's really good. It was like one of his last performances.
Yeah. Like, some of the characters are pretty funny though. I have to say, like, it really is. But I don't think it's enough for me to, to go out and upgrade to that Scream Factory $30 collector's edition.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. So I'm pretty happy with my standard DVD. I forgot I actually have that the Elvis special edition DVD thing. You know, with the puffy shirt stuff?
Yeah,
that shit too.
Was that Anchor Bay?
No, it was put out by
MGM.
some. I think it was MGM did that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. It was all right.
I mean,
I didn't hate it or anything, but it's just like Coscarelli, man. Come on.
Yeah,
you're way better than this.
it's different, yeah. I mean, do I really live in a world that I need 3 copies of Bubba Hotep in my collection?
Probably not.
No.
Sorry, Scream Factory, you're not getting this guy's $30 this time.
All right, so after that, Fear the Walking Dead Season 2 hitting Blu-ray December 13th. I don't think we need to stay on that very long.
No.
After that, a little bit of an update here from Jim Wynorski. Jim, if you guys are interested in like finding out news before it becomes like news, follow Jim Wynorski on like social media, because he always like kind of like, he announced the chopping mall before it happened, like way before it happened, and he recently said that we're doing the inventory. My bad. This was actually Screamcast pointed this out, the podcast Screamcast. Basically, he tweeted out a picture of a VHS cover, and it says, just started working on the Blu-ray, and it's Hard to Die, a.k.a. Sorority House Massacre 3.
Yeah!
So, I'm not sure actually who owns that film, but it would be interesting if it was Lionsgate, because that would mean that maybe we'll see another Vestron title from Wynorski. You know?
Yeah, it would be pretty cool.
Yeah, actually, when I first I've only met Jim Ornaski once, but he told me about that fucking Chopping Mall Blu-ray that was coming out. But he said the negotiations for it were shit.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know, like dealing with Lionsgate or whatever the fuck it was, but
probably, man. I could imagine.
He said it was shit. He said like it's going. He said it's eventually going to come out, but he goes, the negotiations are shit. He said to me. So they must have been having a rough time. I mean, this was at Wasteland a couple years ago, so it's been in the works for a long time. So who knows? I mean, apparently Jim gets the shit done, but
yeah.
Well, since Chopping Mall sold well, he probably has more like yeah, because it's been doing well, and I've seen a lot of people picking that up and stuff. So maybe they respect him more and will take his advice more. You know what I mean? When it comes to decisions.
Yeah, maybe, definitely. And the final little bit of news here we have is, I had to report this because I was so excited. The Arrow Video announced the Scarlet box. This is the Hellraiser box set that debuted in the UK last year. Made a big splash. People were loving it. And it thought that it couldn't happen. We thought that it couldn't happen because at the time, Image Entertainment did not sub-license to other companies. And then Arrow Video comes in and they release Slugs, and they release The Hills Have Eyes, and they release Bride of Reanimator and a couple of other films from the Image catalog. Yep. And then a light bulb pops up in my head, and I'm like, Hellraiser. And I was like, they could only do like a 2/3 Scarlet box because they only own part 1 and 2. But somehow I thought, well, if they can somehow pull something,
and they did,
maybe they can get that third film. And
they're just starting to see the light, though, man. It makes sense. These companies are like, well, these things are selling like hotcakes. We got to put shit together. That's why it's getting done. I think
that somehow Arrow probably had an in with Image that a lot of that for some reason other companies could not get, because it shouldn't be. I mean, I know they're different companies, like the UK versus the US, but like they also was able to release Image titles in the UK. So like I think that they, even if it's two different companies, I'm sure there's some sort of connectivity to them to where they found an end that the other companies in the U.S. couldn't get to. So
yeah, these conversations are all speculation, man. Who really knows what goes on behind the scenes? But I just think that you know, Image and these companies are just like, man, they're starting to see how much the stuff is actually selling. So why not just try to get it out there? Yeah. Give up the rights.
Well, but Image has released it like bunches of times on there.
Well, I know, but they've always been complicated to work with, right? In the past and things like that. But I mean, as we're seeing now, they've obviously, saw something in the sales, and that money coming back to them. So
yeah,
and that's why all this shit's happening. And I think this is just really opening up the door for a wide range. I think in the near future, I think 2017 is going to be a really big year. I think with all this stuff starting to finally slowly get released and stuff like Chopping Mall and like all these other titles,
we might be seeing a full year of releases.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of crazy releases in 2017.
Yeah,
so,
I agree with that, dude. I mean, one thing that I'll say is that these things are so stacked with special features. Like there is so much content on these discs that like it's insane. There's especially for stuff like Hellraiser 3, because that has never got an decent fucking
Blu-ray
release.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like there's never been like special features.
It actually looks really good too, man. I popped it in the other night, and it looks really good on Blu-ray, man.
Ooh, what is the alternate unrated version? What's that of Hellraiser 3?
I think it was just the VHS edition of it. I don't know. I don't really know. I think it's like a minute or two longer, so I don't really know exactly what the difference is. I haven't really compared in years, but I think the DVD that came out years ago. Yeah, I think the DVD was the standard edition of it, if I remember correctly. So,
plus it's got Leviathan on there. That's even awesome for us.
I know that.
Does it?
That's like. Yeah, it does, man. Leviathan's actually on Hellraiser 1 and 2. I don't know if it's on the third Blu-ray. Is it on the third one too?
Oh shit, it is, yo. That's
I know
awesome.
Leviathan's. They repeat the feature on 1 and 2.
That's awesome, dude. I'm excited.
I watched. Yeah, they praise Clive Barker a lot in that. Like Leviathan, the documentary is quite interesting because they get into like how much of a genius Clive Barker is and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Though. So really excited about this box set. If I don't get it, I'll still buy it because it's one that I was really wanted when it was in the UK. But yeah, now we have an American version of this. Pretty happy about that. Also, Arrow did announce Takashi Miike box set.
Yeah. I think there were some people that called that one the Black Triad Society.
Yeah, man, I'm so stoked.
I love the films. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. I mean, I've got that really cool box set with the Takashi Miike films in there, but these transfers are probably going to be just epic on those. So
yeah, I pre-ordered it.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
So that is all for the news.
That's all the news?
Yep.
That's epic.
I'm sure you could have hunted a lot harder than that. Good weak sauce. No, it's okay.
It's like a record.
Yeah, that wasn't bad for news. That was actually pretty quick. Well, let's get into mood swings and let's get into the DVD and Blu-ray releases for October 18th, 2016. Actually, fair amount this week that are coming out here. First up here, we got a double feature. I'm not a big fan of these things at all. I don't know why people buy. I mean, I guess they're cheap and stuff. Released by Sony, we got Priest and Legion on it. Like, is this really like that exciting? I mean,
those are the things that catch the eye of people. Like, because my friend was just telling me, he's like, "Hey, have you ever seen that movie where they're in the diner and there's like the devils or something?" I was like, "Legion," and he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "No."
Yeah.
And he's like, "I'm gonna check that out." I was like, "That movie's old as shit, dude." But he's the type of person that would see that in Walmart and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm buying this."
I guess so. I guess, and a lot of people like those things because they're cheap and you get two movies for the price of one, and why not? But like, I always wonder how like Sony comes to and they're like, "You know what we should do, guys? They're sitting around this big ass table. There's like 35 people sitting there, and they're like, we should probably put a double feature out of Priest and Legion." I think that's what the world needs right now.
It needs a Paul Bettany double feature right now.
I know. It's just like, what? Like, I don't know how these things materialize sometimes, and how they pick the titles, but whatever. It is what it is. Next up here, we got season 4 of Bates Motel. I have still not even touched season 1. Heard good things. I don't know how the season's doing now. How is the season like progressing? Is it like I heard season 1 and 2 were really good?
It's really good. It's season 4 is like getting into that arc that we all know and love. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, that's cool, man. That's cool. So basically, like, this probably has a couple more seasons after 4?
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy, man. Wow. I think when this show first came out...
it was 5 or 6 that they were doing.
Yeah, I think 5 or 6 is what they said, if I remember correctly, when they first did the things to negotiate.
I think there was one point on the show way back when Bates Motel first was coming out, I think we had kind of agreed. I'm like, well, it'd probably last about 4 seasons. Guess not, right? That's fucking putting it work, man. Next up here is a release from the Warner Brothers Archive Collection, Blu-ray of Body Snatchers, the Abel Ferrara version from 1993.
That's a 90s version? I thought that was the 80s version.
No, this is from 1993. This is the third version of Body Snatchers.
By Invasion.
Was there not an 80s version?
No.
50s, 70s, 90s. 50s, 90s, 80s, or 90. Fuck. 50s, 70s, 90s, and then there was that one with Nicole Kidman a couple years back, whatever.
Yeah, the 2000s one, yeah.
Yeah, so, there's been 4 of them. But, apparently these Warner Brother Archive Collection, you have a couple of these, Derek?
Yeah, they're pressed.
Yeah, they're actually pressed. Unlike the DVDs, are actually burnt. They're DVD-Rs, which is... I wonder why they decided to do that and not the DVDs.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's weird.
And I thought that was very confusing. But anyways, if you're into Body Snatchers, that much, there's a Blu-ray coming out. Next up here from Arrow Video, we got I'm assuming, standard edition of Bride of Reanimator.
It is.
Yep.
So if you're not familiar with that, there was a special limited edition that came out a few months back, and now this is just a standard edition of it. So if you're interested, it is widely available now. So next up here from Scream Factory, we have another Blu-ray edition of Child's Play. I think this is like with Scream Factory's edition, this has got to be, what, the 4th or 5th Blu-ray release of Child's Play?
It might be. I know they had many DVD editions.
I think there's 3. I can think of 2, and then there's the box. It's 4 or 5 editions in Region 1 of Child's Play. It's crazy. I don't know, are you guys going to bite on this one or what?
I never got the box set, so I might actually grab it. Yeah, I might grab it eventually, not right away.
Yeah, I have. I mean, the only problem is, like, I have to make a decision quickly because I don't want to grab this way too far down the road and not get the slipcover. That'll just bug the shit out of me.
Yeah.
You know, and then, I don't know. But the thing is, I only have Child's Play on Blu-ray one time, just in the box set, so whatever. But, you know, I mean, this is probably worth picking up. I mean, at least has features and stuff. It is Child's Play, right?
Yeah.
Not even my favorite film of the franchise. It's not even my favorite one.
Yeah, it's not mine either. I like part 2.
I like part 2 too. I like both actually about the same.
No, my favorite's Seed of Chucky, man, hands down.
Red Man for life.
Yeah, man. I love Seed of Chucky, the John Waters, you know, cameo. That's pretty awesome.
People.
Seed of Chucky's by far the best one in the franchise. It's awesome. Totally joking. I would probably say part 2 is the best one. I think. Man, I love part 3 though. I know it's not like anywhere near the best film or anything, but I love part 3, man. I love the scene where Chucky replaces the paintballs with real bullets.
Yeah, that seems epic.
It starts shooting each other. That shit's awesome, man. I always remember that as a kid. It's fucking awesome. Next up here, we have a Criterion release of Guillermo del Toro. I can never fucking say his name properly. Of Pan's Labyrinth. When is the? I know Jason got that huge box set from Criterion with like the 4 films.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It comes out Tuesday.
Oh, it comes out too? Awesome.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, they're releasing both. Yeah.
It's 3 films: Chronos, Pan's Labyrinth, and The Devil.
The Devil's Backbone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it just, I thought it was 4.
There's a bonus disc in there.
Yeah, there's a bonus disc.
I
And
see.
huge booklet too.
Yeah,
I find
that's an interesting box set.
I find that very interesting that Criterion's releasing Pan's Labyrinth twice on the same day, you know, in 2 different versions.
Well, I guess it's
not really. That's
it's,
kind of
it's,
normal for
if people ever picked up like the individual releases too, it's good for them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
guess.
like, think of like the Human Centipede 3, right? It's the box set and the regular release.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? Next up here from Kino is one release that I think a lot of people have been waiting for, myself included, is the longly awaited Blu-ray release of The Pit, finally back in print. It's been so long since it's been in print.
That disappoints me all the time because I just got that DVD for like a really good price.
Well, I mean, this always happens. Don't even get me started with this shit, man. Like, come on.
It always happens. It happened to me too all the time.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time too. But I was just, it makes me less excited to check it out.
But at least as Kino putting out, the transfer is going to be totally awesome. I mean, a lot of the Anchor Bay stuff is, their transfers are good, but there's room for improvement on them. I don't think
I own a single Kino release.
Yeah, they do good restoration work, really good.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah, and I think The Pit is going for like $15 on Amazon.com, so it's really cheap, actually.
Yeah, I got it pre-ordered.
Yeah, it actually went up in price. It was at like $13 something, and now it's at $15.99.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Kino stuff up here is really expensive, but another release from Kino, just from not the classics line, but just a regular Kino. We got Serial Killer 1. So it's like a French thriller type horror film. Don't really know much about it, but I mean, if Kino's releasing it, it's probably pretty decent. They have a pretty good track record with releasing pretty decent films. So
sounds interesting.
Serial Killer 1. Speaking of Vestron, we have Waxwork and Waxwork 2 double feature coming out on their collector series.
Did you speak of Vestron at all? Because you said speaking of Vestron, but I don't think we even brought up Vestron yet.
Yeah, I think we kind of did when we were talking about Chopping
in the news. Yeah, in the news.
But yeah, Vestron, Waxwork 1 and 2. Yeah, I got to get the other 2 so I don't get behind on these things because I really do want to collect these. These are dope.
Yeah, they're really nice looking.
You brought up the fact that you want to kind of jump on these Vestron titles before they go out of print and stuff. I have a sneaky suspicion that these things aren't going to be around for a while either.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're going to come and go.
Like, I mean, they did say that somebody came out and said that their limitations is like similar to how Disney does it, where they just print them.
They're going to vault these things?
Yeah. Well, they print, like, they don't set a limit number. They just they print them until they start slowing down selling, and then they just stop printing them.
They put them in the vault again.
Well, I don't mean like the vault, but I mean they just stop printing them. The Disney's vault thing, it's like that's like a gimmick, but I mean,
it's hilarious.
I'm just saying
We're going back in the vault.
There's no fucking vault.
You just show him, put the title. Back
come
in
on!
The vault.
There's a fucking vault somewhere.
Man. You see the Blu-ray float back to the vault.
Like they're wheeling in. Like,
no, there's literally a
vault.
There's literally this underground layer with this.
Yeah, but they just say
vault with Tinker Bell Guard in it.
Yeah,
I mean that's where they keep Walt Disney himself in the vault.
Yeah, frozen, his head at least. Anyway, so
his cryogenetic chamber. The guy's down there. He's waiting to be rebirthed.
Something that I like about these Vestron titles is they really do seem like that there's something worthwhile with every release so far, at least. Like, for example, most of the films that they're releasing are ones that have not been on Blu-ray, so that's a benefit right there.
Yeah.
Chopping Mall never been on Blu-ray, and I don't think has Chopping Mall even had a special edition with like features before.
No.
Okay, and then
not really. No,
Blood Diner definitely hasn't. So that and then Waxwork 1 and 2, like there's not really any features on this one, but they're releasing Waxwork that both of these films have not been on Blu-ray, and the first one's actually the uncut version, which is pretty cool. And then Chud 2 is another film that hasn't ever been on Blu-ray.
No,
I don't even know. There might not. I don't even know if there's features on Chud 2, honestly. But you got Return of the Living Dead 3 that's never been.
I'm
on
excited
Blu-ray,
for that.
That one's actually going to be.
But that one's
a fan favorite.
That's an uncut version too.
And uncut, yeah. So it's like it's like they're either first time on Blu-rays or like editions that these films deserve, or they're adding something that's not been done before, like the uncut versions.
Yeah,
I like what they're doing so far. I mean, I know that every company eventually falls from grace and the honeymoon phase is over, but right now I'm enjoying the honeymoon phase with these.
Me too.
But you know what, man? I think that there's so much potential with this label, because if they're releasing these films, we know, kind of for a fact that they have quite a selection of other obscure titles sitting in their vaults. We know that they have the rights to all this stuff. So, there's a lot of potential here. A lot of potential. That's what's so exciting about this Vestron collector series, man. I think that
I'm just wondering if they're selling that well, though, because like I definitely have seen them around, but like I remember when, like, for example,
everybody's talking about the prices,
first
man.
Came out,
yeah.
Like, everybody fucking had Halloween 2 and 3. Everybody and their mother. Everybody had They Live.
But remember when Halloween 2 and 3 first came out, man? Like the pre-orders were like $18.99.
Yeah,
they were cheap, dude. They were like, for what you were getting, they were really, really cheap, good releases.
And you're right. Everybody is talking about the prices on these. These are very.
I'm not gonna lie, man.
High price.
I bought the first two Vestron.
Higher than like Criterion's, man.
Well, I mean, not well.
Well, when they first some of the Criterion pre-orders are like that price too.
Exactly. But the price is pretty high. I mean, I won't lie. Like, these are two of the most expensive Blu-rays that I've bought in a while.
Yeah, me too.
What'd you pay for them?
I think my pre-order price was like $34 or something like that.
Yeah, that's a lot. I got.
But you know what, man? The day they came out, and I had said this to Derek. I said, I've watched these things will go up to $50. They went up to $54. They're $54 on Amazon now. So I was like, well, you gotta take the good with the bad right there, right?
Yeah.
I've literally never. I never would. I barely ever buy stuff over $20, and I bought Chopping Mall for $25, and it pained me bad, but I did it just to, at least to support the first couple, so that
that's precisely what I said.
Yeah, you never know; they might go down.
But at the same time, I don't want to. Like, I do want to support the first couple, but at the same time, I don't want them to think that they can keep charging that shit because I don't want them to think that. You know?
Yeah, I know.
It's definitely one of those situations between a rock and a hard place. But I said the exact same thing. I want to support the label because I want to see more titles being released. I mean,
Slaughter High.
Yeah, if everyone worries too much about the price and just doesn't bite on it, then if no one buys them, then nothing's getting released.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. So, again, give it the bad. It's a
lose-lose situation.
Slaughter High, that film keeps getting brought up. Everybody keeps bringing it up, right? Like, I like Slaughter High. Slaughter High's good. Like, I like Chopping Mall. Chopping Mall's dope. Like, what the fuck is it with Slaughter High that people are so obsessed with it? I really don't know. It's like Madman to me. Like, it's better than Madman, but it's like how Moodz felt like. I don't understand why people love this movie so much. Like, Slaughter High is cool and stuff, but what is it about it that is so fucking cool to everybody? I'm actually asking that question because I don't.
It's probably because it doesn't have any decent releases here. So people are just, they're chiming in and saying, nah, let's get a good release of it and stuff. I mean, I actually personally really like Slaughter High. I mean,
so do I. I like
it has
Slaughter
an amazing
High too.
Carolyn Monroe, looks sexy as hell in that film. She's like in her mid-30s at the time.
Yeah, great Harry Manfredini score.
It's got a great the score is just one thing that really sticks out about that film. But I mean, the storyline is very typical. It's
I'll even admit that the storyline's not the greatest, but
yeah,
they kind of rush. They try to explain how they had so many plot holes at the end with like the end, but it doesn't work for the most part.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it might have been something that I didn't.
It's nostalgia and stuff.
I'm gonna blame it on the title of the film. Slaughter High. Who doesn't want a fucking movie in their collection called Slaughter High? That just sounds batshit awesome.
It's true, yeah.
It does, man. Like, I'm a big fan. You know me. I love movies with Massacre in the title and Slaughter. I'm just a sucker for those things. If I see a title with that in there, I'm at least gonna read the synopsis. Like, it just kind of intrigues me. I'm one of those people.
I don't know.
My bloods and my deads and shit like that. Deader and I don't know, man. It's kind of cheesy, but it works. It works.
Like, I like Slaughter High. Don't get me wrong. It's a good movie, but I keep seeing it as like this most requested title from them, and I'm like, it's coming. It's gonna come. They're not gonna not release Slaughter High. Let's get some other fucking weird ones that I never heard of first.
Parents.
Yeah, there's even maybe not even Parents. Like some of the stuff that doesn't even have DVD releases. Like that's
apparently
really
Parents actually is going to be one of the next ones. I've been hearing rumblings about that. So
anyway, let's finish up these releases.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're still doing the releases. Shit, totally forgot. Moving on to Scream Factory with another one of their IFC Midnight titles. I believe this is a Swedish film called What We Became. Well, right there, I mean, being Swedish, it already has my attention. So
yeah, I'm curious on it myself.
I think I just seen a review on this one that was positive.
Nice. I have to say though,
Dave
as much as I've been bashing the shit out of Scream Factory, and and I haven't really been picking up a lot of the titles. I have to admit, a lot of these IFC titles that are coming out in the next, that next half of this month in November stuff look really cool. Like a lot of the IFC titles are the ones that I'm more interested in.
Yeah. So. Me too.
Which I generally don't say that about them. Usually the IFC titles are hit and miss, but from what I've read and from what I've heard from other people, Jason included, I think there's a couple of films that he might have seen and that actually are pretty good. So that's cool, man. That's cool. So I'm for that. And plus they're a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Fucking Scream Factory titles. Moving along here, man. From Level 33 Entertainment, we have a film called The Caretaker. Yes, another film called The Caretaker. That what, 3, 4 in the last 4 or 5 years?
Maybe.
It's this fucking thing, man. Like every year, there's always a movie or multiple movies with the same name. Like, come on. Like, what is up with it, man?
Is there one with Joe Spinell?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I have no idea, but all I know is that I think I have a couple films in my collection called The Caretaker. Like, this is ridiculous. It's gonna be one of these movies. If you Google it, you're probably, or if you type it on Amazon, you're gonna end up buying the wrong one.
Oh yeah,
just put it that way. Now this one, coming straight from Orchard. I don't know if that's a real label.
Whoa, what's the
Orchard I don't know, man, what's with this cover, but it's called Ghost Team.
The title.
Paranormal investigation, no experience necessary. And this fucker's rated PG-13. What? Like, who's buying it? Like, this
lost my excitement already with this.
I know. It just looks so bad. Now I've heard, I think actually even from you, I think you said this one was really good. From Lionsgate. That is right, Lionsgate. Releasing a modern horror film called The Good Neighbor.
I think this is one of those arguably a horror film things.
Okay, so it's like more of a thriller / horror element type deal with James Caan.
Yeah.
See, there, man, it just intrigues me enough. I'm like, wow, Lionsgate has done not a lot of great modern horror films or thrillers in the last, I don't know, long time. So, but, you know, if James Caan's aboard on this.
I think Brandon gave that one a favorable review.
Yeah, I think that's who it was.
Yeah.
Speaking of recognizable titles here from Breaking Glass Pictures, we got one called Razors. The Return of Jack the Ripper. At least it has like a subtitle up. But Razors? Fuck, man. There's a couple movies with that title, Razors. Give me a break. You know, Breaking Glass doesn't put out a lot of material anymore, do they, Derek? I know, like, you probably have a couple films in your collection from them, but...
yeah, they haven't really released anything new lately.
Not at all, man. It seems like it's been a couple years since they've dropped anything. So I was intrigued to see Breaking Glass again.
I've been quiet.
And last up for the releases, we have a film that I actually just reviewed today on my channel. I believe Derek did also, oddly enough. And I'm sure JP will have one coming up for it. Also, the newest film released by Ozploitation called Vampires, which is actually a remake of the 1974 Spanish film of the same title.
Mm-hmm.
How was it?
Well, let's put it this way. I did back-to-back reviews. I reviewed the 74 Vampires, and then I did Vampires Today. I personally didn't like this one a whole lot, to be honest, at all. I gave it a 5.5. It's not like a shit-made film or anything, but, you know, in a direct comparison to the original, it's very much like the original film, but it does have its differences in structure and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They kind of, you know, like one thing I did say in my review in the original film, they focus a lot on the antagonists, like the fucking vampires themselves, and then, you know, the campers and the sub plot in the film was kind of secondary. It was major secondary in the film. In this one, it's completely reversed. They focus a lot on the protagonists and what they're doing and stuff, and then the vampires, they're kind of secondary in the story for the first half of the film, and so the structure's a lot different, but it's very much the same film. There's even like similar scenes and things like that, but you know, the first 2/3 of the film were okay, and then the third act in this one, fucking, it lost it for me, man. I've talked about this many times. I can't stand when there's a whole mystery behind these vampires that you can tell right away that the mythology used in this modern version of the film is completely different than the original one, which is kind of cool, but they go that extra step where they don't need to, and they explain in the final act to these two girls that they're torturing, you know, their history, and they start to explain everything. And I'm just like, why? Like, it doesn't even matter, and the story sucks. Like, the actual story that they start telling to these girls isn't even that interesting. I'm like, you could have just saved that and kept the mystery, and it would have been fine. But I don't know. I think the director did a pretty good job with this film, but I think he tried to amp up the ending. Like I said in my review, I said in the original film, a lot of people kind of find the ending to the film to be a little bit anticlimactic. And this one, I felt like he took that and he was like, well, I'm going to amp this shit up. I'm going to make this a fucking bloody gore fest, kind of like a torture thing. And I was like, what? And then, you know, the effects are fine. Everything's practical. Everything's cool. Everything looks good. But I just didn't think it was needed. You know, at all. It kind of felt a little out of place for me. Carolyn Monroe's character, total throwaway character. The whole hotel thing wasn't even needed in this film, unfortunately. But, you know, like I said, not a bad film. I prefer the original one. You know, I give the original one 6.5, this one 5.5. So, it is what it is.
What about you, Derek?
I mostly agree what he says. I didn't actually. I should have rewatched the original first. I actually don't own a copy of it to revisit it. But I was just remembering some things, and it is very similar in story and stuff. But again,
it's practically the exact same film.
Yeah, it's very similar. I gave it a little higher than Moodz. I gave it like a 6.5. I didn't have a lot of problems with it because it's probably because a lot of the remakes that are coming out these days, it's probably the best one that I've seen out of like the remakes that came out this year so far. Yeah, it's because I reviewed Modders too, and I didn't really care for that one that much. It wasn't that bad, but I like this one a lot better.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're interested in an interview, we actually have one posted, a little Q&A that Derek actually did with the director, Victor Matellano. And, sorry for butchering that name, but, yeah, he's been on our site, and he'll probably listen to the show, so.
and then he's going to email me and be like, blasphemy! Your review sucks! Anyway, I mean, he dedicated. I really like the fact that, like, he put up straight up scenes, like just straight up homage scenes to the original film, and gives props to the other director and stuff, and that's cool.
Yeah, my review will be up tomorrow.
One of my biggest problems with this version, though, is that, to be honest, like, it's a Spanish film done in English, and they use Spanish actors and things like that, and the English is very broken, and it comes off as that their acting is really bad. Because the way they're spitting their lines is it's just coming off like, oh my God. But it's not even that, though. A lot of the dialogue I found in the film was really dry and just boring. Like, nothing was exciting with any of the dialogue, any of the interaction with the characters and stuff was just, it wasn't good dialogue at all. You're just like, I don't give a fuck about this, man. I don't know what you thought about the dialogue and stuff, but I thought a lot of the exchanges and things were just like, ugh. I kept doing that. I was actually laughing at a couple points. I'm like, who wrote the fucking script for this, man?
Like I said, my review will be up tomorrow.
Yeah. But, yeah, anyways. I don't know. I was actually really hoping to like this one. I mean, I still got to finish the other remakes that came out this year, so.
Yeah.
So far, it's not really a great year for remakes, in my opinion. But.
So what's your release of the week?
Release of the week, man. I probably have to go with. Shit, man. This is actually kind of a tough one. It's pretty much between like two, and I'm gonna say the release of the week. If you got to pick up one thing, and it's going back to supporting a company that probably needs your support, so we can see more awesome releases in the near future, and that is going to be from Vestron Waxwork and Waxwork 2.
Woohoo!
Pick it up. Pick it up.
And I actually like Waxwork. It's a good movie.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it uncut.
Waxwork 2 is pretty shitty, to be honest. I'm not really.
It has continuity.
I don't hate it. I don't love it either. It's just I don't know. It's been a while since I watched it. Yeah,
it's been a while since I've seen it too. But last time I watched it, I was like, man, this movie is.
yeah, I got that same vibe. Like you want it to be cool, like you want it to be so cool, but it's just like.
It's because the premise in Waxwork 2 is like so different than the first one, and like I love the premise of the original Waxwork. I love that whole thing where it's an anthology film, based on these these scenes, in this Waxwork music. I love that, man. I think that's such a cool setup, man. It's really cool. Good stuff.
Some great characters and stuff too in that one.
Yeah, and like the stories are they're exciting. They're fun. Good costumes in them and shit. Yeah, I heard that actually the uncut version is a little more gory. So
yeah.
That's exciting, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's release of the week, and moving on to voicemails / questions from our very, very loyal fans. Derek, are you gonna call in? You got a
No, I didn't leave.
Dude,
one.
You should have fucking done. You should have left a voice.
No, I was thinking about it too. I was gonna leave like a joke one, like "Don't fuck this up."
Yeah, note to self, Derek, don't fuck the show up. That's good stuff. Good stuff.
So
but yeah, let's go, man. Let's get some of these questions going.
To start things off, we just have a few that were posted on the Facebook page. So. Stephen Carpenter asks. By the way, Stephen Carpenter is known for sending long ass emails, but he sends us this short ass question. He says, "Are you guys talking about Wolf Creek 1 and 2?" No, not this time.
No.
And then because it's an Australian show, Mike Merriman, will you be watching the Wolf Creek show? I actually I forgot about the show, but apparently it started the other night, Friday night. So no.
Oh, shit, man. I completely forgot about that, too.
Me too.
Not like I was going to tune in. I just actually forgot about the show.
Yeah, I don't
As
know
a
what
whole,
network
I
it's on,
forgot.
actually. I don't know.
I think
what
it's on
network
Stars. It's on Stars.
That's the
Okay,
problem, man.
wow.
There's so many damn horror-related TV shows now. Who can keep up with this?
Yeah,
Who can honestly say?
I lost track.
Who can honestly say that they're watching American Horror Story, Stranger Things, Scream, fucking Bates
Merriman?
Motel, From Dusk Till Dawn, all at the same time? Who's doing that?
Mike Merriman?
Really?
Yeah, he has a show called Evil Episodes where he talks about all the TV shows that are going
but you have
Oh, that makes sense.
honestly,
Yeah.
But this is probably all he's doing though. Is watching TV.
Yeah. His whole show is comprised of, it's like they're over 100 episodes now. They've been around forever. And he's he basically throughout seasons, he whatever new show's on, he checks it out. It's actually a great concept for a show, to keep up on the TV. Talk about what's happening on each show and stuff. Like I've seen him have his notebook, taking pictures of it, posting on Facebook, and there's like 9 shows like that they're covering on one episode.
On one giant notebook.
Oh,
page.
yeah.
Crap, man.
Yeah.
Damn.
So, yeah, he was the
Props.
one that asked that question. Andy Cripps, I haven't left a question since the early days, but he wants to know, besides The Purge, what other movies would you like to see set on a boat?
Ooh.
What other movies would I like to see set on a boat?
I got one that's terrifying. Gremlins.
Not
Gremlins.
Because if they jump in the ocean, you're fucked. Because you're surrounded in the thing that makes them multiply the most.
Oh, good point. I didn't
Damn,
think
dude,
that.
that's
Jesus
no,
Christ,
nobody
that
can
would be
beat
like
that
an
answer.
epidemic.
Yeah, terrifying.
Nobody can beat that answer.
Yeah,
That's like the best
damn
answer ever.
good. That'd like destroy the world in like a second. Damn, I don't even think I need to go.
No, man, that was the answer of the week right there.
Yeah, let's.
You thought about that, didn't you?
Yeah, I had extra time to think about it more too.
Everybody knows, and even specified, besides The Purge. Fuck, I want to see The Purge on a big giant cruise ship, man. Awesome.
Jason Lloyd said The Devil's Candy is awesome. It's his second favorite of last year, which I believe that's in reference. I think it's an Australian horror film. So
it is. It's from the director of The Loved Ones.
Yeah.
Mr. Lloyd has talked about that film plenty of times.
Mm-hmm.
Sir Lloyd. Dustin, Mr. Watson, the homie who I shouted out at the beginning of the show. Jason Lloyd asked this question over at Horror Corridor Facebook page, but what are some of your favorite horror movies where rainstorms are a big part of the setting?
Well, yeah, this one I had a tough time with.
The only film, the first film I thought of when I saw the question was Storm Warning.
Yeah, I love Storm Warning. Good
because it's literally like shitting rain the whole film. There's a lot of movies with scenes with storms in them.
Yeah, I was thinking of Poltergeist with the tree scene.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's lots of. I can't think of full films that are like in the storm though.
The only thing I can think about is like Hard Rain.
I know what you
terrible.
did last summer too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I thought about that too actually, but I didn't want to even mention it because that movie sucks. Storm Warning's such a better film. Speaking of Aussie films, Storm
Warning, yeah, good film.
Yeah.
That fits right into the show, man. Come on.
Yeah,
But
I couldn't think of any specific ones that are just besides Storm Warning, where like the rain has a big effect on things. But snow more often than rain. But yeah. I do like movies that are like downpours with rain, though. That's pretty cool. So after that, we have Neil Robson, who says, "I'd be curious how you find the Aussie humor, not that it's right in front of you, but within dialogue. I would find that some of it would be lost as we have our own way of saying things." Moodz?
I mean, that's very typical of all countries and areas. They all have their specific humor and stuff, but Aussie humor to me is very similar to a lot of Canadian humor too. We just have filthy potty mouths, and I like that. I catch a lot of the things. Like, I mean, there is the odd word, like the certain slang words that I completely goes past me, but that's like everybody though, right?
Yeah.
But I love Aussie humor though. It's funny because I'm a big fan of when people say the word cunt. Like I was watching Jim Jeffries last night, and he was doing this bit about he's like, I'm the guy that's known for using the word cunt. Like he's the guy. I love.
I was actually watching that same special. That's hilarious.
That's so funny, man. Yeah, Freedom.
Yeah, Netflix. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the guy that like kind of unbanded the word cunt. Like apparently,
Nah, that was Joe Rogan.
Or whatever, but he was saying that, you know, like in a lot of clubs in the U.S. and stuff, they had outlawed the word cunt. I had no idea that even happened. It's like apparently a lot of comics weren't allowed to use the word. I don't know.
Oh, that's ridiculous. That's definitely not true.
Well, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, that's crazy. But anyways, he went on. He was probably totally shitting, but
yeah,
it was just funny. It was this whole bit on that, and I think that type of comedy is, you know, is relatable. I mean, that's just bush talk that is very common around here. So yeah,
I enjoy it.
I think it's funny.
I don't really know. I don't know what Australian humor is, honestly. So I honestly don't know.
Australians are very like, you know, I mean, a lot of times Canada's completely, you know, and with Australians we're like the same people almost. They have you know, they talk a little different and stuff, but we're almost like the same type of people, very hospitable and kind of dirty and things like that. Like it's kind of interesting. So I think that's why it's just so easy for me to understand, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure there's like hundreds of jokes that were in Australian movies that probably go over my head. I don't know. Like culture is always weird for me because like if you just don't know, like you just don't know like what an inside culture joke is.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
I'm not good with British humor either. I like American humor. It's my shit.
British humor is definitely like an acquired taste though, because they have such dry humor sometimes. It's just like
British humor.
You're just like,
I think
I'm
I'm probably more into Australian humor if I could tell them apart. But like I don't know, British humor sometimes just I'm just stone cold faced when there's supposedly funny things happening.
Yeah.
So not a big Monty Python fan? Not.
A little bit, like not a bit. I'm definitely not a big fan, but I mean, I've caught a little bit here and there. It's like, you know, it's all right.
Yeah, some of it's pretty funny.
I grew up with a Python. Yeah,
that's different though. That's like old. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, moving on here. Paul Derek. Well, there's been a lot of talk about Tarantino doing a horror film for one of his last directions. Are there any directors you would like to see try their hand at a horror direction or attempt to direct another horror film?
This one was tough for me. So I mean,
Scorsese.
That'd be
Shutter
interesting.
Island, kind of.
Kinda, yeah.
I mean, he kind of. I mean, that's not really a bona fide horror film, but I mean, it's an attempt at something similar. You know, my answer prior to the Neon Demon would have been that guy.
Guy.
But he's that's
you
know me, I'm bad with names, but I love that guy's films, man. So I mean, that's why I'm pretty sure I'm gonna like Neon Demon when I see it.
Larry Clark.
That would be interesting.
Well, he did do Teenage Caveman.
Is that a horror film?
Yeah, it's one of those sci-fi. Matt knows it. It's like one of those Showtime creature features.
Really?
Yeah, it's one of that line.
I've seen all of his films except for that one, I think.
Yeah, I've never seen that. That's crazy. My answer was, you know, a little more pretentious, I guess. I don't know why I said that. But Paul Thomas Anderson, he's done some films that I've absolutely loved. You know, I love Boogie Nights, There Will Be Blood, Magnolia, things like that. I even like Punch Drunk Love. I mean, any fans of that shit?
I like Punch Drunk Love.
I think Adam Sandler does better non-comedy films than he does comedy. I think his movies are the fucking worst. The fucking worst. That guy makes absolutely abominable comedies, man. He's horrible.
But when Waterboy's dope, dude. Come on.
Dude.
I love Waterboy. I don't give.
I mean, not all of his movies. I mean, seriously, The Wedding Singer is by far his funniest film. This shit's fucking hilarious. But even like Punch Drunk Love, like it was, you know, not everyone's cup of tea, but it was pretty interesting. I don't know why I would pick that, because his films totally don't represent even close to anything horror. I think that's why I went with him, because he's a very good director. I'd like to see what somebody with this type of range would do with a horror film. You know, it would probably come out very artsy, but maybe in a good way. I have no idea.
Yeah, mine was pretty tough. I can't, because most of my favorite directors already did horror films. And I was trying to think of one, like, if I had to choose, maybe, like, if to see, like, what was the second part of the question? If you want to see somebody do another one?
Yeah, that was actually could have been. Yeah, it was like...
I would like to see Neil Jordan do more horror, because he had a few steps with, like, Interview with the Vampire and Byzantine with the vampire genre. I'd like to see him, like, maybe experiment with something else in the horror genre more.
Yeah. You know what? It was funny when I thought of somebody who was, like, dead. I was like Stanley Kubrick, and then I was like, oh fuck, The Shining. I totally forgot about The Shining.
It would be interesting, Sergio Leone. I would like to see Leone if he did like a horror film.
Yeah, that would have been actually really cool, man.
Yeah,
fucking Leone for sure.
The last question here for the Facebook ones is from Kemp Collins. What are you guys' top satanic horror films? Of recent memory, I think I'd go like Lords of Salem is definitely a pretty top one. I actually just watched Satanic. Wasn't too bad. Definitely not a top, but that came out this year. Besides that, of course, like Rosemary's Baby, stuff like that. The 60s, the late 60s really had a lot of satanic panic going on, so there's a lot of good ones from that.
Oh, there's like a million of them, man. I
actually just reviewed one from the 70s, which was pretty awesome. Satanical Pandemonium.
Yeah, man, that movie's awesome. The fucking kills in that shit are so funny.
Yeah, it's so hilarious.
Oh my god.
Alucard's another good one. Really good.
Yeah. Man, there's so many, but I'm just gonna throw something off you a little bit. The Devil's Reign, William Shatner. The movie is so fucking awesome, man. It's such a great 70s gem, man. You never seen Devil's Reign? Check it out. It's pretty awesome stuff.
Yeah,
I'm gonna throw the Sentinel in there from the 70s. Oh. I mean that's not like full on satanic, but it has to do with hell and things like that. But the Sentinel, man, I fucking love that film. Fuck the guys from Exploding Heads horror gay cast or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Because those guys were shitting on that film. I don't know what the fuck they watched. I know Dave Z was having a problem with, kind of the end with all the freaks and things like that in the Sentinel, because apparently that really actually freaks him out. I think he has a phobia of like freaks. So he was having a hard time with the film. But I was really surprised, like Brandon's rating and Chris. It was crazy. I was like, "What the fuck am I listening to, man?" I'm like sitting outside my motorhome listening to this fucking podcast, screaming at it because that's how I get. I get super animated. I'm like, "Fuck you, Brandon." I text him and I said, "What the fuck is this shit, man?" Listen to Sentinel Radio. What is with your damn review, man? This makes no sense. I was like worked right up, man. That's why I love listening to podcasts. If I have access to actually contact them while I'm listening to them, I will.
It infuriates me sometimes. I'm just like, I wish I was there. These guys were coming in at like 7s and stuff. Like the Sentinel to me, man, is like a 10 out of 10. I think it's one of the most slept on 70s. It's kind of, maybe not at the time, but like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's getting a little more love with Scream Factor's release and stuff like that. But it's just it's a well done, creepy, fucked up film. I love the premise of it. I love those type of things. I don't want to give too much away about it, but it's great. It's a great, especially because I haven't seen it.
It's good.
Yeah, it's just the whole third act in this film is nuts. It's really cool, man. Plus, the setting is in a building, and then me with building settings. I love buildings. That's why I love
contained horror film in a way.
Dude, I love Poltergeist 3 because it's like in a high riser, and I love those things, man. Really cool. Very eccentric characters. Can't beat it.
Can I mention one more before we move on? For like a later day film, Chiton from the 2000s.
Oh yeah,
with Vincent Cassel. It's a French film. Really good stuff.
All right. So after that, we get an email from Jim from Toronto. He says, "Hey guys, I just finished watching the Paranormal Activity franchise, and every single film has 2 or 3 different versions: theatrical, extended, and even extended alternate. It's nuts. I know sometimes directors release their own version because of studio interference and want to showcase their vision for a film, but there are so many out there that have all these different versions that are really pointless. For example, in the first Paranormal, there's an alternate ending which was cool, but could have ended the story there. Why have it if you turn around and continue the series following the other ending? By the way, I tried to leave feedback and it just won't let me. Could you enter me in the future contest?" Sure.
Well, it's sorry, buddy. It's because you're from, the homeland of Canada. It doesn't show up. That's what it is. It's probably there, but
first of all,
it won't show up.
Well, whenever you leave it, it takes a couple days to actually show up.
Yeah.
Too. So
yeah, with all this crazy technology that we have in this world, it takes a couple days for it to show up on a website after you type it in.
I think the reason is because they're
they review
really
everything.
Anti-spam.
Yeah, they review everything.
And from what I understand, if you try to leave it and it doesn't work, and then you try again and again, like right there, it'll just mark them all as spam because you try it a couple times. You enter it a couple. So definitely only do one and then wait and see if it shows up a couple days later. Maybe that's Andy's problem as well, because Andy can't leave one. I don't know. Maybe fucking make a new iTunes account too. Like, try that. Instead of using your 9-year-old one. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that? For one, me personally, I do know exactly what he's talking about with the Paranormal Activity franchise. I think that one was kind of a little bit cooler because it actually sent a different ending to a couple different different theaters. So that's kind of an interesting way to do it because it might give you a chance to, if it's a really successful movie, to like get people to watch it a couple times because maybe you'll get a different ending. Which, if I was really into a movie, I would consider.
Oh, that marketing, man! Oh, yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad.
No, it's not bad at all. I mean, that's like some William Castle shit.
I mean, that whole marketing idea is better than the fucking movie itself. I mean, let's face it.
That's not
right?
true. You haven't watched it in a long time.
I just like to get you going, man. Come on.
So anyway, so with those films, I understand, but I do also know the endings. And I was when I first seen the movie, I was really interested to see what the other endings were. And I do know that the one makes the sequels impossible. So it's like, well, but at the same time, Jim, the sequels weren't planned. This was an independent film that gained like a ton of following and released widely, and of course got sequels afterwards. But it ain't like they was thinking ahead of time, like, oh, we're going to do an entire franchise here. You know what I mean? So, but other films such as Rob Zombie's Halloween, they have a bunch of different cuts, and I like the theatrical cut way more for Rob Zombie's Halloween. I do like the option for there to be
I don't.
Other. What you said you don't?
No, I like the unrated version better, but I do agree with the whole rape scene and stuff. It doesn't need to be there, but I actually do like the unrated version better.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. I like both versions I wish I could mash them together and make my cut because it would cut out some of the bullshit that I didn't like.
Hey man, what's stopping you? Just do it.
Right? Yeah, I guess I could. I think it's illegal, but
hey man, you don't have to try to sell that shit. Just use it. Just make it for your own personal amusement.
Rob Zombie's Halloween, the 22 shots cut.
Yeah, there you go. But so I like the option of there to be other cuts, especially if it's extensive, like Nightbreed or Exorcist 3 or
yeah,
extensive. But I like that they're maybe not in such a quick order for them to come out. If a film gets released like Evil Dead, just 3 years ago. Well, actually 3 years is a fair amount of time, honestly. But, I don't want to see 6 different versions of the film come out in the same year. When you look at a film like Nightbreed that was made in the 80s and then in 2014 gets another cut finally released, that's cool. We're all soaking that in because there's another cut. But if it happens right simultaneously after the first release, it's kind of a little disenchanting. So you definitely want to have some space in there. But I like the idea that it's there's different versions of a movie that you like.
Yeah,
because that's who it's selling them to. Really, is the people that like.
Yeah, it's happening now with The Exorcist 3, ain't it?
Yeah. What do you?
I'm excited. I'm excited to see that version of the film.
I'm curious on it myself.
I like it, man. I like The Exorcist.
Because I actually read the novel. It's actually one of my favorite novels.
So what do you guys think?
Well, JP, when we were talking about doing the paranormal series, I even said to you, I was like, can we just watch the theatrical versions? Because I was in reference to these movies have so many versions. I didn't know, we were going to have to come to, an agreement on which version we were going to watch. And the way I was looking at it, it seemed like, the unrated versions or extended, whatever you want to call them, were always longer. And I'm just fearing doing this franchise anyway, so I'm like, let's just stick to the theatrical ones, man.
Yeah, well, I'll have to do a little slight research to see what's different in them, because if you definitely want to have the storyline where it can continue.
Yeah, where it makes sense.
You don't want to watch the first one and then the ending be like, oh, this franchise couldn't continue now. So,
yeah, that's true.
Just for purposes and stuff. But I really do want to do that show like soon, because that's, to me, like, I feel like that's one that you're probably going to
can't, because they keep pumping out the damn films. We're never going to be able to do it because
they haven't made one in a couple years now.
Mm-hmm.
Has it been 2 years?
They kind of ended it. They kind of
ended it. I guess so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I liked it. I liked the first one.
I have Derek's enthusiasm right now. It's like, yeah, okay. we'll do it eventually, man. Come on.
Let's do it, man. You know.
If you're fair with them, I think that you will be a little surprised. Like, you might not come. I'm not saying you're going to come in at a 9 or something, but I could see like 7s, like a respectable 7.
That's what I usually give them.
They're not bad, man.
Yeah, they're not really that bad.
I feel like you just watched it during like the most hyped thing ever, and like it just, it was at a time where you just wasn't into it.
That's exactly when I watched the first one.
I honestly, I don't remember the circumstances of my viewing. If it was during, the hype age, or if it was the fact that I wasn't into found footage that particular day, I couldn't actually tell you, to be honest. Maybe it's a combination of both. Who fucking knows?
It has the same complaints as every found footage. It's just boring. Like, but if you can get into the story, then it's not boring.
Yeah, I mean, there's always, if you're not particularly in the mood to watch something like a found footage film, sometimes it just comes off as being the worst thing you've ever watched in your life. You ever had that happen?
Yeah, yes. that happened.
And it happens, right? So, I mean, this is why a lot of people always say that second watches are a good thing. It could be in a different mood. It could be a different setting, different mind state. Maybe you weren't at the beach that day
all the time,
and you didn't get
all the time.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I could have been at the beach and got sand in my vajiji, and I was in a bad mood.
You might not like it, and you still might not like it. But that's possible.
But that's that's inevitable. That could be the direct answer right there. Who knows? But
yeah. I think a lot of people have come around on them, though. Since they came out and all the hate has passed, I think that some people are like, "Oh yeah, like I don't know. These aren't."
I like a few of them. A few of them are decent.
So our last.
I joke about it, but I've literally only seen the first one. Like, I have the first 4 or 5. I have 5 of them or something. I don't know.
And I defend them, and I've only seen the first 2. So I mean, there's like 4 more.
It's funny because I've heard from so many people that part 2 is just so bad.
I don't get that, because it's the same movie as the first one. It's literally the same thing, except for like it happens to different people.
Maybe that's why people are saying it's so bad. They're like, they didn't do anything different.
If you watch it like that,
it's a continuing story too. It connects.
Yeah, that you find out a little bit more about the story, but the same shit happens.
Well, of course I'm going to have to watch these movies to to generate my own opinion here, but it'll come in time.
Okay, so
I actually haven't seen the last one. Yeah, but we continue.
All right, we have one more question here, written-wise, from Charlene, the homie from France. She says, "Hi, guys. I need to try and leave a voicemail sometime, but for now, here's a new email with some questions for your next episode. Moodz.
Nice.
As I'm going to watch my first Giallo, Deep Red, I was wondering if you could list your must-watch Giallos, Gialli? Question mark? For someone who doesn't know much about the genre."
Ooh.
I figured you could rattle off a few.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to, like I always tell people, if you're just getting into giallos, you might want to start with so she started with Deep Red. That's actually a pretty good one to start with. I would say Argento's a good way to start.
Bird with the crystal plumage is
the bird with the crystal plumage is exactly what I was going to say. Even Tenebrae, maybe if you like your 80s films or something like that, maybe try something like that, or
Tenebrae,
different vibes, kind of thing. If you want to get real kind of interesting and stuff, go back to Mario Bava with Blood and Black Lace and things like that.
That's a great start as well, because that one, even if you're not super crazy about giallos, like, you at least see like the level of technique in that film, so something will hold you there.
Yeah. And then you can switch over to some Fulci. I mean, there's so many, Don't Torture a Duckling. You could try Lizard Woman's Skin. Like, they're very, very different type films, but at least you're getting variations of directors here. I love the movie Black Belly of the Tarantula. That's a
really good film. Yeah.
Stuff like that. So we're getting a little bit different vibes here. What's another really good one? Short Night of the Glass Dolls. I always recommend that to people because it's a very different take on giallo. So if you're kind of looking for different stuff to watch, that one's pretty interesting. Spasmo is fantastic. It's very psychological and strange. It's a strange film. What have you done to Sludge? The recent release from Arrow. I mean, if you want to get something very, very current, really good stuff right there. You want some sleaze? New York Ripper.
Sister of Ursula.
Sister of Ursula, yeah. Torso, I think, is a pretty good one to start. Also with,
Torso's like one of my first ones. Yeah.
So depending on what your style is, if you like sleazy things, or if you don't, if you like the sleaze aspect, I would say Strip Nude for Your Killer is a pretty interesting one to watch.
It's family fun.
There's just so damn many of them, man. Shit, dude. What are some other ones, Derek? I mean, for starter wise.
Those ones are pretty good. I think she got a solid list there.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, the Perfume of the Black Lady?
Oh, yeah.
That's a very interesting... Yeah,
excellent stuff right there.
Yeah.
I would even recommend the Red Queen's Kills 7
I would
times.
recommend that as well.
That's a pretty... I
tried to review it once and didn't remember it.
Your Vice is a Locker Room.
Watch it right after.
Your Vice is a Locker Room.
That's another good one. Your Vice is a Locker Room.
And those are good ones to mention too because they're so current. They're the releases are there. They're easy to find and stuff like that. So
they're Arrow releases.
Yeah, and then last one, something that we did review before. If you want to, I mean, some people call it giallo, some call it a slasher, whatever you want to do. I don't know, stage fright. Who knows? It's up for debate. Whatever it is.
It's a slasher giallo.
I would definitely say more slasher than giallo.
Yeah,
but
really good.
That email continues on with JP. I really like your horror news videos you made a little while ago. Do you plan on doing more of those? It takes a lot of work to keep up with the news, but those videos were really good. Yeah, I plan on doing more. I took a little break because of like Halloween and just being busy and stuff, but I want to do them more in like a tidbit sort of format where it's just like the kind of the littler news or like some of the bigger stuff, but like kind of quicker videos that I don't have to spend that much time editing or things like that, that I could just kind of record and upload, just for time wise, so much news happens and stuff. But yeah, and finally, for the both of you and any guest who is here as well, Derek, Dave, Brandon, Andy, anyone who happens to be joining the show this time, Critters or Gremlins, which is your favorite? I love Gremlins as much as any horror nerd, but Critters has always been my favorite. I love the first three. No, I am not going to ramble on about how much I love the show. All right. I love you guys. So, thank you, Charlene. I prefer... That's actually... I prefer... to me, Gremlins is better. The first Gremlins film is better than all four Critters films combined. But but almost like Gremlins 2 would kind of take down the combination because I don't really like Gremlins 2 that much. So then I would probably pick Critters. But I love Gremlins 1 so much that
did we just talk about? I can't stand Gremlins 2. I really don't.
We talked about that during the live chat.
Yeah, dude,
it's goofy.
It's such a bad movie. It's just
it has Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck
introduced.
It's
very meta.
But it's not even entertaining.
It's like
I don't
wink,
know.
Wink.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely that type of film. I don't know. I can't stand it. But I
used to love it as a kid.
Yeah, as a kid, it was more like...
I don't think I even liked it as a kid. I remember watching it. It was funny.
I liked it way more in part one.
I think I told the story. I watched Gremlins with my son, and then he loved... he was just glued to the TV. He was, loving it. And then I popped on part 2, and, he left the room after 10 minutes.
Really?
couldn't hold his attention. It was like, okay, we're done. But I'm definitely with Charlene. I like the first 3 Critters, too. I'm not a big fan of the fourth one either, to be honest. I don't. Derek, did you watch those Critters films? I sent you that 4.
Oh yeah, I've seen them before.
Yeah,
yeah, they're great, fun.
There's something about films in space. Not really the greatest combination, is it?
No, not really.
I honestly like all 4 of them, but four's a step down.
Yeah, I wanted to like it more because Brad Dourif's in it, and And
that's the thing. It's definitely by far my least favorite in the franchise.
Yeah.
But
all right, so that is all of the questions in terms of emails. We do have a couple of voicemails here. Let's play one of them. I'm not sure how many we'll get to. We do have a few, and one just came in, so I don't have time to actually get that one now.
All right.
Here is Luis.
Luis.
Hey guys, this is Luis from the group. I've been really bored lately without cable or internet, so I decided to phone in a question.
Phone in.
But
Phone in.
I didn't know if you still did it or not, so I had to check with JP, and he's like, yeah, we still do it. So, my question is, what are your top 5 favorite stories from anthology films?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if he plays this beforehand or not, but I'll give my top 5 just to give you an idea, I guess. Meet Sam from Trick or Treat would be number 5. Number 4 would be Amelia from Trilogy of Terror.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good
Number
one.
3 would be the Bishop of Battle from Nightmares. Number
Oh, yeah.
2 would be the Crate from Creepshow.
Nice.
Number 1 would be the Raft from Creepshow 2.
Classics.
I'm going to find some way to download the show, so until then, you guys keep it tight, and I'll see you in the group.
Thanks, Luis.
Luis, I'm actually supposed to copy a bunch of the shows and send them out a copy. That's another thing I had to send out. Just haven't had a time to put them on disc yet or put them on USB or however I'm going to send them. But he wants a couple of episodes. So
Yeah.
our homie with can't get the internet right now. We gotta get him a way to check out the show sometime.
Yeah.
He's helped me in the past with
Top 5
stuff.
segments
From anthology films. Man, dude, I love anthology films, and there's so many good ones. Like, I just wrote down the first 5 that came to my mind.
Me too.
And in no particular order. This is just how I wrote them down. And I said, The Principal from Trick or Treat.
Mm-hmm.
I love that one. Get Sam. Or, the little kid with the candy and shit. It's just,
Yeah.
it's fucking, I
Kid
love
from
that.
Bad Santa. Yeah.
Exactly, man. I love that. Oh, it's fucking awesome, man. The second one I thought of was Safe Haven from VHS 2. Really, really amazing story. That cult story is fucking great stuff. Love it. Probably my favorite one out of all 3 films. The gas station from Body Bags. Absolutely love that segment. I think it's fantastic. Time Out from the Twilight Zone film. About the racist bastard that kind of
Really?
keeps
You like that segment that much?
I love that segment. It's
Yeah.
fucking
I
awesome.
like that movie.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It's not that good.
You don't like the Twilights? Really?
No.
Oh my god, even the fucking plane one's fantastic.
Dude, the plane one's the only good one.
No, Time Out's fucking excellent, man. I love that shit, man. The
Yeah.
only one I don't like is the Spielberg one.
Yeah,
The,
kick
Kick the can? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
just
don't-
boring.
I
Yeah.
like Scatman Crothers in it, but that's about it.
Yeah, I like. Yeah, I
Scatman's
don't like
always
David Cameron.
good.
I think it's pretty fucking boring, but
Yeah.
the shit in the car, man. Dan Aykroyd, fucking great, man.
Yeah,
that's great.
Albert
That's
Brooks.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I don't know. I've always liked. I like the concept of Time Out too. I think it's pretty interesting. But
Yeah, it's good
to each
stuff.
their own, I guess. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
to each your own, yeah.
And finally, on Through the House, I knew JP. You knew this was coming from Tales from the Crypt.
Ooh, interesting.
I've never seen the original Tales from the Crypt.
Oh
For-
fuck! Well, they remade this short from the anthology into
Yeah.
the first episode of, or was it?
Yeah, I know that. That's just
Anyways,
dope.
that particular short, I love it. So good. But those are the 5 that came to my mind. I mean, there's like a million more.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
5
yeah,
right here. You want me to go next?
Yep.
All right, at number 5, I got Creepin' Vine from Dr. Terror's House of Horrors.
Hmm.
You know that one, Killer Plants?
For sure, man. The Blu-ray's always been too expensive for me to buy, but I still have my VHS that Jeremy sent me.
Really good stuff from early Amicus. And then, actually, number 4, you actually mentioned this one, All Through the House from Tales from the Crypt.
There you go.
Yeah, Joan Collins. Yep. Awesomeness.
Fucking right.
Number 3, Cut from 3 Extremes, Park Chan-wook.
Dude, I actually thought of that one right after I wrote down. I was like, I'm not even going to try
I
to
love
throw it to
that Yeah, I love that segment.
JP, remember back in the earlier shows, these top fives, I always have like honorable mentions and shit. And he was like, "Okay, enough.
Yeah.
Too many. So I just kept it to 5 this time.
Yeah, there you go.
But I thought it cut, though. Good one, Derek. I like that.
Number 2, Something to Tide You Over from Creepshow. Leslie Nielsen as an asshole, always awesome.
Another segment that I never understood the love for.
Never.
I just talked to I just was talking to Dave about that.
Leslie Nielsen.
I don't even like Leslie Nielsen. I don't find him funny. I don't find him.
Dude, you know Leslie Nielsen was like a serious actor before doing comedy, right? Like he never did any comedies until like the 80s. You know.
Well, either way,
late 70s or late 80s.
Not interested in him.
Oh, dude, he's a good actor. But Ted Danson, Leslie Nielsen, giddy up, Derek. Another good choice, man. Fuck you.
And number 1, Meet Sam, Trick or Treat.
Nice.
Which one's Meet Sam?
That's the last one with Brian Cox. I love
that's
Brian Cox is one of my favorite actors growing up. I've known him from since Braveheart and all the character roles he was in, and he's just fucking awesome as like that old grumpy neighbor that hates Halloween and stuff. And
yeah, man.
All right,
yeah, Cox is awesome.
I'm gonna go. These are in no order, by the way, because I didn't rank them, and I did something similar to Moodz, where I just kind of quickly thought of the first ones that I love. And Tales from the Hood, I think it's called KKK Comeuppance, but I'm not sure. That's the one with the racist dude and the little African dolls.
Yeah, I love that one too.
I actually have no idea what they're called.
The Niglets, I think.
Yeah.
Doesn't know what he calls them, Niglets?
He calls them a few words.
That is such a bad word.
I love that. I love that segment. It's fun. Yeah, I love Corbin Burns.
Yeah, me too, man. Fucking music and it's so creepy, man.
That is my shit. But I also really like the, Crazy K segment at the end. But since I can only pick one.
Well, they're all good, man. Tales from the Hood is amazing.
Trilogy of Terror, Zuni Fetish Doll, Body Bags, Gas Station, VHS, not 2, number 1, Siren, the best segment in the series.
Yeah, I'll agree. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
really good.
And I would like to cheat if I can. Cheat for 1,000. I'll go Trick or Treat the whole thing.
That's a total fucking cop-out. Really, the whole fucking thing? But I thought there was so many flaws. I thought there was so many flaws.
It's not really an anthology almost. Like, the werewolf one, because Sweet Dreams, I don't care how many times you fucking see it and how many times it's used in other movies, it's done fucking awesome with the werewolves. And you know what? If I feel like I need to put Creepshow in there. So if I was going to pick one Creepshow segment, it would be the weird thing or the strange thing that happened to Jordy, whatever, Nelson.
Meteor shit.
Yeah, that's my favorite segment in all the Creepshows.
I think my favorite segment actually is the raft. I know it's kind of cliche to say that, but
part 2, yeah.
I love the raft. I think it's a good one.
I loved the raft so much. The first time I seen it, I thought it was like intense and stuff. The last time I watched it, I was like, this is the most dumbest people I've ever seen in my life. Like, they're so fucking dumb. Like, the whole time, they're all dumb. They're doing dumb shit.
Chief, I like the Indian one a lot,
yeah,
too.
I do like that one. That one's awesome. So, that is...
it was always, like, my least favorite segment, man. I don't know, man. I haven't watched Creepshow 2 in a long time.
Chief Woodenhead's the shit. You know what? Alex Edwards and, like, Jamie and Dave did a really good review on Creepshow 2. And they point out just how, like, batshit and awesome the villain in Chief Woodenhead is. Like, the dude, the like, Indian dude who's, like, he's, like, the shit. And, like, they kind of pointed out, and I never really realized.
Batshit awesome killer? Really?
Like, no, he's like a good villain. He's, like, a really good villain, is what they were saying. But he actually kind of is. Maybe
the next time I watch it, even though
I like George Kennedy.
Damn film already. I'll wait for that Arrow version to come out and watch it. Maybe it'll make the killer better in high def. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, so let's move on here. We have 2 from Rob.
Hey, guys. Rob from Georgia.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah, and even though I am now residing in Western New York, I'll just keep the whole Rob from Georgia because that's just my thing, I guess. So, anyway, how you guys doing? I had an epic pickup today. I did post it on Facebook, but I know not everyone likes to read a lot, so I thought this was worthy of a voicemail drop. So here it is. Back in '88, between '88 and '90, in that area, I used to go to this place, Movie World, all the time and rent stuff. I mean, all the time. It was, as far as I'm concerned, it was the most epic VHS rental store you could ever go into. I mean, everything from free popcorn to theatrical the most awesome foreign horror, VHS selection you could imagine. Argento, the works, I mean everything. Anyway, so today I'm going by that old plaza, and there's a little store called Gamers Haven in there. And I had a few minutes. I thought, I'll just go in there because they had movies or whatever, see what they got. And so, anyways, I'm not really having much luck finding anything that great. And so I come around the corner, and I notice these VHS tapes on the bottom row. And I'm kind of looking, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Alien. And I'm like, okay, that might be worthy to, worth picking up. So I picked it up. I'm looking for a price. And I open up the case to look for a price. And lo and behold, I see the movie world sticker. I'm telling you, I couldn't even believe what I was looking at. For 54 cents, I picked up an old VHS tape in its original hard white case. The tape itself is in really good condition. And but just the idea that that was back in what I said 88, 90. I think around 92, 93, the store closed. And basically, I was in the Army at that point and came home, and I didn't have Movie World anymore. And, and everything, all the movies just kind of disappeared. And it's funny to think, after all these years, this movie circulated, God knows where, and then ended up back in that same plaza in a thrift store of sorts, and in my hands today for 54 cents. I was like a little kid again. I mean, it's just so cool to actually have something in my hands that says Movie World. That's how important that place was to me. And so I don't know if there's much of a question or just a story. This just made my day today. And so I just wanted to share that with you guys. And I don't know if you guys, want to share any of your epic finds that, sort of, made you feel like you reclaimed part of your childhood, but there's mine for you. So,
all right, and his voicemail continues on.
Hey guys, Rob from Georgia again. Sorry about that. Really tried hard to get under that 2-minute bell, but
it's actually 3 minutes.
Happen, so thought I'd apologize, but also throw out a question. Episode 86, Observance. Moodz, you made the comment about how you kind of wished it would have been more of a pure Australian film in terms of the language, the accents. You kind of made that point towards the end of the podcast, the review of that film. And I couldn't agree with you more. And the movie I think about is the very flawed Thing prequel that came out in 2011. It's just the idea that they wanted that movie. If they would have had their way, the makers of that film would have had it in. It had an entire Norwegian cast and subtitle. And I mean, that was their original intent. Of course, what we got was, at best, a flawed compromise. And,
sorry.
And so, I mean, just thinking about that comment, that was the film I thought about because I haven't seen Observance yet.
Mm-hmm.
But the Thing, the prequel. And I just think, how great would that movie have been if they would have just rolled the dice, gave us a complete Norwegian cast, and subtitled it all in Norwegian, and I just wonder what we would have got. But
a better film.
You gotta market yourself to the widest audience possible. Those things just are almost near impossible to do, and it's really too bad because I wonder just how many films out there are like that we might have gotten a much more superior film if it wasn't for that. So I guess the question is there any other films besides the Thing prequel or Observance that Moodz you can think of that you wish would have been more pure in terms of its intent or language or whatnot? And before I get kicked off this again, I thought I would leave it at that as my question. And anyways, I'll just leave it at that. Go Bills.
Right, so thanks for calling in, Rob.
Damn.
Rob also leaves actually gets all the ratings for me so I can update them on the site, so thank you for that. He just sent me the Blair Witch ones recently.
Rob's the man.
Epic voicemails, man.
Yeah, also epic voicemails. True. So we'll get to the second part of the first part of the question second. But the first thing I want to say is I don't think it would have been a better movie. Honestly, I don't think the Norwegian cast has anything to do with my enjoyment of the film. Yeah, I thought about it for a second. I was like, oh, if this is a prequel, shouldn't they all be on Norwegian? But did it affect anything further for me? Not really. What did affect me was like, okay, I don't like the idea that this woman is here who, like, this is obviously set in a, like, she can't be leading these people, this whole entire group of men. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I'm not saying that women can't do that, but at the time frame and the setting and the country they're from, it just didn't fit. It didn't feel jelly.
And it leaves that whole plot
she was too young as well. And yeah, that is a problem to me. Just like Observance didn't bother. I didn't even think twice about the fact that they weren't speaking Australia. I thought about it once, but I didn't think twice about it.
Yeah, it didn't really bother me.
Yeah, I understand that, like, as purists, we kind of want it to be like as natural as possible, but it doesn't really affect my viewing of the movie. It might be.
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't for me. I mean, when I'm watching a film, like when I pop in something, I always make note of the origin of the film. And, I don't have a problem. Like, even watching Vampires today, it's a fucking, Spanish film that's done in English. It doesn't really, at least I had Spanish actors. So it's not like the worst thing in the world and stuff, but I do wish.
The Perfect Husband like that as well?
Yeah.
In English?
But, a little bit, but these are examples that kind of bug me a little bit, because I think that if they had done the film in their native language, I think the acting, it would have came across a little more just better. It would have been a little more believable and stuff, because when they're spitting the lines, you can see the dryness.
If you have, like, Australians trying to do American accents, like, that becomes problematic because it shines through. But if you have American actors, in an Australian film, that
what do you mean
really
it becomes problematic? The lead actor in Observance was Australian doing an American accent.
Yeah, but I didn't notice it.
What do you really?
I didn't really notice it either.
Like, there's parts in that you can see it break through a little bit.
You could. I couldn't.
Well, okay. I mean, fair enough. But I'm just saying, that's what they did there. I just don't understand why they didn't let him talk normal.
I do agree with you that it can be a problem if that's happening.
Yeah. I mean, I understand from a marketing level that they're trying to appeal to, the outskirts of Australia. They want this film to be somewhere else. And, a lot of these producers and stuff, they just assume that people don't want to hear the native languages, hence subtitles and things like that. And, for the most part, they're probably right.
Yeah, because I prefer English. I do. I prefer
honestly,
American English.
Never even worry about it. I pop in a film. If it's subtitled, good. I don't care.
You don't have a preference?
It doesn't bother me one bit. I personally, if I'm watching a film from Spain, I would prefer to hear it in Spanish. To be honest, I would love.
It's just easier because I don't miss any words. I don't. That's why it's my preference.
What does it matter to you, though, JP? What does it matter to you, JP? You watch every movie with subtitles, anyways. You watch American.
I do, but sometimes films
with
don't
subtitles,
have
so you don't miss anything.
And that's true. That's true. Sometimes films do not have subtitles,
Mm-hmm.
and actually, the version of Wake and Fright I watched did not have subtitles. But that's because it was a rental. But you know what I'm saying?
I watched Wake and Fright with the subtitles on.
Yeah, me too.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, it's like personal preference. Like, it doesn't bother me. I will watch subtitled films. I will watch dubbed films. I prefer them not to be dubbed. But I will watch any country ever, right? It does not bother me.
Yeah,
but if I have a preference, I prefer English. It's just easier. It's easier to hear. I don't have to second guess myself.
Like, I have a sort of the preference with certain films, but it's more of nostalgia reasons. If I seen the film when I was a kid in English, then I'll watch it in English. Like the old Godzilla films were.
Yeah, I know they're
shitty dubbed and shit. I'm used to that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I get you, because I watched one of the Godzillas in English because it was like, I know it was a different version. I was like, I wonder what this is like. But if I'll always go for the subtitle version normally under normal circumstances.
Yeah, if there's an option like an English dub or like the native language, like I'm always on the native.
Yeah, I will never watch dub.
Even in Italian though.
Oh yeah,
well, if it's
the problem because that all the stars are like different countries and stuff. So
yeah, well, some of them don't have the native
the majority of Italian films were recorded in English though. That's the thing, and the majority of them they dubbed over in Italian. Like Italian flicks are funny like that. Like if you watch,
there's like 8 different languages on this.
Like Hugo Stiglitz is there speaking Spanish.
But they were really trying to appeal to American crowds, so they would try to get their actors to speak in English. And
that's how they made their money.
Fault I think that is, dude. I think that's Australians' fault, because if they're so worried about appealing to American audience, then that means that you guys ain't buying enough tickets.
Yeah, maybe.
Like if they're focusing on do we do that? Do we make movies and well, we gotta appeal to the Japanese audience? We gotta film this with all Japanese actors here.
No, because North Americans, for the most part, are so self-absorbed. We don't give a shit about the rest of the world, anyways. We're making movies for Americans, and I'm gonna throw in Canadians too. We're not really too worried about making, ends in Sweden and shit. Like we don't really give a fuck.
We care a lot about foreign sales, and usually it affects our casting.
But foreign countries, they care a little more because their market is so much smaller. In North America, we have such a big market for whatever is going on. That's just the way it is. They have no choice but to try and appeal to other places. So this is why you get shit like Observance, where you have an Australian actor in an Australian film speaking American. Or doing an American accent, I should say. Yeah. A North American accent, I should say. But
wouldn't it have been even more funny if he was speaking like a Boston accent or something, like something even?
Because when people say, it always makes me laugh when there are people like, oh, this guy's doing an American accent. I'm like, which one?
Which one of the 19?
Because Zach talks completely different than JP, and JP talks completely different than Derek. You guys all talk different.
What's hilarious though?
Dubby sounds like he's from the South. Because he is from the South, it's like when people
Kyle says
analyze and go, well, he's speaking and he has an American accent. I'm like, well, which one? Is he from the Bronx? But it always cracks me up. Yeah, just like Canada. It's just like Canada. I can't even understand people from the East Coast. Guys from Newfoundland, I can't understand a fucking word they're saying. What is this guy talking about over there? A boot? Accents. What the fuck is a boot?
My cousin's husband's Irish. He's straight off the boat.
I'm from the West Coast. I say about. I can't understand half my family from the East Coast. They're talking to me. I'm like, where are you from? You're foreign. You're fucking foreign. People always forget that Canada, we're the same as the United States. We have areas where everyone speaks different. They use words I have no idea. I'm just like, you just made that shit up, didn't you? You just made that up on the spot, didn't you?
even in my the state, Boston accents, it's not all the same accent. It gets thicker as you go up from the communities.
And that's just like New York, right? You can usually tell where someone's from in New York just by their accent.
Yeah.
And I've heard the same thing about Boston, certain areas. They have this type of, it's just like a...
Yeah, Dorchester sounds like Southeast, sounds like Southeast. Yeah, you could tell which one you're from.
But then again, a lot of people from the West, they can... actually hear the different types of language. I think it's more lingo in the West, in California and things like that, the way people talk.
Yeah.
Well, you tell this guy's from Venice Beach, this guy's from, San Francisco, or this guy's from San Diego and shit like that. It's a little less distinct, but it's still there. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first part of the question was what's a really cool find you guys found?
Well, I'll go first with this one. I was thinking of a few of my finds because, honestly, I'm losing a lot of stores around my area, so I don't really have a lot of places to go to. But I do go to Newberry Comics a lot, and you heard the stories before about that store. It has some cool stuff in it, but the physical media side for movies has gotten smaller since they've been pushing records a lot lately. Mm-hmm. But I went to the one in Harvard Square one day, and there it was staring at me. It was the old Anchor Bay 3-disc edition of Argento's Deep Red for $5 used, and it was sealed. It was yes, score.
Nice. The one that I always think about, man, I found Blue Monkey on VHS. I mean, it's just so fucking rare to find. I was like, that was a fun find for me. That was cool. I mean, it's I guess it's worth a little bit of money. It's not even about that. It's just the fact that I found one where I live. If you guys lived here, you'd understand where I'm coming from. I was pretty excited. that's the one that I always think, I'm like, damn, this is why I like to go out and just hit up these, these small little shit shops and stuff.
Yeah,
and wherever I'm going, because you never know. Never. You got to get your fucking fingertips a little bit dirty out there. You never know what you're going to find. You just never know. So it is what it is. I got to say, Rob, that voicemail was epic. I mean, that video store sounded more like a porno store to me, because I'd fucks with that shit, man. Time, man. That was good, man. Yeah,
good stuff.
Yeah, I actually have similar type of situations where I have a few VHSs that I actually rented as a kid, which is really cool. I know what that feeling is like, seeing it and you're like, oh shit, like it has the sticker, the label, or in my case there was like these like hot glue gun like plastic that they would like stick to a thing with like little sleeves where they would put the little things.
I remember those.
But yeah, I mean, so I definitely know what that is. I don't know what my best find like in a store or something would be. Like I've got some good deals online and stuff, but I recently found When a Stranger Calls Back on VHS. I got really excited about that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Because that's something that's not on DVD, or at least is out of print. So, like, to me, that's exciting.
Remember that time I found the old Anchor Bay Bad Taste lenticular 3-disc edition for like $2?
That's
I remember telling you about that, and you're like, holy fuck. And I'm like, it's just one of those things, man. Like, that day I found pretty much nothing but that. It's so random. It was like mint.
Another good find I found was the out-of-print Severin Fulci box set.
Really?
Yeah, $15. I was like, score.
Oh, that's totally cool.
I had to pick it up. It was brand new sealed. I was like, yes.
All right, so that wraps up the voicemails for this episode. We will get to the one that came in and a couple other ones on the next episode. Call in.
Nice.
Do we have a knowledge segment this week?
Yeah, we do have a little knowledge segment. Just something I was kicking around thinking about the other day at work. And as knowledge is, it's usually just some kind of topic that's, thought-provoking, sometimes not as much as we'd hope. But basically, I was thinking, and I, for the life of me, I could not remember if we talked about this on the show before. And I think we might have early on. But I've been getting a lot of screeners lately, digital ones, so not physical, but not physical, right? Like, people don't care about digital screeners. But digital ones, like online, watch it online and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it got me thinking because, for one, I was watching a lot of streaming videos, right? And I had one that had my name across it, Justin Patrick, and I was like, oh god. But it got me thinking a little bit. Like, it seems like it got me thinking about streaming in general, and then it got me thinking about the types of movies that I was watching, which I normally don't really watch the digital ones that much. Like, I get opportunities to, and like I'll usually just pass on them because we like physical media and stuff. But lately, for the 2016 show, these are all new movies. And I found it a good opportunity to catch up on those, as well as do my 31 Days of Horror reviews. So it got me thinking, and I've been watching a lot of new stuff. And a lot of the new stuff that I've been watching always come with the same press release, right? It has the synopsis and the genre, the runtime and the director and the cast, and then it has like a couple of quotes or a couple of, selection at the Pennsylvania Film Fest, or best horror at the Bloody Splatter Blood Film Fest of Chicago, or like sometimes you'll get like the Toronto International Film Fest or some bigger ones, and that got me thinking a little bit more about how there's a lot of these festival films that get these screeners afterwards. But it reminded me of something that Jason told me a little while back, where he actually got the entire run of a festival in terms of digital screeners. And I was like, wow, that's actually really interesting, because it's like you get to go to the festival, except for you're at your home. And I've gotten a couple, I've got the films from an Australian festival recently, and I was like, okay, this is kind of interesting. And then it got me thinking, again, it got me thinking more and more, and I started thinking about this in depth. And I was like, is this the future? Like, not that, what, getting screeners from festivals, but, okay, so you have a festival, right? It's where they show films that are new at a festival. People pay to go to these festivals, or press gets invited to these festivals, and then they cover the films. And a lot of times it's, you know, distributors or like Lionsgate reps or Anchor Bay reps who are looking to pick up these films as well. But in terms of just like an audience, like the people who just are film lovers who go to these things to watch the new films, well, now with, you know, like Fight Pass and the WWE Network and all these different streaming platforms, you know, the NFL has one where you can go and pay a fee and then stream all of this live content. Well, what if a festival was, you know, brought up and it was all internet based? It was a festival that me and Moodz created, the 22 Shots Horror Film Festival, right? And obviously we would need a lot of money to do this, but I'm saying like we scouted these films, and I'm not saying necessarily us, I'm just using us as an example, and we signed these films to be in the festival, and then let's say Friday, October, you know, 28th of 2017, you purchase your ticket, right? $20, maybe $50, depending on how many films, and then it's an all-day event, right? It's streamed movie after movie for all these new movies, right? And these are new movies that are not out. These are movies that are not, you know, anywhere you can see them except for here. And you only do it one day, so you cut down on piracy and stuff. I mean, there's going to be piracy. You're not going to be able to stop it once you put something online for streaming purposes. But, you know, I thought that would be something very interesting, because I would draw, if there's like an 8-film festival, it's all like horror films, all new, like not able to see, like I would drop $50 on that to watch it, you know, to see all these new movies. Like, I think that's a pretty interesting idea, and it could be something. Nobody's done it yet, as far as I know.
So if it's like a specific shot, it's almost like a pay-per-view marathon of
films that are upcoming.
So if you're going to pay $50 and you have like this all-day type, you know, festival type thing, and it's in your own house, so it's like a really, really fancy version of like almost like pay-per-view.
Exactly. Or, you know, it's just think of it as a festival, but without all the interactions, and you can do it from the privacy of your own home on your own streaming device.
Of course. You cook your own appies up and drink your own beer.
You don't have to buy $10 beers. You can.
Yeah, exactly.
10, maybe.
But, you know, what do you guys think? Like, do you think that that's something that could be successful?
You know what? I'd be so down for it, because, you know, to see films that are in festivals, we generally don't get to see till way
until
after,
they're like get picked up by a distributor.
Exactly. And it could be years. I mean, some of these films premiere in these festivals, like, you know, the ones that we're seeing this year could have been 2-3 years ago. You know, if you get a chance to see them right now, and then, you know, I would be so down for this. This would be amazing.
I'd be down for it too.
Complicate your top 10 list like a motherfucker, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, we could just, you know, not include, obviously, like we do right now. But I think it's a pretty good idea.
Yeah, and
you know, if the price is right, I mean.
Yeah, one of the positives is that there's not a cap on how many people can do this. Physical festival, you can only have a certain amount of people there.
You can have an unlimited amount of people with the streaming.
Yes, and I feel like you would need a decent marketing attack to get the word out, but picture it like this, and this is how I was picturing it. You remember way back in like 2006 or something, the 8 Films to Die For came out, and it was like this thing. 8 films to die for, too scary for regular theaters, or whatever the hell they were saying. And it was just this like, oh, it's a festival of these 8 films, and you know, it was at theaters, you know, it was at like screenings, but kind of like that, but like internet wise. And I think that if you know, and that doesn't have to be your angle, but something along those lines. You have to let people know that this is unique. This is a fucking film festival online. You always wanted to go to a film festival, too expensive, too far, never in your city. Well, listen, it's online, buddy. Just drop your money, and you can watch films all day, films that nobody's seen. You know, get a big one like an Adam Green's next film as like the headliner or something. You know, you got to get something big up in there. But, you know, just try to find good films in general. Like, you don't want to populate it with garbage or anything, but, you know, there's these companies, like, look at somebody like Artsploitation, all right? Let's say they took their lineup for the next year, right? Say like 8 to 10 releases, right? And they already had them nailed down. And then they did it. They premiered this festival with that lineup of films. It'll be released on physical media later. But how about you drop your 50 and check them all out now?
That's a lot of subtitles right there, man.
Yeah, you know, well, they actually, I mean, there was a couple that were in English this year.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, too.
Yeah, these foreign films that were actually in English. It was so strange.
Yeah, like
Very
Perfect Husband, Observance, both of those were.
Yeah.
Wasn't Bloody
But no,
Knuckles
I completely get what you're saying here. I think it's a good idea. I actually would be on board for this. I'd throw $20 or $30 at this idea.
Now,
pretty
Moodz,
good.
would you throw out like 20 or 30,000 to get it kicked off? Just need like 20, 30,000.
Well, I mean, if I was going to start dropping that type of cash, though, I would really, really have to do a lot of research, and you know, you would probably want to figure out that fans. You'd want to know some numbers for certain. You know, I'm probably going to get about this many. You know, you'd have to do a lot of in-depth kind of research and really kind of locate your audience, you know, your specific audience and stuff. But, you know, it can be done. And I think this is a really interesting stuff.
Really. Like, you don't want to just take all your cash and do it, but, you know, you pitch this idea to somebody.
And it's
a free idea. Sure. Anybody out there, feel free to take it, you know.
No, this whole conversation is copyrighted, actually. It's all copyrighted, so fuck you guys. Our horror pack idea already got stolen.
It did.
Yeah, it did.
That was actually our idea.
100% horror pack was our idea. Yeah. We said that on this show, and it got stolen. It's crazy. I mean, for sure, man. I think, you know, a lot of people that are really heavily involved in the horror realm and genres, things like that, I think people would be willing to kind of, you know, put their hand in there, and help out with it. I think it would actually work. I think it could really, really work because you don't actually have to be around. I mean, this is internet based. I mean, look at us. We're in 3 different cities in 2 different countries, and we're doing this. It can be done.
Yeah.
It can be totally.
And I'll tell you
the right advertisement.
We all love our indie films. This is a great fucking idea.
And I'll tell you,
really,
I'll tell you.
I already invested $10,000. I just did. I just PayPal'd the money over.
Oh, thanks. Oh, I just got it. It says $17, but.
Oh, did I send it in Canadian? Sorry, man.
That's great.
But anyway, one way that if somebody was seriously going to do this, I'll tell you exactly how you start your marketing, right? You go out there and you attack the podcast landscape. It hasn't been done. This has not been done. Of course, there's interviews for new stuff coming out and stuff that podcasts are here and there. You need somebody that knows the landscape, that knows the shows, that knows the popular shows, and knows how to contact the people to get on them, right?
Yeah, to push the product
somebody
out
like
there.
me. And you go, listen, okay, this show right here can reach anywhere from, 1,000 to 5,000 people within a month?
Oh, yeah.
And there's tons of shows like us out there, right? And the people that are listening to this are the people that would buy those tickets. And that's factual.
For sure.
And the people who listen to the Skeleton Crew and the Exploding Heads and Horror Corridor.
The
Nobody
whole
horrorphilia.
The
whole horrorphilia.
Exploding Heads was a bad idea, but not even only horrorphilia, right? Horror Movie Podcast, the Podcast Under the Stairs. Like there's juggernauts out there that the Shockwaves and fucking the big shows. Bloody Disgusting has their own lineup of podcasts. There's tons of shows out there, big hitter shows that can reach hundreds of thousands of people within a month. Straight up, no joke, 100%.
Yeah,
and that's where you start your marketing because it's already internet based. It's already internet based. You base it, you keep it in the family with the podcasts. It's the same. The people that are listening to the podcast are the people that are streaming, the people that are buying these movies and wanting to see the new stuff. I mean, you know as well as I know, Moodz, our top 10 of the year show is usually one of the biggest shows of the year because people want to know what's good, and they like that. So those people out there are the people that you start. That's not where you end, though. You don't just start there and end there. There's more to be done, more work to be done. And you continue on. You go up the ladder. You hit after you get on the podcast. You hit the websites like Bloody Disgusting, and Blumhouse, and then you get a face. You get somebody to be there to sort of push this. You know, a spokesperson, if you will. You get like a Bruce Campbell or somebody on board, and then they push it a bit.
All I can picture now is people listening to the show on the other end with a notepad just writing everything down. Pause. Oh, write that down. And then play. And write the next one down. I'm stealing this idea, fuckers.
We gotta get Bruce Campbell.
But it's actually a really, it's funny, man. It's a really good idea. It's a simple idea that could totally work.
And it can make money.
As long as it's processed.
It could be
correctly.
yearly.
As it's internet based. I mean, this is probably the easier thing to do. I mean, if you were to try and do this through cable, actually like a pay-per-view thing, it would be so much more complicated because dealing with those people, it's brutal. You would also have to charge a shitload of money because, it's fucking pay-per-view.
Yeah.
The internet's a completely different story. I mean, this idea has a lot of potential. I really like this. I think this is great.
Thanks, buddy. That's sometimes I'll do that, but I'll never write anything down. I'll forget about it. But I actually took a little voice memo on my phone of just like some brief ideas I had for it, just because I didn't want to forget them because I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. But
just think last year, like I'd listen to podcasts and we had a question like, what are your most anticipated films for 2016? And I was talking about what's the podcast? I was listening to. Was it Shockwaves? I can't remember what I was listening to. It might have
been Killer POV at the time.
I think it was actually no, it was POV. It was Killer POV I was listening to, and they, at this time, or it's one point last year, the guys had seen The Green Room and they had seen The Witch and all these films, and I was hearing about them for the first time, and I was like, fuck, man, and those films, came out months later and stuff, and I'm like, well, if we had this idea already going, we could have saw those.
Yeah, like Jason goes to festivals all the time, and there's still films that he's talked about that we haven't seen.
Just him,
like The Devil's Candy.
Yeah,
exactly. But it's just him. We could have been in the same place or it's the same boat as. I don't know why I used the boat, but
Mr. Lloyd's boat.
Exactly. But all of us could have seen all those films too, right here.
Yeah.
In our own house. That's amazing.
Yeah, and also,
so much more content, so much more conversation, so much more excitement to the world that, just getting it out there. I mean,
but there's also a lot more benefits to it too. Like, for example, like the whole distribution angle with festivals where you're trying to get your film sold, right? Well, Lionsgate might not fly out somebody to your festival. They might not fly out somebody from Anchor Bay to your festival, but if they just got to buy a ticket online, these scouts will just check it out online, right?
Yeah.
And also, it also opens up doors for, let's say that you have your premiere of Phantasm 5 at whatever festival. Well, Don Coscarelli might not be able to be at that festival, but you know what he could do? He can make an intro video and stream it online, or maybe he takes a Q&A at the end of it via fucking online. We just did Q&As the other day on fucking Google Hangouts, right? Like, I mean, like it's live. You can take questions from people online or whatever. It's
very interactive.
There's a lot of different angles that this can be. I want somebody to do it.
Amen, brother. That was great.
Amen. That was great stuff, man.
It was a really, really good idea, and it was so good. I have goosebumps. I'm like, there's so much possible. I just want to see.
I actually got chills when we were talking about it.
I was already Googling. I was like, where can I sign up for this shit, man? It's good stuff, man. Really, really good stuff. That's probably one of the best ideas ever, besides the fact that you've had.
Good stuff, JP.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, so that's knowledge. Drop us a line, guys. Tell us what you think of that idea.
I'm sure the feedback's going to be pretty positive on that one. I mean, really, what are the negatives to this? Like, what could possibly...
There's one thing that I could think of, but it's like a small, like 900 to 1,000.
Oh, fuck. Derek, are you... Okay.
Well,
Zach, are you on the show right now with the negativity?
No.
I'm actually curious. What is it?
I'm just saying, if you buy a ticket and stuff, and you do this, your internet goes out for that day. That's all I'm going to say. That's a joke.
Well, I mean, that's going to be...
You know what I mean?
That's the same as if you buy a pay-per-view and your power goes out because it's storming, you know?
Yeah.
Theoretically, I mean, that is a good and bad thing, though. I mean, the good part is, wow, we have a lot of people on the airways here, so...
Yeah, well, one thing
good
is,
shit.
You know, there's definitely a technical aspect to it. Like, I remember when Invicta Fighting Championships, which is the all-women's organization currently on Fight Pass, when they first started their pay-per-views, because at first it was streamed free on YouTube, then they moved to Ustream, I believe. They actually crashed the servers because they had so much flow, and they had to refund all the money because nobody got to see the show, and that's a huge loss. Also, when they first got on Fight Pass, same thing happened, which is crazy because that's the UFC. So there's a technical aspect to it. You need to definitely get your ducks in line.
You have to prepare yourself for the overload, for sure.
Yeah.
Or you could just I mean, it's kind of a good thing if your streams crash. It's like, oh my god. But it's kind of a bad thing,
it's
too.
good and bad, too. If you got to make sure that it doesn't, screw yourself at the same time.
Yeah.
But as long as you get those kinks out, then you're all good.
That's right. All right, man. Excellent knowledge segment. Moving on to the morbid fact, courtesy of Rue Morgue, Coroner's Report, Weird Stats, and Morbid Facts. This is coming from the brand new issue, October 2016 episode, issue 171. And the cover is the 200 Years of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. How appropriate. I love my Frankenstein shit. All right, so let's get into this one right here. Myra Davis. Who? Exactly. Myra Davis. Janet Leigh stand-in for the shower scene in Psycho. Was raped and murdered in her West Los Angeles home by her neighbor handyman Kenneth Dean Hunt in 1988.
Are you
fucking serious?
Kidding me? I never knew that.
That's crazy.
The stand-in.
That's crazy.
Real life got raped and murdered in her fucking hotel room.
That's
Jesus Christ. Wow.
That's fucked up. Is that not fucked up?
It is.
That's really
that's like almost blew my mind when I read that. I was like, that's the fucking morbid fact. It's crazy I didn't know that. Like, I'm glad that you guys didn't know that either. It was kind of shocking, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's fucking fucked.
I know, it's like this world's so cruel, man. It's brutal. But that is going to conclude Mood Swings, and moving on to the dub part of the show, which is what we watched. And if you are a first-time listener, like I always say, that is the stupidest thing I have ever heard. Come on. 88 other awesome episodes, maybe 87.
Yeah, that Night of Demons.
Yeah. But, we've done this for pretty much, I think this has been I shouldn't say for the whole run of the show. But for the majority of the show, we've been doing this. We just go round tree, pick a films, review them, give ratings, and then move on. So, who wants to? Actually, you know what, Derek? You're the guest on the show.
Well,
you can go first, man.
Derek goes, we started at what we watched in episode 1, so it's been the entire run of the show.
Was it? Did we do it in episode 1?
Yeah,
I think we did.
And we did like a million fucking movies too. Like it is insane.
Okay, basically what I was trying to get, it was a different format. I remember us doing films and stuff, but yeah. Remember when we had like the quick cuts and stuff?
We had 18 movies in the What We Watch segment in episode 1.
But then again, we didn't have any of this other stuff though, too. So
yeah.
But Derek,
okay,
What We Watch, man. Welcome to the show.
Okay. Well, the film I watched for this show that I'm going to talk about right now came from 1965, and you might know this one.
Did.
It's an Amicus horror film, and one of their first like major ones when Amicus started to get into the game with Hammer and stuff. And that, of course, is 1965's The Skull.
Yep.
This film is directed by Freddie Francis, who you might all know as a very famous director for Amicus and British horror. Of course, he directed Dr. Terror's House of Horrors the same year. And I believe you guys actually covered Doctor and the Devils on the podcast before.
We did.
And he has also directed a few other anthologies like Tales from the Crypt. He's mostly more famous for his cinematography because he actually did this DP on The Elephant Man, and he won an Oscar for Glory and stuff. But this film, of course, stars...
Holy fuck!
Yeah, and of course, this film stars legendary British actors Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee and Patrick Wymark. And another famous fact, since you brought up Psycho earlier, it's actually based off a short story by Robert Bloch, who was the author of Psycho. And now, this is an interesting story because Peter Cushing's character is like this writer for the occult, and he collects things for the occult. And Patrick Wymark's character of Anthony Marco is like this seedy like dealer that he sends to pick up certain objects for him. And Marco ends up coming to his house one day, and I have the object that's of all objects for you. And it ends up being the skull of the Marquis of de Sade. And if you know about any stories about the de Sade, he was a very notorious figure in literature and things. Of course, Salo was based off his writings. And so at first he puts it off to the side until he actually meets with one of his rival collectors, played by Christopher Lee's character. And we find out that Marco actually stole the skull from Christopher Lee's character, and he let him because there's something more to the skull than meets the eye, and it makes people do things. So what ends up happening is, as the film progresses, Peter Cushing, Christopher Maitland, that's his name in the film, actually gets a hold of the skull somehow, and murder and despise and psychosis starts to happen. As this film is progressing, it has a very different character with Peter Cushing's character. As it progresses, after he gets contained with the skull, there's a lot of things that happen to the character's psychosis. And the cool thing about the release, it actually comes with the original poster art, which I really like because it actually shows you scenes that happens in the film when you don't see them for the first. If you saw the film for the first time, you wouldn't know that. So it was really cool to see these spiraling death scenes, and some of the effects with the skull, because it does have a supernatural aspect to it. Because the skull, we find out, does have a sinister presence attached to it, and some of the effects with it are kind of of that time period, but it works too because this is an early mid 60s film, and I really liked how the interaction, and it's really cool to see Christopher Lee, and during this time period he was playing Dracula and stuff, and very villainous roles, and he plays a very non-villain role in this film, trying to help Peter Cushing's character and help him out. And it was really interesting, and I really love how this film ends because it comes all full circle because of the flashback scene that happens at the very beginning of the film. And it's very eerie and dark and gripping at the same time. And, of course, the acting is top-notch. I think Wymark as Marco, the sleazy dealer, steals the show and presence with his character and the stories that goes within it. And Freddie Francis' direction is top-notch because he's probably one of the best British horror directors from this time period. So if I had to rate the Skull, I'm going to give it a solid 8 out of 10. I just had fun with the story and the characters.
Cool. You said the Skull?
Yeah, 1965.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good.
Yeah.
What was your final rating on it?
8 out of 10.
Okay.
I really like how the characters and the whole development of the Cushing's character.
Yeah, man. I agree. Awesome review, man. That's good stuff.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Do you want me to go next?
Yeah, sure.
I'll go.
Whoa! All right.
You can be the showstopper here. Film I'm going to review today is from 1986. Got released in 1986. It's called Spookies. Actually, this was unintentional. I wasn't trying to watch this film preparing for the 86 show. I popped it in because I hadn't seen it in a long time. And I was like, shit, man, this is from 86. I'm killing two birds with one stone right now. It's pretty fucking awesome. Spookies is a very interesting film. It has a very interesting history behind it because, you know, if you're familiar with the film, when you watch it, you're like, man, this movie feels like it's kind of a mess and stuff. So basically, the history behind Spookies is it was being produced in 1984, and it was a film titled Twisted Souls, and it was done by a couple different directors. And what happened with Twisted Souls is, or they shot, the majority of the film was Twisted Souls, what we know as Spookies. But what happened was there was problems with the production, financial team, and legal issues ensued and things like that. So the production kind of got halted. A couple years later, they hire on this guy named Jeannie Joseph to shoot some footage to kind of tie in the footage that was done for Twisted Souls, which now we know is Spookies. And, you know, when you watch this film and if you didn't know the history, you'd be like, man, it feels kind of odd. Like, what the fuck is going on here? So it's why this film's final product is very kind of odd. It's a very odd film. So basically what the storyline is in this one, a bunch of people kind of get lost, you know, out in some remote area or whatever, and they come across this huge kind of castle mansion type deal, and they go inside it. Well, they get trapped because there's a sorcerer inside this place, and what he's trying to do is he's trying to bring back his beautiful wife that died like centuries ago or you know, decades prior or whatever, but he needs to sacrifice like humans. He needs the power from these humans to bring her back to life. So these people are inside this house, and there's this really awkward scene in the beginning of the film where this little boy is doing whatever outside, and he ends up getting killed. Like, you don't even expect it to happen, but he just happens. And I have to kind of give you this because later on it cuts into a scene where this sorcerer is playing a game of chess with this now kind of ghoul kid. He's come back to life and stuff because he's brought him back to life. And he's playing a game of chess with him. And these chess pieces are ultimately the people inside the house. And and this sorcerer tries to, obviously fucks with them and kills them off in these different ways. So what happens is, you get all these kind of weird creatures, and you get like farting like shit man. It's like it turns into like a monster film. You get like these farting shit man, and there's like spider women, and there's all these weird kind of creature things that he's kind of created to kill off these people to bring his bride back. And it's a very, very strange film because when you're watching it, you don't know what it's trying to be. Like at first it appears it's going to be like a serious horror film. Like these people show up and there's really no comedy to it at all. And then, like get trapped in the house, and all of a sudden your monsters start appearing. And I shit you not that it is the most oddball moment where this monster appears out of this ground. And then as he's walking towards this person, and it's still being serious, it starts farting. It starts to fucking fart. It's like the funniest thing, right? And then you're like, oh my God, this movie's kind of lost its direction a little bit, But it's very vindictive of, the history of the film and stuff. But yeah, it's a very strange film. It's very low budget. It actually has a really unique atmosphere. It's very, very dark. I mean, it's obviously watching a bootleg. I actually got from the Horror Man from YouTube years ago. He sent me a copy of this that he had, and I thank him to this day for it. That's totally awesome because it's a very hard film to find. And but it's a really oddball film. It's just very strange. But I do like the idea of the sorcerer playing this game of chess with this little kid ghoul and using the pieces as the people as pawns. It's kind of an interesting idea, but the movie itself is like a complete mess. The acting is atrocious in the film. The deaths aren't too bad, but like the dialogue is fucking terrible. There's so many bad elements in this movie that are to the point where it's almost in that territory of it's so bad it's entertaining and pretty decent, but at the same time you're going, this movie really sucks. It's bad. I mean, the producers, they tried to bring in this guy to shoot this footage, and you can tell the footage that he shot. It's probably mostly the sorcerer stuff, and the beginning and the ends, and a little bit like you can tell the stuff that was incorporated. Like the kid at the beginning just makes no sense. You can tell that this was done, and they kind of incorporated, and they were like, whoa, since they killed this kid, what can we do with this? Well, we'll have him playing chess with the sorcerer. Like it's that type of feel to it. You're like, this is very awkward. It's very, very awkward, but it's a very 80s film though. Everything about the characters are just so 80s, and the music and everything, but it's if you're going to watch Spookies, take this history into consideration because it is a messy history, which ultimately the final product became kind of a mess in itself. Yeah. And Yeah, I mean, it's pretty entertaining, but it's a really bad movie. It really is a bad movie. I'm going to give this one about a 5 out of 10 because it did make me chuckle. I completely forgot about the farting monsters and shit.
Sounds hilarious.
I give him credit for being trying to do something, create all these different type of monsters within the house. It's not just like a slasher, a sorcerer that has, he's going around himself killing people. He, invents these creatures that he creates to kill. I like that idea. It's just, it's odd. It's very odd and it's strange, but check it out. Spookies from '86. You might like it a little bit more. Who knows? It might be your cup of tea, but definitely worth a look just for the unique monsters and the makeup and the effects and stuff are kind of decent. So
I think Matt reviewed that.
What's that?
What's the rating?
5 out of 10.
I heard of that.
Yeah, that's and also check it out for the '86 show. I guess I don't know if I'll get to that one, honestly.
It sounds
honestly, sounds entertaining though. That's the thing.
I think Matt reviewed it before.
It's not actually as silly as it sounds, like with the farty mod. Like that's just one character, one scene. The movie kind of plays out in like an anthology a little bit because these people, once they go into the house, they kind of separate into different rooms where, ultimately there's a different creature that attacks each one of these people. So it almost becomes almost like an anthology within a film. It's weird. It's a strange film, but it's not really that goofy. It's just silly.
All right, so continuing here, I have a review for a 2016 film titled The Monster. A little bit of background on the director. Directed by Brian Bertino, who you might know from The Strangers. 2008, he directed The Strangers, which was a huge hit. A lot of respect among horror fans. And he didn't do anything until 6 years later with Mockingbird from 2014, which I reviewed on this podcast. I gave it a 6 out of 10 looking at my rating, but I probably would come in a lot lower. I would think that was a pretty generous rating, honestly, because that movie has one of the most retarded endings I've ever seen. So not a great follow-up, but just 2 years later, he directed The Monster. So his Strangers was a huge hit. His sophomore effort was Mockingbird, a little bit of a dud. Seemed like that film could have had a lot of studio interference, though. Then now on to The Monster. Now, The Monster is currently, I believe, available via DirecTV exclusively. It's the only way to see this right now. If you have DirecTV, it is for rent. I actually seen a big ad on my guide on DirecTV last night, so I know that it's on there. It follows a mother and daughter who are driving down a rainy road. This would have been a good film to answer that question with where the rain the whole section of that movie is all in the rain. They're driving down the road where they swerve to miss a wolf. They wreck their car, and then it's a fight for survival against what? I'll kind of leave that up to the viewer to see. It's called The Monster, so use your head. So the interesting thing about this film is it's a very simple premise, and even the execution in the storyline in terms of like the antagonist and the problem is very simple as well. It's a survival horror. It's a contained horror film, but the intertwined backstory that's happening in the film is a drama. It's about a young mother. I'm not sure they specifically say age, but the actress playing the mom definitely seems pretty young, intentionally, definitely. And it is her dealing with the fact that she is an addict. She's, I know Jeremy hates those drug addict films, but she is an addict who at times is very abusive and neglectful towards her daughter. But you can also see that there's some heart there too. And basically what I'll say is anybody who has ever dealt with addiction or anybody who has been affected by addiction, substance abuse, will kind of get this film like very strongly, because the portrayal of that addiction, the portrayal of the mother to the daughter is very well done. It's very, very, very well done. As a drama, as that sort of unfolds, it's top notch, in fact. And the horror is very good as well. Very tension filled, very suspenseful. Practical effects looks good. Its basic storyline, except for the added in factor of the mother-daughter relationship. And I don't think that it's as cliched as some people would, expect. Like, I'm not necessarily saying that, like, oh, there's, like, twists to it or anything. It's just portrayed in, like, the non-Hollywood way, I guess. Very, very, very good portrayal of this sort of struggle with the mother character. To a T. Like, literally, like, scenes where I was like, oh, that's raw. That's raw how it is. And I really like that about the film. Now, the one major issue that I had with this film is there was moments in the film where I was just like, don't do that. Don't do that. Like, why are they doing that? And that is infuriating.
So you became the white girl watching the film then.
Don't do that.
Yeah, kind of.
Don't do that.
I mean, the very fact that there is moments like that where it just feels like, oh, like it reminded me that we're in a horror movie, and it's like it just felt like I can't really write around it because it's just the type of movie it is. Like, it has to go somewhere. And it's like they have to progress the story. They kind of have to move a little bit. But it's just like in my head, I'm like, it just seems like that's a bad idea. Like, and like you as a character, as a smart character, should see that. So that actually took like an entire point off of my rating because it was the one thing that it was like crippling towards the film in a way. But the dramatic tension that's there from the relationship and the performance of the daughter, oh my god, great performance for a little girl. I was very blown away with that. Mother as well, I like the actress. Just a very well acted movie with a lot of suspense. Just a couple of issues from keeping it to be real strong. I actually like the ending as well. Not really what I expected, but not really a twist either. Just not what I expected. And I'm going to go ahead and give this one an 8 out of 10. Still a very strong watch from this year.
Wow. 8 out of 10.
Good stuff. Wish I had DirecTV now.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people, like some people are going to be down with this and some people won't be. I know Matt, the creature feature guy, was pretty interested in this one. And I think he'll probably like it, but it might be a little too talky and a little too, like, on the non-horror spectrum of things. For it's fucking definitely a horror film. Like it's classified first as horror. But, it's just, it's like, there's a lot of, like, dramatic things happening in it.
I hear you.
Yeah, it sounds pretty interesting, actually.
I think everybody will like it. I think that
Besides
a lot
Zach.
of people might have the same. No, Zach will think it's boring as fuck.
8 out of 10. So is this one by chance sitting in your, like, if you were to make a
mock top 10,
kind of, hypothetical
it
top 10?
technically would be sitting in my top.
Yeah, I was
10.
just wondering because 8 out of 10 is a pretty high rating for you.
Zach and Zach Jr. will rate it at like 4.
Yeah,
Jimmy, that's Andy.
Yeah.
Generation Zach.
Yeah, Generation Zach.
Ah, shit. You never changed his name, so that's fine. That's cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty, man. Y'all like some Aussie horror, Aussie exploitation?
Oh yeah.
I know I fucking do.
I do.
I'm like a really, really huge fan of Australian cinema. I've said this for years. I like to dabble in all of it. I think it's just fantastic and stuff. So very, very excited to do this. Featured reviews. Of course, we are doing 3 Aussie films, and I can't really specifically say horror films. This is more Ozploitation. You guys would probably.
I agree.
That. JP's a little bit silent. He's like, I don't know what to think about these films. What the fuck what did I just watch? But yeah, man, like, what do you like, JP? Are you familiar with a lot of Aussie. I mean, you're probably familiar with Aussie films, but have you actually watched a lot of Aussie or exploitation type films and things?
I've probably watched more Australian cinema than any other country. Besides America and Canada. Seriously. Yeah. I have a good bit in my collection. I haven't seen a whole lot of French films or, I guess the UK, because there's so many that you don't even know are UK productions, but in terms of more of the foreign type of stuff, like even further foreign, like Japanese, French, German, Australian is I've seen a good bit. Nowhere near as much as you guys, but I mean, considering my
Aussies, I've been introduced to Australian films since the early days, of course, the Mad Maxes and all that good.
I've seen the Mad Maxes, Patrick.
Yeah. And then I got into more the other stuff that came after or before, through a lot of different directors, and it's very interesting when you look at we'll get more into that probably later with certain directors who we talk about other films that they directed.
Yeah, I know, right? I know.
But it's interesting to see which ones actually made it. Of course, we know Peter Weir started in this Ozploitation cinema with his films, and he's a Academy Award nominated director now.
That's right. The Aussies, they put out I don't know what it is, man. Every time I hear Australians talk about Aussie cinema, they always say it sucks. I don't know what it is about Australians. I don't know. It's because maybe they just can't get into their own thing. They're always looking for something else or something. But it seems like mostly when I talk to Australians, they're always like, "Man, Australian cinema is not that good." And I'm like, maybe you guys are not watching the right films and stuff. But there's been so many amazing films over the year, like Long Weekend.
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Seriously? Masterpiece, Howling 3.
Yeah, there is exceptions to the rule here, but I'm just saying, and it's funny because I was talking to this one guy and I was like, Long Weekend is such a great film, and he's like, never seen it. I was like, okay, that's your problem right there. You have to have seen Long Weekend to make an honest opinion about your whole country's level of cinema here. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's not new. It's from '78. It's one of those classic Ozploitation type films that is just really, really good.
One comment I got was Razorback is boring. I'm like, what? Razorback's fucking awesome.
Well, I will comment on one thing with the old school Australian films, right? The 70s and 80s stuff. I think that it can be perceived as slow starting. A lot of them are. I don't really necessarily mind it, but something like Patrick, man, that movie moves at a snail's pace. But I like Patrick.
I like Patrick too.
I can see how some people might be a little turned off by the slowness if you're not really because you know these Aussie films and they're always really action packed at some point, but it's usually at the end or something, So it's you really do have to
Patrick,
wait.
No? I mean, if you read a simple synopsis on Patrick, and if you're expecting a high explosive film from Patrick, you might have read this wrong synopsis because really the whole film, the main character in the film is in a goddamn coma.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
He's in a fucking bed. So you have to expect a little bit. So you have to be patient with a film like that. So, but yeah, Patrick's an interesting idea. That's cool stuff right there, and that's a great example of Ozploitation that just works. It really does work. I mean, I've done it for years and years, man. Everything from Turkey Shoot, man. I mean, great Ozploitation stuff, which we'll probably talk about that later.
Yeah, I'll talk about that.
Oh, make no mistake about it. There will be an Ozploitation too.
Oh man, there's just so many films I would love to cover. I've reviewed so many Aussie films in the past. I swear, I was looking at my shit and I was like, man, this is crazy. I really do love it, man. I look at something like Body Melt and shit. They just cover hit my light with my hand.
That's actually the next theme week on Body Bags too, is Australian horror.
Well, there you go. See, everything comes full circle. It all kind of connects, right?
It was actually funny because how I do it is I have each host from the next day of the week, do the randomizer, and it was Marnie's turn actually to do the randomizer, and she picked
the Aussie herself.
Yeah.
Go fucking figure.
Body Bags drop.
Yeah, we still put the links in the description.
Yeah, we have the link in every episode, man, because, it's a channel that we started and you own now, so all good. But
I'm keeping the dream alive, guys, so...
I think I'm going to retain, 3% ownership, just so it doesn't completely disappear. And if it makes it really big, I get something, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we're at 900 now, over.
900 what? Subs?
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is ridiculous. My own channel's barely that. You guys are killing it. Good job, man.
Yeah, thanks.
So
all right,
you
man.
Get into these films?
Let's get into these feature reviews, man. First one up here. We'll do this in chronological order because, it only makes sense to do, right?
Yeah, even if I didn't watch them in that order.
Me neither. I watch them actually opposite.
I'm very anal with that. I do, but from 1971, the first film up here is a film called Wake and Fright, directed by Ted Kotcheff. Now, this is a very, very interesting conversation with this guy because, he's responsible for directing films like First Blood, Rambo. Ted Kotcheff is... Well, the interesting thing about him is that he's a Canadian director. And I think me and you, Derek, or me, I can't remember, me and Zach, we had this conversation one time and I said to one of you guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but I said, do you think it's possible that a Canadian might have directed one of the best Aussie films of all time?
I wouldn't have thought of it in a million years until you...
Okay, it must have been Zach then, because we had a good laugh about it. He's like, holy fuck, that's so bizarre. Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because, a lot of Australian directors credit him for kind of bringing the Australian outback and, just the landscape of Australia. They directly credit him for, showing them the light that Australia could be a country where you can make really good films. Because this came out in 1971. This is very...
Is it because of this film?
Yeah, and because it's very early and there wasn't a lot of crazy cinema at that time. And when he did this, he didn't really know a lot about Australia himself. He just kind of went there, surveyed, and came up with a game plan for a film. And he decided, since he's there, he wants to show a little bit of the outback and show people exactly where this is being done. He wants to show the flatlands and things like that, and he thought it was quite interesting.
Did he show any of that in Weekend at Bernie's? Just curious.
Weekend at Bernie's? That's right, he did direct that, dude. It's funny the shit that he went on to do, because he even did Fun with Dick and Jane, which is ridiculous, too. That's so funny. This guy, but he did Uncommon Valor.
Weird, man. There's
he did Uncommon Valor.
Just stands out.
Yeah, Uncommon Valor he did, too, which is pretty good. But yeah, he's got a really weird visions and films and stuff. But I thought that was really interesting how he was directly... credited for kind of,
starting the game.
Yeah, starting kind of this thing, we can make good films out of this. And, he saw the light in Australia because he was like, well, the outback is very reminiscent of northern Canada. I've never been up to the territories and stuff, but apparently up there it's super flat. It's just like the outback of Australia and stuff. And he's like, I was very kind of familiar with that. And he's like, I'm familiar with this. I can probably exploit it and, get it out there and things. And I thought that was amazing. So. Mm-hmm. Your product is Wake and Fright, which is pretty cool. So, but the synopsis of Wake and Fright here, basically, Wake and Fright is the story of John Grant, a bonded teacher who arrives in the rough outback mining town of Bambayaba, however you want to say it, planning to stay overnight before catching a plane to Sydney. But his one night stretch to 5, and then he plunges into a headlong towards his own destruction. When the alcohol-induced mist lifts, the educated John Grant is no more. And I'll just leave it at that right there.
One thing that I want to say before we get into the film is I noticed in this one watching this movie, but I've thought about it before. And, I started watching this movie, and I'm just looking, okay, it looks pretty old and stuff. And then I was like, I wonder what, because I didn't know what year it came out, so I looked it up, and I was like, 71. I was like, damn. Sometimes I forget that 71 is almost the 60s. It's right there. So it's you have that, you're so used to 70s films that feel like 70s films, but there's some that are in that weird border where it's okay, this feels a little older than 70s, but it's still kind of 70s. And this one was one of those films where I was like, Like, this shit was almost at Night of the Living Dead, you know? Like, it's like fucking feels like two different areas, but they're so close.
Yeah.
That's interesting. When I first watched Wake and Fright, I actually thought it was more later 70s. It's really strange. I didn't even realize that it was 71, and it still kind of shocks me. It's kind of funny how our perceptions of what we see visually is so different.
Well, I thought it was like later 70s too.
Okay, like I don't mean like what's like the content, because this is like the first 5 minutes that I noticed this. You know,
okay.
Because like content wise, it feels way older than 70s, like 71. You know, it feels like 78, 77.
Yeah.
But you know, just the look of it, I was like, oh, these people look like they're from the 60s.
You know, one thing I love about this film is the way it starts. I mean, the whole schoolhouse scene in this film.
In the middle of goddamn
oh my god, I
was like,
love
how do these kids even get home?
I know. I was like thinking that myself. Like,
I love that
like in the middle of nowhere is this one like building.
It's so good. But you notice one thing about that scene though, not only the fact that it's like super quiet and then they're just kind of running down the clock until school is done for the summer, but the fact that like there's got to be an age group of from like 10 to like 18.
Yeah, like that one girl that was like 18.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like so funny, man. You know, it's so representative, and I love that how they showcase that, because you instantly know you're like, you are in the middle of nowhere. You're in such a small area.
Australia.
Yeah, and it just sets up his character perfectly, you know. I love that, man. You know, John Grant is this he's this very educated person that's kind of got stuck where he is. You know, he didn't realize exactly what the consequences of, you know, posting this bond that you have to do apparently in Sydney or in Australia at the time. You know,
you get stuck in the middle of nowhere. You didn't know.
Yeah, you had to almost pay.
Wait, what happened?
You pretty much had to pay to be a teacher. You post $1,000, you know, become this teacher and stuff, and then, you know, you'd pretty much have to like, you know, teach
until you play that.
Until you basically paid that off, kind of thing, right? So and he even says it. He uses a really good line in the film too when he's talking to the sheriff.
Cop. I remember when he was explaining.
He's like I'm a bondage slave to the educational system or whatever it is. And I was like,
the bondage slave.
That's such a great line, because, you know, where we come from, nobody has to pay to be a teacher. You know, you have to pay to be there. It's like, holy.
Go to school.
It's fucking. Well, no, I meant to actually.
He didn't have to go to school. He probably just rolled in there like, I got my $1,000.
Well, I think they pay dues because it's a union.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure.
Well, in the U.S.,
I don't know. But one thing I liked about this film is John Grant he's this really kind of, you know, he's presented to you as this very educated, strong type character and stuff, and that's where this film works so well, because, you know, he's not presented as someone that, you know, you would think that thinks that he's a lot better than, you know, the small people of the Yaba in this, but what it comes down to,
I kind of looked at him like a little bit slightly different, where I was like, okay, this is an educated guy that's still kind of a fool in certain aspects in life.
Well, no, that's the thing. Like that's the thing. When he first gets to the Yaba, like he doesn't want to get involved in these small town antics, like drinking beer and playing stupid games,
right? Like you can see it in the back of his mind where he's
the thing is, Jock was so like stern friendliness, and he's like, "Come have another one," you know. And Jock was the one that kind of pushed him into drinking a little more than he was.
That's what I like about the character, though, is that John Grant, that's what kind of the film is showcasing, is that John Grant appears to be this educated, strong-willed person that thinks he's better than everyone, but at the end of the day, he's exactly like how they are.
Exactly like everyone else.
He was looking for a way out, and he had no ambition ever to give in to these people until he saw the 2-Up game.
The heads and tails, yeah.
And he's just like, he's just like everybody else, and he didn't know that about himself until he tried 2-Up, failed miserably, and became part of the Yaba. I love it.
It's insane. Primal instinct to be raw.
Exactly. It's showcased so perfectly with his character. It's such a quick downfall.
I will say that I think there is like a lot of layers to the character. Like, I don't think it's like, oh, he's smart and then he's dumb. Like, it's like, no, he's like human. You know what I mean? Like,
no, they never present his character as being dumb after. They just present his character as being, well, he's human.
He's a human.
He totally, because he even stresses, like, you know, when he says to the guy when he's leaving the schoolhouse, he's like, if I can strike it big or whatever, I won't be back at the end of the summer type deal, right? That's
the guy the train, right?
He saw the money being thrown on the ground, and he's like, well, I can make myself free right now. I can go to Sydney and never come back type of thing, right?
See, I'm one of those people that I see like gamblers, and I'm like, I never understand it, but it's because I don't have that in me. Like, but I have relatives who are. Like, my cousin Shannon is like really into the like scratch offs. You know what I mean? And she gets this rush, right? And I read studies on this to where it's like it's similar to that of drugs, like literally, like how people say gambling is a drug.
It's a real addiction.
It's like legitimately like
it is an addiction.
The like dopamine levels in your brain and like different things that your brain does when you're winning or you're about to win is an adrenaline dope rush. And it's funny because I just don't get that. So like I never understand when people get that gleam in their eye and stuff. But then I kind of do. Like now I kind of do. But he has that. He definitely has that.
Plus, he wasn't in the right mind state to begin with because he had a bunch. Yeah, he had a bunch of beers beforehand.
And that adds to the whole psychological element of this film too. It's like, when you're watching this film, doesn't it feel like they're literally trying to suck him in very, very slowly?
Yeah,
they want to like almost. It's almost like Gabba's like a cult in a sense, and they're like, well, there's another victim. Let's get him. Let's be super hospitable to him.
You know what it reminded me of? Sort of Purgatory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I want to add on what you were saying, Moodz, that's exactly how drug addicts act, right? They ease you into their situation. It's like they like to do that. Like that. Yeah. Anytime you hear about somebody who like gets hooked on heroin or something like that, I have plenty of friends that have been just straight downhill. Like it's always starts with like the people that they're kicking it with, and it's just like it's this too. Like they just have this natural like parasitic like environment where they just latch
it's this
on.
Natural ability,
like leeches, and it might not be directly, it could be indirectly, but like at the same time you kind of want to be part of it because they look like they're having a blast and they look like they're so carefree and they don't have stress and problems. And you just look at it, and I
it's
could
presented
totally see that
so strongly,
and I could see how he's doing that in this film.
And then we didn't even get to the most interesting character of them all yet.
Donald
Pleasance,
Doc Titan.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. I mean,
I didn't understand that game. I was like, "What the fuck are they doing?" Like,
let's talk about Chew Up, man.
How do you get like?
It's a real game there. It's a real game.
It's a real game everywhere. But it's like, it's so complicated. I was like, how do you know who is like, it seems like it'd be really easy to cheat. You know what I mean? There's like money everywhere and shit. Like,
but I love the way that whole shit is filmed. Like, it looks so easy and so much damn fun. It's such a great build up to that scene though. Like one of my favorite scenes in the movie, honestly, is when John walks into the pub. And the camera pans up to the clock, and it shows, and it says bar closes at 6:30, and it is 8:30, and the place is beyond shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, it's
everyone
still full.
is drinking. They're showing cups being filled up with beer, and one of my favorite things, as everyone that listens to the show, and you guys know too, I love drinking beer. Like I'm drinking beer right now.
Oh yeah,
and the way they drink beer in this movie,
you can tell a Canadian directed this film. With that.
Oh my god, it's so I'm Canadian. That is just amazing. But apparently, he captured it very, very well in these small communities. Australians, and that's another thing I come back to. They're just like Canadians. They drink beer like it's fucking water, and that's literally one of the biggest things about this film. It's like there's scenes in this film where that Tim guy gets so mad. Fucking drink your goddamn beer. I didn't ask you to buy me a fucking beer. Tim, drink it.
Yeah.
It's just like it's amazing how they just like. That's where I love it.
Because they're not used to people saying no and saying I'm.
Yeah, but that scene is great though. And that's when you get introduced to your character Jock. He's the sheriff of the town, and this is brilliant. Apparently, like it kind of sucks. He died right after this movie. It was like his last movie, and but he was like he was just perfect for the role. And they're literally drinking beer in every one of those scenes. That's all real beer that they're drinking.
Well,
awesome.
That makes sense. I mean,
it's totally cool. They're just down in beers, but the way this shit's shot though, man, like everyone is just sweaty and you can feel the heat and Oh, dude, it just adds to it because you can tell that John is just looking for something, you know.
Yeah,
it's just
everything
like
feels like it just seems like the fucking air is dusty.
When they get into the restaurant, they do like a rotating room type thing, like Tarantino does.
Yeah, movies just don't look like this anymore.
He captured the realism of those type of things so well in this too. It just feels so natural too, right? You're just like, for some people, you're like, oh man, these people are being so over hospitable and stuff, and it's like, well, that's kind of how it is, And the reason why the characters were like that is because he did investigation, and this is how people are. Like, you go there, and they're just like, beer, like, have a good time, have a smoke,
have fun.
He's like, holy fuck, man! So that's how he based how he did the film. That was real shit that he had investigated. Like, he was there a few months before the filming of it, kind of working out the kinks with Australia because he was very foreign, being in Canada. He didn't know, right? And this is what he got from the people, and he put it on screen. And apparently, after people watch it, they're like, "Man, that's real life. It's amazing." Yeah. And I'm just like, "That's fucking crazy." Because when I watch it, that's how I interpret it. I'm like, it just seems so natural and real. I mean, the fact that they're really drinking beer in those big gulps, there's no cuts and shit. They're really slamming those beers, man. It's amazing. It's great filmmaking. It's great.
Yeah. And so basically, to go a little further in the story, he
so we've only covered the 7 minutes of the film, by the way.
Yeah, really. So what happened? I don't know. Where do you want to go from here?
Well, we get introduced to Donald Pleasance's character,
Doc.
Yeah, true.
In a nutshell, he's from the UK. He's over there now. He lost his license. He's a doctor. He lost his doctor license because he's an alcoholic. He openly admits that.
Self-admitted alcoholic.
Yeah, and all he does is he sits around in this shady, kind of eatery type restaurant thing, and basically listens to the bets and shit. And he's just like that guy, Yeah. And he sits around and drinks, and he lives off the people. The people of Yaba are people that they will never let you suffer. They will never let you be homeless. Like, he just makes a living off the people. Like, he gives them services, and they pay him in booze and food. Yeah, he doesn't really even have a job, but he doesn't suffer. Like, he lives fine. Well, he lives in kind of a shack and shit. He's shithole, but he's happy because he's being paid in booze. I love this character. Booze. Because I swear to God, Donald Pleasance throughout this whole damn film is shit-faced.
Yeah, he is.
He's shit-faced the whole film. It's amazing.
Sometimes Donald Pleasance, obviously known for Halloween, and, he's been in other films, of course. But, Halloween's his fuck, he did 6 of them, right? Like, I mean, that's his big thing among horror fans.
Yes,
he's Dr. Loomis.
And everybody knows, like, Dr. Loomis is the shit. Like, Donald Pleasance kills it as Dr. Loomis. You don't know what death is. Like, that's one of my favorite lines in movie history. And but it's easy to forget just how fucking cool Donald Pleasance is and how fucking much chops he has as an actor. Like, he's the shit, man. Donald Pleasance is awesome.
Dude, all he does in this film is get shit-faced, shoot guns, say the most awesome lines, and wear no shirt. It's fucking awesome. And not give a fuck about anything. His character is like, oh, dude, it's so sad. Like, I actually know people like him. It's kind of fucked up, but the way he portrays it just feels so natural. It's really good.
Because he's like an educated man and stuff, but
that's what the best thing about him is. It's like, like the scene later on in the film where John wakes up and he's super hungover and shit, and he's like, I need water. And he's like, no, here's a beer, and then I need some food, man. Have this, and he's eating like fucking kangaroo.
It looks like fucking the shit that you pour out of a can for your dog.
I think it was chili. I think he made like chili or I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah.
And he gave him so much, it was just like I just wanted to gag, man. Especially I started feeling hungover and stuff, and they do a pretty good job at capturing like almost like the depression of it all. Like, it is kind of depressing to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, his whole house, and when he living in like this shithole.
Yeah, it's not even so much the shithole. It's like the after effects of mistakes. You know what I mean? It's just
being like
they talk about it in the film in dialogue too. They're like, I don't even know, like, how these people, or maybe it's after, I don't even know, but it's somewhere in the Blu-ray, but about how like these people make a living, like how they actually survive around there and stuff. Like, it seems like the impression we're getting from the film is that there's like nothing around.
Yeah,
No.
It's like absolutely nothing. It's like how these people are doing this is mind blowing. It's just mind blowing. But everyone's so willing to help out everybody, and I think that's how it works. And I think it's captured very well in the film.
Yeah, it's like a junkie community.
It doesn't matter. It's like people come
like
around.
It's like a shanty town.
You don't have a beer? Well, here's one.
Yeah,
take one.
You don't have a gun? Here's a gun. Oh, I guess you need bullets too. You need a cigarette? Here's a bullet too. It's like, holy fuck! Like it's just like this massive love. It's like the weirdest atmospheric film ever. It's like I've never seen a film that has so much atmosphere in a fucking daytime film. Like most of the film is in the day, and it's like this weird atmospheric nightmarish attitude to the film. It's so brilliant.
The soundtrack goes amazing with it too. It's very eerie, and I love the main theme.
Oh, it's just fantastic. Music is great. So good.
Yeah. Very, very, one scene that kind of like I thought wasn't done brilliantly at all is the scene where he's with the girl, and,
Jeanette.
Yeah, and he kind of just like throws up. Like I don't think that was done very well because he didn't seem like that intoxicated, and he didn't seem like he was like in that state.
It's actually not about him being intoxicated.
It's about him.
It's about him. Yeah, it's about him cheating and being the fact that he just hooked up with his
he wasn't
new
at
friend's
that
daughter.
He wasn't at that point yet where he could accept that. You know what I mean?
There's even dialogue before that too, where the guys are like, "Oh, he would rather talk to a chick than drink beer." And they're slamming fucking beers, right? Like, these guys are like
pounding him.
And this guy's over there, and they're making fun of him for it.
So
but
that chick probably hooks up with all them dudes, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, even Donald Pleasance says in like the shed scene when he
she was the Yaba slut. Mm-hmm. She was the Yaba slut, and everyone knew that. Even the father knew that. He didn't give a shit. Like it's just it was accepted, and that's what it was. And you know who who Jeanette was?
Sylvia Kay. Yeah,
that's the director's wife.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that's
cool. In real life, yeah. But yeah, she was the neighborhood slut, and it was going to accept it.
I retract my statement.
Yeah, I think I can see where you're coming from, JP, when you first see this. Like, why the fuck did he get sick? But it is
they
it's
didn't
more
really
guilt.
focus on the guilt at all in the movie. The fact that he had a girlfriend was kind of there, but I mean,
yeah. I think it was more the fact that where he was supposed to, he was there to go to Sydney to meet his girlfriend, right? Mm-hmm. This was the whole point of the stop off. He was just supposed to be there for a day, go on. There was no intentions of
he needed to keep that part at least. You know what I mean? That he's going to be faithful to his girlfriend, or he would lose everything. His sanity.
Yeah, well, I mean, either way, another bad part of it is the throw up sound effects were awful because they were they didn't sound anything like I sound or I've ever heard anybody throw up. They were gurgly.
I actually don't even.
Yeah, that helps in the sound effects part sometimes.
I don't know. I didn't really care for that scene too much. I don't know. It didn't feel it didn't play out right to me. It didn't feel, but it did help that you guys told me that I kind of viewed it wrong too.
Okay. Yeah, man. So basically, yeah. So he's at Tim's house from there on, and he really he's fucked, man. He's lost all his money. We failed to mention that he lost all his money playing the 2-up game, and now he's stuck in the Yaba, and he's kind of homeless. He has nowhere to go.
Does anybody know why he's stuck?
Well, he has no money to get for the plane.
He literally lost all his money. He couldn't catch the train to Sydney, so he's like, "What the fuck am I going to do?" But
he's going to go to the work labor, but it was closed for the weekend.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, that Tim character takes him in. He's like, "Hey, man, come and drink with me and stuff." And that's how he ends up at the house when he hooks up with Jeanette there for a second. Gets introduced to the hunting buddies that are all fucking nuts and shit like that. But
I have a little.
That's all.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go on.
I said I have a little kind of story with that. Just how I could kind of relate to that a bit. One time I was hanging out kind of far away from where I live with a friend of mine. And we went out there on a Friday night to drink. This is back when I was 18, 19. I was real heavy into the partying. And we go out there and we fucking drink. And we wake up the next day and the person we went with, we're like, "Hey, we going home?" They're like, "Oh, yeah, later." And then we didn't go home and we stayed there and drank again. And then it was Sunday and the same thing happened. And then Sunday night, I was like, "Hey, we're going home tomorrow, right?" And they're like, yeah, drink another beer." And I'm like, "All right, let's drink." And then the next morning I wake up and I'm like, and the person I went with is already out drinking on the porch. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, man, it's Monday. Like, I thought we was leaving. So me and my boy Steve, we just start watching a movie because they had a wall of fucking movies. This was before I collected. And we just watched a movie. 6 p.m. rolls around. It's like, well, I guess we might as well fucking drink. There ain't nothing else to do. And, it was a repeat for 2 weeks of that, man. So, I could kind of understand what this guy...
You were stuck in the Yabba, man.
I was stuck, dude, because I didn't have no way home. I didn't even know where I was. There was just a non-stop flow of alcohol and fucking a wall of movies. And me and my dude... Well, that's the first time I seen Cloverfield, too. It was like 2009.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I could kind of relate to that guy, being stuck out there. And at first, in the morning you might want to resist it and stuff, but then it's like, well, fuck, what else is there to do, And then especially since they're hangover killing with alcohol, so like, after the first 2 or whatever, you're already like into it. You're down.
Yeah. It's one thing I like about the characters in this film is that they don't, it's just, it feels so natural with, letting John, hang out with them and just, allowing him to like, kind of mooch. Like, I don't even want to use the word mooch, just allow him to be there and stuff like that.
Dude, it's straight classic. Just that's classic. That's what happens. Like people.
Yeah, I know it's
like that are like, I kind of liken it to like Fight Club a little bit, where like Tyler Durden is just like he doesn't need shit, right? He's just like here, use my shit. This is my shit. This is our shit. Like that's what people do in that. Even even like just poor people in general. They're genuinely more fucking inviting than people who are not poor. Like they just.
But I like it though because it's very realistic to the fact, because I've had friends that went to Australia before and they literally just backpacked around, met people, they took them into their house, and that's how they went along for a couple months. They never stayed in hostels, never stayed in hotels. They would just bunk with random people. That's just the way they are around there. You just meet people, you party, you go stay at their house for a day or two, and then you move along. And it would happen for like a couple months at a time. And that's exactly how I felt with this. They're just happy to have you there. They don't give a shit about anything else. They're just you're just company to them, and it comes off in the film as being very realistic, because you never get the feeling that these characters are like, John's a fucking burden on me, man. He's drinking all my goddamn beer. He's trying to fuck my daughter. You get the vibe that
they want him to stay.
He wants money,
Exactly. That's what I love about it.
No, they definitely want him to stay. It's just like I think it's the classic like thing that I just kind of mentioned, where they just want you to be one of them because that's what they are.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it like when you get to this point in the film, doesn't it feel like the most hazy, like nonstop hangover and shit? You're like, it's just
it's straight depression to me, man.
It is, and it's like straight up like hot drinking and just getting shit faced, and no one gives a fuck, man. It's like, okay, what are we doing later on? Oh, we're going to shoot kangaroos.
Oh my god.
And this whole kangaroo scene is actually quite insane in this film.
It's brutal.
This is what this film was actually kind of known for. There's a scene in this film, where the characters basically jump in this car and they go hunting during the day, and at first they actually hit a kangaroo.
Yeah, they do.
But then it doesn't work out too well for them during the day. They get like one or whatever. They're like, well, we'll go back out at nighttime, because at nighttime with kangaroos, if you put a spotlight on your vehicle, they get mesmerized by it. They stop and you can just shoot them dead, right? Well, there's a scene in this film where these kangaroos are getting blasted away, and it's actually happening for real.
It's real animal violence.
It is. What it was is there was a bunch of people that were going out to do this kangaroo hunt at night to make this documentary video for some censorship or whatever the fuck it was. So they tagged along with this hunt and they shot it. They filmed it as they were doing it and stuff. And it's crazy because these kangaroos that are being shot in the film are being shot for real. It wasn't the filmmakers. They just, tagged along. And that's something that they really tried to stress, that it wasn't them. It was just an idea that they had. And they're like, well, this is perfect. This is coming up. We're going to throw this into the film because this is going to make the film even more depraved.
Yeah.
It really works. In my opinion, it's fucking brutal. Obviously, the things with
the slaughter is
hand on hand, with the characters where they grab onto the kangaroos and they slit their throats. That was simulated. That definitely was simulated. But the long shots and stuff, those were real kangaroos that were getting killed. It's like, holy fuck, man, it's pretty nasty shit, man. It's like,
and he kept the nuts to eat.
Yeah, and cut the nuts off to eat. Yep.
I really didn't like that scene. Like, I really didn't like it.
And it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch for sure. With me and Derek are such huge Italian fans. We've seen real animal killings over and over again in tons and tons of films. It's ridiculous. But this one right here, I found a little hard to watch because it seems so senseless. But when you know the facts behind it, at least they were doing it for a point. It was like a real thing. But at the time, there was a total infestation. They were actually trying to do population control too. It's not an excuse. It's actually a real story. It's true facts. So
yeah, I actually did look up a little more information about it. You know, because there is a little disclaimer at the end of the film. But apparently, there are a little bit of like fuckery going on with some of the. You know, apparently from the article that I read. I only read one article, but. You know, stuff like the spotlight that they use, that was brought in by the filmmakers because it was supposed to work better, and it wasn't it wasn't there to begin with, you know? So, I don't know, man. It's just like, I get that it's, okay, this was going to happen anyway, we're just going to tag along and see it. Right for film, which is cool. There's always that.
Well, they also had to put the spotlight on their vehicle to simulate the fact that they were really doing it for the film.
Yeah, and that was actually the spotlight that they were using to stop the kangaroos. Is
really? Well, yeah. I mean, you know, it's all hearsay. I mean, if you watch the special features, like Kache, he says that, you know, he doesn't say anything about the spotlight. So, you know, he basically says, you know, there was this hunt that was going on. We're like, kids, is perfect. We'll throw this into the film. You know, it is what it is. It's out of his mouth, so what am I supposed to believe?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, the problem is like, he's going to be biased no matter what story he tells, because he's not going to say, yeah, we murdered a bunch of kangaroos. So you do have to, you know, he has an agenda, for sure, but you also have to just look at the facts. I don't think that, you know, I don't know if I care even there was different time, different rules, different views on things back then. Right?
But you have to remember there was a purpose for this. I mean, it's population control. I mean, I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, okay, blah blah blah. But I mean, Australia went through this shit, you know, in the late, what was it, the fucking time with the rabbits. Remember when they had the infestation of rabbits and like a country fucking. Yeah, it was like an epidemic, man. They had to kill like millions of rabbits.
Rabbits are still not illegal in Queensland.
No, dude, I'm 100% all for killing animals, right? Like here is the perfect. Pennsylvania is filled with deer, right? Like deer everywhere. Like you have to hunt them or they kill.
I have fucking deer walk through my yard all the time.
Yeah. I mean, I have deer. Like I see deer like weekly on my way to work. You know, so like I'm all for hunting. Like I'm not against like killing of animals or eating animals or anything. I'm just saying when I see it that much in a scene, like I'm kind of not okay with it that much. Like I just don't. It's like it's really brutal. Like it's really brutal. Because sometimes another thing that I read was if you shoot them in the liver or something, they just die. If you shoot them in the head, they hop around and then die. And if you shoot them in the heart, they like do something else. Like and I was like, well, they definitely did a couple of each because like
there was some flopping around and some weird actions for sure.
And that was also disturbing to me. Like I mean, it's also, I don't know. It's a debatable topic that's going to be debated forever, and it's like it also comes to discussion. Man? How much do you use? How much footage do you show? What is the point here? What is the
whole scene? The whole scene, yeah, I agree. It actually is quite disturbing, but I think it really adds to the film. I mean, in a sense, it really does, because this John Grant, he's going through. This is like everyone's worst nightmare. He is stuck. You know, he's fucking stuck. He's going through the worst time of his entire life. Why not make the nightmare worse by this shit? You know, it's just adding to the whole nightmare element of the film. This is what it is. You know, it's all about being in the worst situation possible.
Like, was he in a nightmare there? Like, was that like a big nightmare to him? Seemed like he was the
shooting of the animals.
Yeah.
Well, he ended up slaughtering one of the babies.
I think you know, not specifically for his character. I'm talking about the viewer. Like at this point in the film, you've realized that this film is about this huge, crazy nightmare and stuff. Why not add to the visual for the viewer too?
That's where it turns his character into.
But he also exactly, Derek. Like he's also kind of accepted the fact. He's like, well, I might not be getting out of here. I might as well enjoy this. There's a point where he literally you can
kills
see,
a baby kangaroo.
I just feel like that's in him the whole time. It just has got awakened.
Well, of course, but that's kind of the point of the character of the film. It's like everybody that is one person, at the end of the day, you're just like everyone else. And that's just taking it one step further. Yeah, like it or not. I mean, I think it really kind of elevates the aspect of what Kotick was trying to tell in the film.
What do you think?
You know,
do you think it's excessive? Would you, if you were cutting the
film,
little bit. Would you keep that much in there?
I wouldn't. I think there was one. I think it was like a baby kangaroo shot that they killed. I would have definitely took that out. That one kind of like I've seen Wake and Fright a bunch of times. I watched it like 10 times, and every time that one scene, I'm just like, why the fuck? Like, why wouldn't you just? It doesn't. You don't have to show 40
babies getting killed.
Yeah, you don't need to show that many kangaroos. I mean, we get the point with like 2 or 3, kind of thing.
They show like a whole herd getting fucking slaughtered.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, there's so much just nuts scene, like the way they're driving, hooting, hollering, drinking, not giving a fuck. You can shoot here and there and keep that scene going and stuff, and you can deliver the point to the viewer.
I feel like you get the point right away, man. Like I honestly think that it's like I think that the point's delivered fairly quickly with that scene, and I'm not saying. Like, I'm okay with it. Like, I can. It made me really uncomfortable at the moment and stuff. But like that stuff like that doesn't bug me to where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna fucking write a letter or something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, these kangaroos would be dead by now anyway. And I think they did say that they used them as dog food or something, which is cool. I don't care about that. I'm just saying, like, I'm being critical, right? Yeah. This is a critical take on it. Like is the scene is definitely exploitive. Like, it's designed as an exploitive, like, shock value
100%,
scene.
100%. Right? Well, it's funny because even the footage that was shot for that was used in that documentary for whatever they were doing, to explain to the wildlife or whatever the fuck it was. Like that, they really saw that shit in a different aspect too.
Yeah.
I thought that was kind of interesting too. Maybe not cut like that, but they still, you get the point. They saw the real killings, that's what it was. So.
Well, it's going to raise questions either way. It happens in like Italian films.
Any film that shows animal violence,
real animal killings,
real anything is going to be debated. Like, I don't think that it's that big a deal at the end of the day. If it was happening regularly or like now, it's like, yeah, don't fucking kill animals, asshole.
I haven't watched it
This is in a different time period too, man.
I haven't watched a lot of films before where it hasn't been justified. I mean, you look at some of the Italian films like Eaten Alive and, Cannibal Holocaust, things like that. I mean, they shot in real jungles with these real tribes and things like that. And, these people ate these animals. When you're seeing these animals being killed on screen, they're eating them 5 minutes later. This is their goddamn food.
It's the problem is it's just there's always that debate of like, okay, but yeah, you're filming it and you don't know what would have happened.
100%.
I don't really care though.
That's the beauty of today's technology and special features. We get to hear these stories, and you're like, oh, well, totally were, because these guys are indigenous people that are fucking. They live off the land. Yeah,
but like I always think of the necromantic rabbit one, the fucking scenes inserted in necromantic.
That is pretty funny.
Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not like some kind of crazy,
but that's
like
shock value. That's different. That's completely shock value. I mean, I don't think he's putting this in here for shock value completely. It's still to do with John's character. Like he's going through the most insane ride, literally, in a car ever. You know what I'm saying? Like I understand what he's doing with this.
Yeah. I would definitely give anybody who is listening and hasn't seen Wake and Fright and wants to check it out, if you are sensitive to that type of stuff, like, you definitely want to pump the brakes on this film, because to me it's probably the most brutal, like, actual animal violence that I've seen. And I would watch this movie again. Like, I'm not saying that it like affected me bad enough to where I had to turn it off or look away or anything. I watched the whole thing and I was even like, that's fucking crazy. But just as a I like animals. Like, I love my dog and stuff. Like, I start thinking of like fucking animals getting shot and shit. And I'm like, fuck, man, that sucks.
Yeah, man.
But it is what it is. Like, I would shoot a deer if I didn't if I fucking felt like hunting. But I don't feel like hunting. I like deer meat and stuff, But I don't know how kangaroo tastes, but I would eat it. I would try it. Do people eat kangaroo or no?
Dude, I don't know. I don't have kangaroo where I live.
I mean, there's no kangaroos in
Boston.
Boston.
I have no idea if Australians actually eat kangaroo or not. I mean, yeah. No,
anyway,
they do. They do for sure. There actually was a place around here you could actually get kangaroo burgers. So, yeah, I mean, it happens. But.
So, I mean, do you guys want to kind of wrap this one up and give our final thoughts and ratings?
Yeah, I mean, there's really not a whole lot. I mean, we're worried about the third act now, so.
Yeah, I don't really want to get into the very end, you know?
Yeah,
I mean, the third act is really spoilish.
Yeah, shit, man. You guys go, man. Someone start off.
Okay, so Awaken Fright. I highly enjoyed this film a lot. This is my 4th time watching, I believe. And I love how this whole film sets up to, like, where you get to know the countryside of Australia from the opening shot where it slow pans and the opening music, and the performances are just surreal because they are like real life like characters and stuff, and Donald Pleasance's character really stands out as this archetype, and I love John Grant's character, the way he demoralizes throughout the film, and the whole story that perfectly directed and beautifully shot. And a little gurgitation, but I can get past that stuff. But other than that, this film's a solid 10 out of 10 in my book. I highly enjoyed this one.
All right, I'll go next. So, one thing that I did want to kind of say, I'm not... I can't remember, and correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't Donald Pleasance at some point in this film, like when our main character buddy is like, hey, do you have a cigarette or something? And he's like, I don't smoke. Didn't Donald Pleasance like die in real life from like smoking related things?
He might have.
That would be ironic, right? That was an afterthought that I had, but I don't know.
I think probably why his character didn't smoke in the film is because
he's a doctor.
Because he was a doctor. Deep down inside, he still had a respect for medicine and health, essentially. Yeah.
And hell, some people just don't smoke.
He respected everything but his liver.
Yeah. So, Awaken Fright, really good movie. You know, not much of a horror film, obviously. We said it's a thriller. The most horror you're going to get out of this is like the what if scenario, or the like this is what happens when scenario, which is frightening. And it is terrifying, you know, to see somebody just slip down that slope so easily. And it can happen to anybody, really, you know, if you're not careful. So that is a little scary to me, you know. And, of course, the scene that we talked about with the kangaroos, you know, that's horrific. But not really a horror film, but it's a damn good movie. Like, it's very engaging, very entertaining. Very, like, you're just with it, right? Like, as soon as it starts, like, you're kind of just
you're stuck
right
with
away.
the journey.
Yeah, and you're just like, okay, let's see it. Like, and you're kind of just wondering where the hell it's going to go, because it's, and that's one thing I failed to mention. It's not a story that exists anywhere, right? Like, this, you're not going to, like, this, there's nothing cliche about this story. It's completely unique and travels in its own individual
That's a good point, man. That's a really good point.
Right? There's no other film like this, which is cool as fuck. I can't come as high as Derek, just because, you know, it is good, but I just don't think it's that good. And I'm going to come about a 9 out of 10. Still a very good movie, though.
Yeah, this one right here, man, I was introduced to, I believe last year. I'd never seen this film before. Zach actually recommended me to see this film, and the first time I watched this film, I was floored. I was blown away by how it's so realistic and it's like so perfectly executed as a visual nightmare. You know, like I said, I've never seen a film quite like this before. It captures the outback so perfectly. It's kind of subtle, but it catches the endless scenery, and, you know, but with such a small amount of people and setting, you know. It just seems like these people are in the middle of fucking nowhere. There's no hope, and it's captured so perfectly to me. I love the character of John because he's a very strong character, you know, at the beginning of the film. And, you know, the way Kachek, he perceives this character is that he basically, you know, in a sense, he's like, he kind of thinks that he's too good for everybody. But, you know, in the end, he's just like everybody else. You know, he succumbs to, you know, his temptations. He wants out. He gambles, he fucks up, He starts drinking, shit goes crazy. I think everything about this whole film, the way it just it floats along, like it's almost a 2-hour film, and it just
We recently had a conversation about long movies, right? I didn't know there's the running time whatsoever in this one.
Yeah, this one right here just kind of floats. Everything just kind of goes together so perfect. You don't even notice it. It's great. And it has some of the most awesome... Everybody in this film is a great character. Donald Pleasance's completely memorable. I mean, after even one-time watch, I'm sure, JP, you can even quote some of the lines he said. It's that intriguing, the shit that he says.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Well,
and
I told you, I even was like, damn, I sometimes I'm sleeping on how fucking badass and awesome of an actor Donald Pleasance was.
Yeah, man. Like Jock is the sheriff, and these little quirky things like the bar scene, one of my favorites. Like I said, close at 6:30. It's 8:30. It's packed just shoulder to shoulder. People are drinking beer like bad men, and it's just, who gives a fuck? We live here in the Yaba. This is what we do. We play 2 up. Fair game.
Before you go into your rating,
yeah,
can anybody out there predict what Moodz is going to give it? I bet you're right, guys.
It's funny because I literally have nothing bad to say about this movie. It never fails to amaze me every time I watch this film how much I'm engaged in it. And I think this is what cinematic experiences are all about, is being engaged in a film and being so involved in the characters that even a 2-hour film feels like 30 minutes. That is the best thing about this movie for me. It is one of the coolest experiences. And when I say experience, I mean, I don't even say that loosely. I mean experience as in, you need to fucking see this movie right now, ASAP. Call up Draft House, get yourself fucking 7 copies. This is amazing. 10 out of 10. I love this movie. I think, like I said, my argument before was, is it possible that a Canadian might have directed one of the best, if not the best, Aussie exploitation film of all time? I don't know. I'm not going to answer that question because it's up to you guys, but it's amazing. I think this movie is truly a cinematic experience that everyone needs to see. And it's such a shame that I just seen this recently because, well, it's not a shame. I'm not even going to say it's a shame. It's just, it's awesome this came out in such a great edition.
It made us both our top. It made us both our top ones on our Australian Top 10 Tuesdays moods.
It did. And, this one has great features. At least they even had the time to do it. It's even got, I think there's even a commentary, which I would love to listen to the commentary with.
Yeah, I haven't listened to it either, actually.
I know. I was thinking about it after. I was like, I should rewatch this after we didn't record on Thursday. I was like, I should rewatch this film with the commentary, hear what he has to say about it, because there's a little bit of an interview with him, but I imagine you get a little bit more of a, his thoughts and stuff with the commentary, but, piece by piece kind of thing, right? But Wake and Fright, man, check it out.
Yeah, so
just like Scorsese said, Martin Scorsese's quote on the front of the Blu-ray, it left me speechless.
Damn. So obviously with 2 10s and a 9, that's a 29 rating, which does make our Hall of Fame. So I'm not certain, but might be the first horror film to make the Hall of Fame.
Gunwoman?
I'm sticking with. I mean, this is our podcast is horror exploitation. Yeah. This is if it's in. Yeah. You got to see it to believe it.
Yeah, it's definitely a movie that's fucking horrific in certain aspects, but not your traditional horror film, or very loosely if you want to call it a horror film, but definitely exploitation, Ozploitation. I mean, hell, I'm no stranger to putting weird things in my top 10s. So, I'm not going to complain about it. We do still have 2 more movies to get to, and we're almost 4 hours in. So let's move on to the next movie.
All right, so moving along, and we're jumping from 1971 to 1981. And if you are familiar with me, 1981, in my opinion, is one of the best years in horror history. Mm-hmm. So many memorable films. So from 1981, second film up here is Road Games, of course. Starring, some familiar faces. We got Stacy Keach in this film in the lead role, Jamie Lee Curtis. This one is directed by Richard Franklin. Mm-hmm. Now, Richard Franklin actually directed a film that we talked about briefly a little bit earlier, was Patrick. He directed Patrick.
He directed 3 pretty notable horror films in just a couple of years.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. He directed Patrick in 78, Road Games in 81, Psycho 2 in 83. Then he directed one of my childhood favorite films, Cloak and Dagger, which is pretty cool.
He also directed the orangutan movie, Link.
Yeah, he directed Link in 86, which is going to be something we're going to have to watch for the 86 show. And then that's pretty much it. Like, what's up with that, man? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, he kind of disappeared.
He kind of went into TV, a lot of these directors, they end up going into TV and stuff, but... Road Games in a nutshell here.
Yeah, this is like the Jamie Lee's kind of known for like 5 big horror movies from the 80s. I guess you can count Halloween 2, which makes it 6, but it was Halloween, The Fog, Prom Night, Terror Train, and of course Road Games, which was sort of the one that is less popular, I would probably say, out of the other ones. And I kind of would think that it probably has to do with like its limited availability compared to the other ones over the years.
I could agree with that.
I mean, that's probably part of it for sure. All right, so quick little synopsis on the film. A truck driver plays a cat and mouse game with a mysterious serial killer who uses a young female hitchhiker as bait to lure victims on a desolate Australian highway.
Now, I got one word, sentence to sum up this whole film.
What's that?
Vertigo mixed with Rear Window on the Road.
Yeah, mixed in with Duel. I kind of like, just not as much Duel, but obviously a little bit of Road Games.
Yeah. Yeah.
This movie is very Hitchcockian. It's exactly what it is. So, just not done as well as a Hitchcock film. I mean,
I mean, you can't fuck with Hitchcock, really.
Yeah.
No, nobody can.
If De Palma can't do it, then no one can.
No, but I mean that's pretty much what Franklin was going for in this film. Like he got into the psychological aspect of it, trying to lure you into certain aspects of Stacy Keach's
character
mind state, his mind state. But I mean, I think there's brilliant parts in the film that kind of showcase that. But I have a lot of problems with this movie, man. To be honest.
Okay. Share them.
Honestly, man,
yeah.
This is a decent film. I've stressed a lot of times. How I describe this movie is this is one of the most non-feeling Australian films you could possibly watch, and it's due to the fact that the 2 main characters in this film are American.
Yeah,
and there's not a lot of association.
It really is.
With...
Like I gotta just say this. Like, I know that it's Australian. In my head, like, I know that it's like set in Australian shit, but like, I truly did forget. Like, I'm thinking back to when I watched it. I truly did forget that it was an Australian movie when I was watching it.
Yeah, me too. For the second time.
When you realize that you're watching an Australian film is when it pans out and you see him driving in the outback, and you're like,
yeah,
yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Because there's not a lot of contact with Australian characters. There is throughout the film here and there, but for the most part, this movie is Stacy Keach. It's focusing on the psychological aspect of
Stacy Keach.
Are these things happening or is it not happening? It's very Hitchcockian, right? It's all in his mind, but it's a lot of Stacy Keach talking to himself.
Well, he's not talking to himself. He's talking to Boswell.
He's talking to Boswell, of course, or. In a sense, I mean, Boswell's not answering.
Yeah,
theoretically, he's talking to himself, but you know what I'm saying. You get this, and this interpretation of like, it's like watching American film. It's just so odd. It's such an odd thing. But I don't know, man. I like this film, and I like what it's trying to do most of the time. I do think that there's a lot of. First of all, this film is way too long. It's way too long. There's a lot of scenes in this film that drag on. There's a lot of scenes I think that probably this film. I think if it had been edited down quite a bit, I think it would have just flowed a lot better. I think when it feels at times this film feels like it's trying to get going, it slows right down. It gets into the psychological aspect a little too much at times, and even though I enjoy those parts, I think it just happens way too often. Scenes kind of drag out at times. And I think there's some unnecessary scenes, for the most part and things like that. But I don't know, man. I think this film just suffers from a bad edit, to be honest. I think it's acted quite well. I think Stacy Keach is great in the film. And to be honest, I've always stated I'm not a big Jamie Lee fan, but she's really good in this film, actually. She's not bad.
Yeah, I like her better in this than most of her films.
I know.
Yeah, she's I like her like character, good. Like connection with
What I said in my review with I said this in my review of road games that I did on my YouTube channel. I feel like Jamie Lee was kind of most effective when she was like kind of taking a backseat, which she does in this film. Like she's like, she's not the main star character. She's not like the character we're following, and I feel like she works better as a secondary character. Maybe that's why I like her so much in Halloween 2, because she's like comatose.
Yep.
I love the whole
it sounds
scene.
bad. Yeah, I get it though.
It goes. I love the whole scene where her character is introduced, like when he finally stops, because we do see like her pass him for the first time, and then the second time, and then the third time he stops for her, and when she just looks up, it's just I think that's one of the better edited scenes of the film, like the way it was shot and how it was cut together.
Yeah,
I'm down.
It was just, it was a perfect like intro for her whole character, and then when she gets into the truck and stuff.
Yeah. One scene in the film.
Do you think this film could have benefited from like more of like a slasher, like with a lot more?
Yeah, because they kind of set it up as that in the beginning, kind of.
And that's actually awesome you guys brought that up, because this film feels like that's where it's going. It's going to be the slasher type film, but I feel like it tries to be a little too fancy in what it does, with the ending of the film. I mean, fuck, I don't even know how to talk about that. Shit, Dad, I don't want to spoil the fucking film for people. Yeah. That's annoying.
Yeah.
That's like super annoying, because I can't even really talk about it, because
was there any what year did Duel come out?
Duel came out
78 or 70 something.
Duel came out early 72, 73.
Yeah, so there definitely was road horror before this.
Yeah, that's why I think this film had a little bit, influence from Duel. Kind of took the idea of a cat and mouse game on the road, but threw in the Hitchcock.
You know what this almost feels like? And I actually really like this movie, but it kind of feels like the Hitcher is like what this film was almost supposed to be, like when you kind of think about it, right? Like it feels like it could have worked better as like that type of movie, but which obviously the Hitcher classic road horror, one of the best.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think what this film is trying to do, I mean, it's supposed to be a psychological thriller. Like, when you're introduced to Stacy Keach's character, he's this lonely American on the road for hours and days on end and stuff, and theoretically, it's supposed to make you a little bit. Exactly. And
they talk about the DDTs.
Yeah, it's supposed to make you go a little bit insane. You're by yourself. So what do you do when you're by yourself? I know I do it. I fucking talk to myself. I don't answer myself.
Shit. Yeah.
But I just figure, what's the point of thinking in my head if I can just talk out loud? I can just answer. I don't answer myself, but you know what I'm saying. I don't want to sound fucking creepy or anything, but you know what I'm saying. So that's what he does. He thinks out loud. It's not talking to yourself. It's thinking out loud is what it is. And I like the aspect because he's, it plays on the fact that, he's super tired and shit. Is he really seeing this shit for real? Is this shit really happening? It's like, I like this whole aspect of it. I think it's just really kind of slow play throughout the film and stuff. And, honestly, I do like the payoff in the end of the film a little bit. Mm-hmm. A little bit. I understand, what it is and stuff, but I don't think it's done to the best of the ability that it could have been done.
I just want to know where he gets all the vegetables.
The vegetable?
He's always munching on a celery stick or a carrot.
Yeah, exactly. I never thought of that before. That's funny. I mean, there is some unbelievable aspects to it, I guess, a little bit.
A little bit.
With things that are happening with his truck and things like that. And I'm just like, okay. It is what it is. Yeah. And then when it's I don't want to get into that territory, but I mean, there's just certain aspects to it. But I just find a lot of the scenes, especially the scene where, him and Jamie Lee Curtis's character, they stop off for the night and they're having their fire and things like that. And I don't really care for that scene whatsoever. You know, it's not like they're trying to get like romantically involved and things like that. It's just kind of thrown in there, and then there's this little aspect of the green van. You know, I don't really think the whole thing is necessary whatsoever. Like, there's nothing that really comes of that scene. I think it just slows down.
Didn't they talk about something though? Like, wasn't there some sort of like development going on, or I can't.
Yeah, we get a little more of her back. I think it was more for character development, to be honest.
Well, but I mean, when you really think about the story in a full, like by the end of the film, it's like it's completely you don't really need it. You don't need to know anything more about her. Actually, as an American, it is what it is. I mean, she's doing her thing.
But it brings more into his character later when he hears about like the disappearance of Pamela, something on the radio later, though, because he finds out in that scene that she was like her father was a very famous like person in like the diplomatic.
It's true. It's more of an impactful moment.
So you wouldn't know.
And
you wouldn't
even
know
as
that
an audience, you kind of, you kind of wonder, like, okay, who is this chick? Like, what is she? Like, what's her back? Like, there's that wonder for me.
I don't know. When I'm watching, I just, at the same time, I'm like, I know this film isn't about her. So at the same time, I'm just kind of, as a viewer, I'm always distancing myself from that aspect, I guess. It's like, I know, I'm more intrigued with his character because of the psychological element of his mental state.
Yeah, but it goes into more of his psychological element when he hears that on the radio too. So
for sure,
it is kind of.
I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, like, you're kind of pointing out stuff that I guess I didn't really realize, like, because like you're kind of right about like the editing and like just it has flaws, which I kind of didn't really notice.
Like maybe certain scenes could have been edited down a little more. They still need it for certain scenes, but then they could have been edited and toned down a little bit.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's a few of them for sure. There's also, I don't know if these are supposed to be intentional funny moments or unintentional funny moments, but when he gets into that tiff on the road with the dude pulling the boat,
dude, hate that. That's like the one thing I hate in the whole movie.
This movie has like no comedic elements up until this point.
The whole boat thing I didn't really need.
Retarded.
Dude, it's actually fucking stupid because why would this guy be fighting off this guy? Like, what the just let him first of all, if you're pulling a fucking boat, you probably worry about your boat's safety and shit. Like, just pull off. Who fucking cares? Yeah. But the way the whole scene goes down, ultimately this guy's
fucking slapstick, bro.
But it gets exactly my point. I knew you were going to say that too. It's fucking slapstick. The fucking pole from the sailboat, it like all of a sudden goes, and like you're in this fucking goddamn Police Academy sound effect.
Listen, me, right? Like stuff like that,
so like stupid,
kills me. Like I hate it with a passion. Stuff like that. Like it takes me so far out of the movies. Too. Yeah, like. That's the only fucking scene that I hate more than anything in this movie. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I like this movie, but that fucking scene can eat a dick.
Yeah.
I love this movie too, man. I just think it suffers from just minor flaws, like, those things that could make a film a lot better, and that's one scene I just don't fucking understand what they spend the money to do. When you think about it, they had to hire stunt drivers, they fucking demolished a boat, what the fuck? Like, why?
How do you feel about Madeline?
It's crazy, dude. It's fucking crazy. I don't know. It's so stupid. So stupid. But
how do you feel about the first Madeline day? The first hitchhiker.
Oh, the one with the
one that her husband left her in the middle.
Or the one where he called that the husband was an accountant?
Yeah.
I honestly, I can't stand the scene where she thinks she's going to I think that scene is actually really poorly executed. I understand why that scene's there because it plays into the end of the film. But I don't like the way it goes down because he's obviously not trying to force her off the goddamn cliff.
No, he's trying to make sure she doesn't fall off the cliff.
Exactly. And she's taking it like, and then they use that against him in the end of the film kind of thing, But it's a really poorly executed scene. Like, there's no... Like, it's almost laughable because you're like, dude, he's just standing there. He's being a nice guy. Like, get away from the cliff.
Yeah, she's the one who just decides to, like, make a trap and try to get into the truck.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to do a scene like that, I think you have to set it up a little better than that. Maybe cause a little bit of conflict before you're standing on the edge of the cliff. Don't push me off the end of the cliff. Oh, my God, he's your fucking killer. What? He's not a god. He was trying to fucking help you the whole time. There was no indication that this guy was goddamn Ted Bundy.
You know, you're the one who like decides to climb into the truck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. You're the one that got into the goddamn truck. He didn't even get mad. He's like, okay, well, I don't pick up hitchhikers, but you can come along because I'm a nice goddamn guy. I'm not going to turn into Ted. No, fucking. I really actually have that written down. I don't really like that scene. So, but I understand why it's there because it plays into the 2 or 3 other things that come into play too.
It's funny. It's funny, like how you can watch these movies, like because you sound like the shit that I normally say, but. Like, for some reason, like, I didn't even notice that. Like, I don't know why. Like, because normally I fucking catch shit like that, and I'm like, I bitch about it, too.
Well,
and, like, normally
JP, to be honest, this is the second time I've watched Road Games in, like, the last month. And I'd seen Road Games years ago, and I didn't quite remember. I watched it again, and then I watched it again, so I picked up on a lot of stuff, right? So I was like, oh, Jesus, dude. Like, so...
I love his catchphrase.
I've seen films multiple times. Sometimes you just overdo it, I guess. You just notice everything.
I love his...
Something that kind of sucks. But
one thing I want to get into is the score, though. I really love the fucking score of this film. It sounds like it's out of place, though. Like it's a Western score, kind of.
I think the music was... they were trying to create, like, oh, well, this music would sound like it'd be played in the Outback or whatever. It's like... I don't know how I feel about it either, to be honest.
It feels like it should be a Western, right?
Maybe a little bit, yeah, totally. Yeah.
Well, the composer's a famous Australian composer. He composed like tons of Australian films, like Brian May is his name. He composed Mad Max.
Oh my god,
I know that name.
Wrote down in my notes.
I actually know Brian May's name from. I actually knew somebody named Brian May, so I always notice it when it's on stuff. But the first time I ever noticed it, I think was like Elm Street 6.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Oh my god, so fucking funny, Derek. I didn't realize, but I wrote down my notes. What's with the Western soundtrack?
I did too.
Because I did these notes like a week ago, right? So I didn't remember. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's fucking
good stuff. Good score though.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I think it's a pretty decent film. I mean, I like the fact that he has a companion. I like the dingo aspect.
I like his interaction with Boswell.
Yeah, man.
It also plays in it when somebody fucks with him too later.
Oh, actually, speaking of that shit, yeah. I mean, that's actually kind of interesting too. But the scene where he's at the I don't know. I want to say restaurant or whatever when he's trying to call the police or whatever.
Yeah, the rotating room.
Yeah, and like they're explaining to him like, well, you got a fucking dingo, and like around here they're they're bounties and blah 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 and things like that. I'm just like,
a lot of hatred in animals in this film. In these films.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm like, I didn't even know if that was. I mean, I'm assuming that was a real thing back in those days. There maybe was a bounty on dingoes. I don't know, but I'm just like, why? They don't even fucking bark. I know they're a little bit vicious.
Is that true?
Well, because maybe that dingo ate the baby story.
I don't know. I'm assuming...
the Lennonberg baby?
It had to have been real. I mean, just to throw that into a film in 1981, like, oh, there's a bounty on your dog,
No,
you better
fuck... do dingoes bark?
No.
Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
I'm looking it up. I don't believe you.
No, dingoes don't bark.
Oh, they don't. They howl,
no.
though. Cool.
They don't bark.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Interesting stuff.
I don't know. One thing that I'll say, just a little bonus here is, did you guys check out any of the features on this thing? You guys got I have the Umbrella Entertainment.
Yeah, we got
right?
I checked out a few of the features.
So we all saw the same transfer. The transfer's good.
Yeah, transfer's good. The features are actually really good too. You got a commentary with Richard Franklin.
Interview with Stacy Keach.
Yeah, the making of Road Games, which is Kangaroo Hitchcock. They obviously play up the Hitchcock thing. You have all the uncut interviews from Not Quite Hollywood, which is like 20-some minutes of interviews. Then this was really interesting. There's a 2-hour lecture on the making of Road Games that came out before Road Games came out in 1980. So a year before the movie came out, there's a fucking lecture with like the composer, Richard Franklin, and it's like in a college,
wow.
and this has not been seen. Like, this is newly discovered footage, and it was really fucking neat. Like, they're talking about the movie like before it came out, like in like a filmmaking class or some shit. I don't know, but that's something just neat that like you like anytime I see stuff like that. Arrow does this shit a lot where they'll find like these old archive stuff. Like, that's dope to me that like a company will go and find something like that and put it on there. Like, necessarily I'm not gonna watch 2 hours of it. You know, I watched I think an hour of it, but for somebody whose Road Games is like one of their favorite movies or something, that's cool to have. And there's you know there's a lot of features on. I was very impressed with the special features from Umbrella Entertainment. You know, gotta give them a shout out. 20 you can get this for like $25. Little bit pricey, but you know they do sales on Umbrella.
Yeah,
so, You know, check it out. You know,
one thing I found out about
which, by the way, they did send me a screener. I should say that.
I purchased mine, but
I pre-ordered mine. I think it was only $19.
I pre-ordered mine too from J.
It was cheaper.
I actually ordered mine straight from Umbrella, actually, and I think it was 19 when I pre-ordered or something. But remember, got delayed so long that they actually sent me Julia's Eyes for free out of the blue. That was awesome.
That's a really good release there, especially since you can't get it in the U.S. on Blu-ray.
Yeah. One thing I liked about the special features is I learned something about, because I believe this happens in Stacy Keach's career a lot lately, when reading about special features of like certain films that he's in, that Sean Connery is actually supposed to play that role.
Sean Connery, really?
Yeah, the same thing happened to him in the Ninth Configuration. Like, it was supposed to go to another role, that character he played in that film, and he's just...
Oh, so Stacy Keach is basically number 2?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you know how this movie would have been like?
Me and Brandon always joke about this all the time.
That's funny.
If they had instead, like, I like Stacy Keach, right? Like, I like him in Hair from Body Bags, like I like him. But the whole time I'm like, you know who would have killed this fucking role? Tommy motherfucking Atkins would have killed it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
I could see Tom Atkins in it.
Oh,
I think Stacy Keach is really good in this role, though.
I like Stacy Keach, but I love Tom Atkins.
I mean, shit, man, we go so far to say.
So,
my boy Jeffrey Combs would have killed that shit too.
Yeah. So, do you guys want to hop into ratings on this one?
Sure,
man.
All right,
JP, go first.
I'll go first. I'm gonna be honest, man. Like, Moodz kind of talked me down a bit on this one. Like, I was a little higher on it before I started this podcast.
Yeah, I actually have a little higher rating too.
I dropped my rating a whole entire point because I was like, wait a minute, why did I like this movie so much? Because I couldn't think of anything. So I did give it an 8 initially, but I'm gonna drop it down to a 7. 7.
Shit. Yeah, man. I honestly, I do like this film. I think it's actually pretty good. I think, like I said, before, I think it suffers from a few technical aspects of editing and things like that, but it's very enjoyable. I'm glad that Derek pointed out the oddball soundtrack, and it is pretty interesting. I don't know, man. The very last shot in this film, I know it's definitely not needed, but it does make me laugh. So I'm gonna give it a little bit of a good there, but yeah, I'm gonna go with 6.5 on this one. I think it's a pretty good film. I think that this one just could have been a lot better, in my opinion. But I think the performances are good. Honestly, Jamie Lee, this is one of my favorite roles.
I do like the road atmosphere and like the cat and mouse thing. Like, I forgot to mention that. I do like that.
Yep, I do like that too. And I do like the reveal of what's happening with that too. I think that's actually kind of interesting on how they did that. But if you're familiar with Hitchcock stuff, you'd probably kind of expect that a little bit, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's a good film. Recommend it.
I like Stacy Keach as an actor. I always grew up watching him in, of course, like Cheech and Chong films and all that good stuff. And I really enjoy him in this role a lot. But like I said, it's a little long and overdrawn. And even though the oddball soundtrack is oddball and doesn't really fit the movie, I still kind of like it. And even though it doesn't perform like a Hitchcock level, I still really enjoyed it for what it was. I'd give it like a 7.5 out of 10.
Shit. I was actually quite surprised he didn't come in about 7. Bam!
What did he give it? What'd you give it?
7.5.
Okay. What was you at before Moodz talked us down?
8.5.
Okay, so you came down a point. Yeah, I don't know, man. I liked it. I thought I liked it more than I did, apparently.
Me too, I guess.
That's funny.
Right. So let's roll on to the last feature here.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, so I guess we're jumping from 1981 to the glorious year of 1986. So again, we were killing two birds with one stone here, weren't we, JP?
Oh shit, I didn't even realize that. That's awesome.
Yes, so this is actually, oddly enough, not intentional, but this is the second 86 film I reviewed on the film, or on the show, on the film. Yeah, but Dead and Driving, directed by Brian, how do you say, Trenchard Smith?
Brian Trenchard Smith.
Yeah, who's actually got quite a different filmography.
Yeah, let's talk about his Australian films first.
Okay, well, you can start naming them off. I mean, he's got lots
Turkey
of
Shoot, Man from Hong Kong. Let's see what else he directed. BMX Bandits, one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Tons of...
Stunt Rock is Australian, though, isn't it?
Yeah, Stunt Rock.
Yeah.
And then we first get into like American cinema, like his first major American film, which is actually a pretty decent film. He directed the Vietnam film Siege from Firebase Gloria, which I enjoy that one. And you
Jumped
probably...
Night of the Demons 2.
Then he went into Leprechaun 3.
Which is the best sequel.
And then he went into Leprechaun 4.
Which is the worst sequel.
Hold on, wait a minute. I wasn't paying attention. What are you guys talking about? Dude, this guy directed Leprechaun 3?
And 4. And Night of the Demons 2. So we've actually covered
I like
3
Night of the Demons
already.
2. Dude, damn, we covered a lot of this dude's films.
That's what I'm saying. And like I said, if we ever did like an Ozploitation 2, like we have to cover something like, who knows, maybe throw in Turkey Shoot just for the fuck of it, man. You know, it's like...
Well, I might actually bring that up later when we get into this film.
So it's such a fun film. Really,
yeah, I might actually get into like something about this film, about that film. So,
all right. So, Dead and Driving comes in 1986, and the synopsis of it in the near future, which I'm assuming
1988.
No, I think it's 1991. Actually, set in. I think that's what it is. I think it's 91. It's not 100% clear. I know when they're talking about it, 88, but they do show 9091 in like the kind of explanation to why there's all the shit that's going on. I don't know. Could be 88, could be 91. Who knows? In the near future, drive-in theaters are turned into concentration camps for the undesirable and unemployed. The prisoners don't really care to escape because they're fed and they have a place to live, which is, in most cases, probably better than the outside. Krabs, which is the main character, and his girlfriend Carmen, which is goddamn fucking beautiful, are put into the camp, and all Crab wants is to escape. So basically what happens is him and his girlfriend, they go to he borrows his, what is it, his brother's? Or his
brother Frank's car.
His brother Frank's awesome 56 Chevy, which is just fucking beautiful. Takes his girlfriend out to the drive-in where he can't leave because that's what they're doing in the near future, because the economy in Australia has completely fallen, and all the shitheads have uprised and destroyed the country. So now what the government is trying to do is, this is their plan, to create these concentration camps or refugee camps, however you interpret the the film. So they hold them in these places until they decide what they're going to do with them, which is an interesting aspect to the film. It makes it a very dark film.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird. like I don't think it really makes that much sense.
There's a lot of subtext here, man.
I love how
subtext in this film, man.
All the generations of I love how all the generation of 80s are stuck in like this concentration camp.
I love this movie because it's a hyper political film dressed up as a music video. I love
like the whole beginning, and the beginning title shot is like straight like 80s music video style.
This whole goddamn movie is That's what it is. It's a fucking music. Like, I mean, and what I mean by music video is I'm not literally talking MTV music video. I'm talking about the aesthetics of the film. I mean, everybody is so overly done 80s aspect. You know, it's like
punk rock hairdos and flock of seagulls.
It's just all the shit is in one area. It's great, man. I love it. But the thing is, there's the underline of the film. It's a super political film because, you know, at this time in Australia, you know, the economy was suffering, and this is the answer to, you know, the times. It's a period piece is what it is. So if you know a little bit of history, then it's what it is. So, but it's an interesting aspect of the film because, you know, I love how the Star Drive-In acts as, you know, is it a concentration camp or is it a refugee camp? Which they do showcase both aspects of it, but they never give you the definite answer to it because they tell you these people are here until the government decides what they're going to do with you. And that doesn't, it doesn't entitle that these people are going to live. Mm-hmm. The government might be fucking genociding these kids, man. We don't know. And I think that's what separates Crab from the rest of the characters is that Crab's he not only wants to get the fuck out of there, he never states, oh, I'm going to fucking die in here. He just wants to get the shit out. But that's, you know, it's represented symbolism for get the shit out of here because this is Nazi Germany all over again, which there's a fucking whole scene that has to do with concentration camps in Nazi Germany in the fucking film.
Yeah,
it's amazing how the subtext all comes together in this film.
You're going a little too deep on this one. So wait a minute. One problem that I have is unlike this film,
I've seen this movie like 20 times, dude.
Nazi Germany, people don't fucking like just want to stay there. Like I felt like that was a pretty big flaw that like he's the only fucking guy in this entire place.
Dude,
that wants
you're misinterpreting it. These kids don't know. They think that they're just stuck there until they're being let out.
Either way,
they're just happy because these kids have no employment. These kids have no employment. They have no employment. They have no jobs and stuff. But the reason why they're happy to be there is because they're paying for them to stay there.
They get them all the drugs and weed and
exactly.
Yeah, but, I mean, still, bro, like, I don't know. It's like it's a little hard to believe that every fucking person wouldn't want to leave. Like, that nobody would, you know. Besides,
maybe they did when they first started, but then
of course, but they're actually feeding them drugs and stuff to keep them there.
Yeah, but I don't.
They're keep them happy, and the reason why they're doing this is to keep them calm. They don't want an uprise, right? So they give them the drugs, they give them meal tickets, they give them food, they give them the freedom to do whatever the fuck they want. You know,
like jail, right? Like, but people don't want to be in jail.
I know, but this is different. But
how's it different? It's jail
because they're in
jail.
No, because it's not classified as jail. When you put someone in jail, they're in jail. No,
it's like Gen Pop jail, dude.
They don't see it like that because you have to remember the outside world is in shambles. These kids are just happy to eat a meal.
Like the one character.
World. This is why they're so happy, and this is why they're not fighting it. But Krabs is the outcast. He's the strong one. He's like, fuck this. There's a life outside there somewhere. I want to get out of here.
You got to remember
it's a nice contrast. It's a nice contrast.
It's a little much.
It's a very political film.
Well, the one character, Dave, the one with the flock of seagulls, one of those punk, the gang of guys that he meets.
Yeah, the guy that ends up being Hitler. Essentially.
Yeah, that guy. He's like, where'd you come from? I came from nothing. I lost my job. I was shitting it off.
Yeah, I know he does, but there's a lot of fucking people there, man. Like the very fact that, like,
that's what adds
to me, the problem is the fact that he's the only one to be like, I want to get out, is almost as bad as every other single person doesn't want to. Like,
but I think you're missing the point, though, JP. It's because he's also the way they showcase Krabs and his girlfriend, and they're the newest ones in there. Yeah. They're like the latest addition. So I'm sure other people at one point were like that until they realize that they're eating for free, they're getting drugs for free.
Point, why is it that, like, when they come in, when they bring in the new people, like, nobody's like, hey, this is a fucking jail, by the way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're all sitting there for a very long time, like, in their cars. It's unrealistic. Completely.
I don't know, maybe because they got the fucking popo running around there. Who knows? I mean, like, I'm not thinking too hard into, why, and shit like that. I mean, it is what it is. I mean,
it's the same thing that he was doing with the other film, though. I mean, these are, like, valid questions. Like I was kind of confused by that. I'm like, well, why the fuck did they all sit there so long with, like, doors open and shit? Like like the whole night before the fucking tires are stolen. Like nobody
Like
says anything.
Well, that's the way to
get.
It's because they're happy there. I mean, a lot of the kids. I mean, look at his girlfriend. She comes from a shit area. She knows that if she leaves here, she's going to be unhappy. She's liked there. She fucking gets food.
It does help that apparently the rest of the world is kind of in shambles because of the opening.
Well, that's the whole
stuff.
point.
It would have helped a little bit if they kind of
like the car boys and stuff.
That a little bit more.
Yeah, like there's nothing out there. They said the unemployment was like under, I don't even know, the 5% or whatever it is. So, or employment. So it's like, Jesus, dude, there's no world out there. So all they want to do is eat. And if they're getting fed drugs, they're teenagers, man.
Yeah, but they just okay. But that's the thing, though. Also, is like they don't seem like broken down, beaten people. Like they seem like fucking regular people.
No, because the whole idea of keeping them kind of kosher is
give them
just
water, give them food,
give them food, just kind of keep them at that level, keep them happy.
Have you guys ever been inside a jail?
Yes,
like,
I have actually.
It reminded me of jail. Like, okay, like
not really. It's more open up and stuff.
Well, they do talk about this with electrified fences and shit like that. I mean,
you know what it kind of reminded me of, kind of like a slum area, kind of like District 9 in a way. That's what.
Yeah, or like They Live and shit.
But you have to admit though, man, the aesthetics of this film, it looks so good. It looks
so fucking cool. I just think that the scenario to get it all to work is just like kind of a little bit of fun.
I love that whole scene where Krabs and Carmen are just walking along all the cars.
Yeah, I mean it's so simple though. It's just like, who the fuck would rather be on the outside starving? Who'd rather be on the outside starving when you could be on the inside eating? And that's exactly what.
Well, then they failed to showcase that aspect of the film, the aspect of the outside world, because I have all these questions here, and they
didn't fail to show the outside world. They showed
the crab boys destroying shit. Fucking.
They showed his brother like fucking fighting for his life, picking up those dead bodies in those vehicles and shit like that. Like that's the world you want to live in.
Weird. That scene. You mean like at the train yard or whatever?
No, like the intersection where the car crash happened in the beginning of the film before Krabs got stuck in the
driving with his brother.
Yeah. Yeah, like he's there and he's like, what the fuck, like. This, like, who would want to live in that world? That's ridiculous. Like, that's crazy. You're fucking struggling on every aspect of life. It's ridiculous. So,
I don't know, dude.
I mean, honestly, I think the way the kids see it, they're already kind of outcasts. So you put them into these, these concentration refugee camps is what they.
I understand, but I don't see how it has to be there's hundreds of people. Like nobody is fucking also trying to get out. Well, it just didn't make sense to me.
Well, they could have been, but we just didn't see them. You know what I mean?
Well, I just kind of have to take it for what it is, man. I mean, it's coming back.
I think that's how long they've been doing this too.
They don't care about the open door. That's the whole point of it, though, JP. Okay. When the door opens, they don't want us because. Why would you want to escape something when you're being fed?
I don't know,
and you have
dude.
A place to
you get and fed in jail too. Like nobody fucking wants to be there, man. Even if they live out on the street, man. I fucking know this, dude. Like,
yeah, but dude, in jail. But in our world,
there are people that's institutionalizing it.
We live in a first world country where jail sucks.
Even in like third world countries, man, people don't like being locked up, man.
Yeah,
people don't like being locked up.
Yeah, but the thing about this being in jail though is
there is nothing out there.
People are actually giving you the supplements. The cops don't give you the drugs and stuff.
I mean, I'm just saying,
don't live in a country where the outside is a fucking war zone.
Yeah, but there are countries where the outside is a war zone. People do not like being locked up.
Yeah,
they make it their own community. Is pretty much.
But this is
with Thompson overseeing it.
Yeah,
it's a happier place. They've accepted the fact that they're allowed to eat a meal in here without worrying about fucking.
If it's so good, if it's so good, like then why the fuck is our dude so worried about getting out? Then it's the same thing.
Because you have to have that contrast.
Well, he had a better life probably than half these kids.
Okay, so there's nobody else that had.
He wants out because he just believes that he's an optimistic person. He's an optimistic, strong character. He believes that being in here, there's no future. Where the other people don't give a shit about this. Where he figures if he goes back home, maybe the world will turn itself around. Like he truly believes.
Which person would you be?
Which person would I be?
Yeah.
Well, lazy as fuck, man. I'd be the girl, man.
You wouldn't be Mr.
fuck no. I'd be Krabs in a second. I want the fuck out of there.
I'd be probably Krabs.
Okay, me too. That proves my fucking point. We'd all be Krabs because we don't want to be stuck there.
But
I'm not. But dude, it doesn't prove anything. There's a million people out there with
a little bit, man. I'm just saying, at least show some other people that don't want to be there. Just show them, and I'll be happy.
Dude, I think
Carmen in the beginning of it doesn't want to really be there either until she starts getting to know more people. That's the problem with Krabs. He didn't want to get to really know anyone either, too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because he's not an idiot, and he wants out. He's the only smart character in the entire movie.
This is kind of like a
Does everybody else in the movie seem dumb to you? Everyone.
No,
every single person seems dumb.
Well, of course, but we're also getting the impression
they're all stereotypical characters of the 80s.
They've also been in there for a long time. That's the point.
They didn't really showcase.
We're seeing the brand new characters. We're seeing the brand new characters in there. And Krabs is like, "Fuck this place." You know, and of course the contrast, his girlfriend, she's like, "No, this place is pretty good, man. We can eat here. We can live worry-free."
The dumb one, like everybody else in the movie.
Yeah, but dude, you put yourself in that situation, man. Like, honestly, like, I mean, you would probably second guess, leaving. I mean, if you have nowhere to go on the outside, if you had no food on the outside or food on the inside, where would you go? For real. Like, I'm not
going to get into this, but
that's a fucking pretty heavy shit, though. Honestly, dude,
like pretty heavy shit, dude.
A lot of people would honestly stick around where the food is because that's gonna make them live.
Yeah, there's a few people, but more often than not, they don't want to be locked up. I've seen it. Like I know.
I mean, you're getting if it's this dude, you're getting drugs and shit.
You're getting drugs, you're getting pot, you're getting hookers. They have like a little prostitution ring going.
I mean, dude, there's drugs and all. There's so much drugs in jail. It's unfunny. Like it's very much jail.
Could you have sex with a girl though in jail?
You can have sex with somebody who says they're a girl in jail,
but they don't know. It's not classified as jail. It's just a place.
You don't gotta be a fucking rocket science to see it's jail, dude. The fucking fences are electrified.
Of course, but it's because
it doesn't matter, okay? Like I'm not even. I don't. That's not even a huge fucking negative for me. I'm just saying that it's kind of dumb.
I mean, it's a futuristic film. Well, obviously set in the future from the present time it was made, but
yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? It's like there's no economy. There's nothing there. Yeah. I understand what this Star Drive-In is doing. The government's trying to clean up the country. I understand the whole idea of the film. It's just it's a major heavy political film, and it's kind of funny when you watch this film. And if you just take it for what it is, you're like,
Yeah,
but when you really look into it, there's a lot.
Why do they bring in cars with tires on them? Like I don't get that either. It's like you're giving them tools to get out, or why are they like? It just seems like they're dumb as fuck. Like every character is dumb. Like they leave their fucking truck unattended. Like what the hell?
I think they do as a test to test who actually goes for the tires and stuff.
I actually interpreted that they were cleaning up the outside. They were bringing them into somewhere else. I don't know. I honestly don't have an answer.
But I think it was a test too to see who was iffy and who was actually going to go for the tires.
What indication did you get from that, Derek?
Well, because you don't see any other characters going to the cars, I think.
But you don't see them watching him either.
But then you see
him do it.
Well, you don't know that either. Maybe Thompson's watching him because Thompson.
We can only go with what we see as there's no speculation towards it. There's no hint that they would be doing that.
Yeah, I'm just pretty much speculating this. I think it's just a test and stuff to see.
Listen,
but they're probably used to it. No one actually going to the cars either, too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like this movie, and I had a blast watching it. I had more fun watching this than I did with both the other two. Fun. I liked Wake and Fright more, but this one was really fun. But I think that it's really dumb too. Like the whole time I was like, what? Like they're doing the characters, all of them, even the the police. Everybody's dumb as fuck. They're all doing dumb things. But if you're looking at how
we're looking at it, though, it's not dumb.
Okay, so if you're worried about Dude, which they clearly are, right? They're clearly worried about Dude because they notice that he's smarter and he's more capable and he's asking questions and stuff. Why are you
Dude,
leaving your truck?
Because they're not.
Because they're doing a job. The government says when these people are in here, keep them in here.
Yeah.
All they're trying to do is salvage their job. I mean, they don't give a fuck about the people in there. They just don't want people to escape because then that's on them.
Exactly.
It's just like any job.
Exactly.
It's
That's
like
my
any
point.
job.
That's my point, homie. You're not listening.
But-
so why leave your truck unattended so you can steal the fucking gas out of it?
Well, maybe they're used to it too. You know what I mean?
But they also showed him. They also showed him sneaking around, like he was,
still,
fucking,
like
invisible, man. Come on, I mean, you have to give it some.
Pretty dumb, but yeah, you do. But you got to admit that's dumb. It's dumb of the police to do that. They're very bad police.
I think these are pretty minor things.
Well, they're probably used to not wanting to escape either. Too.
In isolated incidents, dude. Yes, it's minor, but it's all throughout the film. Like they leave their computers unattended. What, you don't think nobody's ever gonna look at them? Like, come on, bro. Like the whole movie is just because he's obviously mad that he's on the computer and he's like, "What the hell? You shouldn't be doing that," you know? So like it's just stuff like that where I'm like, well, these people could easily just revolt and kill everybody.
He also does say, he's like, during the day, I'm here by myself. So if he has other shit to do, like I guess you could lock the doors and stuff. Of course. Yeah, there's minor ridiculous moments in the film for sure, but those are like very minuscule things.
I mean,
like,
they clearly have guns. Like what? They clearly have people. There's like no guards. It's just I don't know, man. It's just it's a little bit of.
Well, they don't have guard. They don't have guards because it's locked up and the fences are electrified. You can't go near the fences.
Yeah,
that's why they don't have guards.
Well, he clearly gets out. Like, I don't know.
Well, he jumps over the fucking fence in the Popo's truck, man. Of course, he has to really break for that. He has to really work for that shit.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Oh.
Yeah, like I just feel like you're fighting really hard to avoid the fact that some things are stupid.
Yeah,
I'm not saying they're not, but I understand.
Kind of are.
I understand. No, but I'm also looking at it from a fucking from a positive aspect of what they're trying to do here too. It's like I understand completely. It's a political film about these. Fuck, man, it's really not that stupid, man. Understand there's things that happen inside that are stupid, but at the same time, the overall aspect of the film and what they're trying to convey here is actually not that bad.
No, there's definitely, like, it has meaning and stuff. I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm just saying what we're seeing the characters do, all of the characters except for our lead character, they're making bad decisions, they're doing dumb things, and it's really fucking stupid and fuckery.
We're making bad. Who's making bad?
Every character.
If
we watch the film back right now, if we did a commentary, I could point out so many things. I wish I would have.
The argument for these characters is the fact that they want to be there. That's why you think they're making stupid decisions.
No,
because
even the police, even the head guy in charge is making dumb decisions.
Like, Thompson,
yeah, they're all making dumb decisions, dude. Like, all of them.
Well, they're probably not used to like this guy who's asking all these questions too. You know what I mean? He's probably not used to that.
It's still a level of it's a fucking.
There honestly is a lot of
professional operation.
The people that work here, the people that actually work inside the Star Drive-In. You take for instance lady that works in the restaurant. Like, where is she coming and going? Like, does she live?
Yeah,
does she have like a place on the property?
There's also just the fact that, like, okay, like, some of these people legitimately seem dangerous, right? Like all the employees that are working, that, like, the people in the chick in the kitchen and stuff, like, okay, so she's just unguarded, unprotected, like, if you're treating them like criminals, it's kind of like a flaw in the film to not then have them be criminals, because we're seeing them do things that are criminal-like, and, it's like...
No, they're just trying to control the people that are unemployed.
Yeah.
Because they don't want them ruining the outside world more and more. That's the problem that they've had. There's no employment, so they're just basically taking everyone. They're lumping everyone into like a big bubble. You're unemployed. You're a piece of shit. So like, we're gonna control you until we get the control on the outside world going, and then we're gonna fucking and if we don't get this going, and that's kind of the interesting part of the film, is that if we can't get the outside world kind of straightened out, we might have to genocide you guys, and and that's I like that aspect. I think that's
really cool. I agree. That is cool. I'm just like, okay, like for example, our lead character is asking like similar questions that we are. He's fucking just as confused at why everybody's dumb as fuck. Like, so it's like, yeah, dude, you're right. Like, you should be confused. Why did the filmmakers make everybody dumb as fuck?
Maybe he's supposed to be like a staple for us as the audience.
I mean, that would make more sense. I mean, yeah, that's anytime you have a protagonist, just
but this whole film like breaks the fourth wall, anyways, with like certain scenes that I kind of really want to delve into more. So could we wrap that part up?
Yeah.
Because there's
so which scenes break the fourth wall?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Well, the drive-through scenes in particular, because the films they actually watch. What films do they watch in the film at the drive-through?
I think are they watching Turkey Shoot at one point?
They're watching Turkey Shoot and Man from Hong Kong. So you're watching Brian Trenchard Smith films and a Brian Trenchard Smith film.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily break the fourth wall. The
wall is really, there. You know what that is? That's called shameless promotion of your other films. in a sense.
Yeah, that's called paying homage to your own work. I would do it too, man. I don't give a fuck. But I don't know, man. This is fucking like. I almost have a problem with saying that this is like, you know, this fucking like not dumb movie. Like, it is a blast. Like, I had a lot of fun with this one. I love the setting. I love the atmosphere. I love all the graffiti on the walls and the way that everybody looks. And it's fucking. It feels like a post-apocalyptic like you know, class of 1988 or 1999 or any of those type of films, right? But one thing those films all have in common, you know, Toxic Avengers, stuff like that, is just that they're cheesy and dumb. But, you know, like, that's how I viewed it. Like, obviously, Moodz viewed it slightly different than me. Like, he took it a little more serious.
Honest, the first couple times I watched this film, I never really picked up on, you know, the social commentary of the film because I didn't realize that, you know, at the times, you know, the shit was bad, you know, like, you know, employment and things. I didn't really even get that. And then when I watched it again, so I was like, I'm going to do a little bit of research. I'm like, oh shit, man, that's exactly what he's trying to fucking tell. It's like, wow, this actually was pretty bad. So he just kind of took it one step further and kind of took, you know, aspects of, you know, everything, man. He incorporated you know, Nazi Germany into it and things, you know, with the refugees coming in, they're going to rape our women and shit. And it's like,
and I do believe
now it's turned into its own society. And now it's turned into his own society. You know, it's like, shit, man, that's really kind of interesting.
I do feel like he did that and he snuck it into a cheesy 80s fucking, you know, film. And like, I do believe that all those messages are there. Like, they're clear, and I believe that I knew more about those going in because I believe they mentioned them in the Ozploitation documentary, which I had seen before this film, obviously.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
but, I mean, you know, so I was aware.
I honestly don't even remember. I mean,
him and Tarantino talk about it.
Yeah.
But I just haven't seen it in a long time.
But you know, so I was aware of that, and I see all that stuff too. It's clearly there. I was just saying that, like, yeah, it's there in, like, a cheese fest, like, you know, kind of, like, not really well thought out, like, storyline in terms of, like, the non-social commentary stuff. It's a basic idea.
I mean,
maybe he was trying to make an 80s film in an 80s film, too.
That's how I took it, too.
You know, and I think he was trying to make, you know, not make the film fucking overly serious. I mean, you could make this type of
serious, like darkly
seriously, you know, and maybe that's what he wasn't going for. He wanted to make a fun type film.
How I took it. Like,
just kind of throw this underlying social commentary into there, where people might pick up on it, and you know, for him, maybe he didn't give a shit. He's like, if you get the social commentary, that's
cool. How I
if
feel,
you don't, who gives a fuck? Then you're still gonna have fun. You know why? Because the goddamn soundtrack is fucking amazing.
And
the soundtrack and
the movie's fun.
At the end, when they first walk into the restaurant and you see those two black guys doing the breakdancing and shit, the song that's playing on the TV by The Expression called Small Brave Land is one of the most catchy fucking songs ever.
Yeah.
I mean, when I first watched this movie way back in the day, I had that song stuck in my head forever and could never, ever locate it because it's like this. The Expression was a band that, shit, man, they're only together for 3 or 4 years in Australia at the time. And their shit's like super hard to find. You know, it's like, I always wanted to get that music, you know, and hearing it again, watch this movie, I love it so much. It's like the most catchy shit, man. It's great.
I love that fight scene.
Yeah.
Right, Heza looks like Zach and Lemmy from Motorhead mixed together.
Yeah, what the fuck is with the one tall dude, the one skinny dude, where he's just like, he talks so ridiculous. Like, it's his acting is way over the top and shit. When he's laughing, he's like,
the very tall dude that he fights, right?
Like, what the fuck? Yeah. It's like,
yeah,
what
that's the guy that's the guy who looks like Zach and Lemmy from Motorhead mixed together.
That's right. Yeah, oh my god, man. Acting is so ridiculous. It just.
So, you know, my thing is like, any movie that is like, you know, fun and has like the cool action stunts. Like, there's a lot of cool fucking stunts in this movie.
Yeah,
the setting's dope as fuck. But in my opinion,
the aesthetic of the film is great. It looks so fantastic for like a pretty low budget film.
Amazing. Like, the whole set piece to the
I love the whole
is
like
amazing, dude.
I love the whole scene where him and Carmen are just walking to the diner and you see like this montage of like. You see like the community of like people and the people are hanging clothes and stuff.
Yeah. And you know, it's awesome too because there's, you know, all these cars. Like, there's a lot of fucking broken.
Yeah, the cars are
like,
awesome.
That's crazy. Like, that seems like it would cost so much money to bring those all in. But you know, you got all of that, and like some movies are just dumb and fun, but some movies that have like, you know, extra stuff added in, like the social commentary, elevate those dumb, fun movies. I still think it's a dumb and fun movie, but I am aware that there's other stuff going on as well, which is anytime you have that, right, it's always going to make the movie better. And that's what a lot of, you know, movies that are a little cheesy and dumb, like, a lot of them are just that. They don't have anything else. And those are the ones that I'm kind of down on a little bit more. But
one thing about this film that always kind of made me laugh, though, is getting back to the dumb and fun aspect of the film is, you know, when they first get in there, you know, everything's going all good. They're watching the film, they're doing their sex and shit like that. But when they drive in, there's actually like an overhead shot. When they drive into the start driving, everything is pretty kosher, man. All the cars look pretty good.
Yeah,
everything's
which is
in order.
To me.
And then when they lose their tires, and by the time they wake up in the morning, it's like goddamn fucking Kosovo in there.
It looks like a Mad Max. It looks like the end of a Mad Max.
I mean, there's no explanation for that, but at the same time, it's like, how do you ever do it? I mean, you know, the second you pulled up in there, if you saw the place was like a fucking catastrophe, you probably just put that shit
that was part of my, you know, like, I don't really, like, that doesn't make sense. But one thing that I thought was pretty interesting, right? Like, I think the whole fucking thing, that the whole reason that this ever happened to him is because he was a little cheap. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Well, I mean, they also, you know, when he first comes in, he's like, "Yep, two unemployed."
Yep. Yeah, because it said like the tickets.
Oh my! Yeah,
the tickets were like $9 or something, and for unemployed it was like $3. And first of all, that's a funny moment, but that's also dumb. Yeah. Like, that's a dumb. That's not realistic.
That's how they.
Right?
That's how they choose.
That's what I'm talking about when the movie's dumb. Like, it does.
But you got to remember, in 1986, and this movie is supposed to be set in the future. I think when they looked at that, they're like, whatever. It is. I mean, we're watching.
But that's the type of stuff that I'm talking about when I'm like, it's dumb. But you know, it's funny because like, oh shit, like, he took the unemployed ones. They're like, you know,
that's how they choose.
In the red Chevy, we got an unemployed couple. You know what I mean? Like, that's how they pick them. That's how they pick them, the unemployed. So he was like wrongly there, you know, just because he was cheap.
I got to talk about fucking Natalie McCurdy. She's the lead actress in the film.
Carmen,
yeah, Carmen, man, fuck, dude, like, she's so goddamn gorgeous. Like, you know, I always had like a crush on her when I was younger, and I was like, man, she's so good looking.
Did you know that?
You know, what's that?
She's dead.
Yeah, I know. She actually became Miss Australia in 1989.
She did.
Mm-hmm. And then she died of cancer a couple years ago, and I was like, oh, I'm so bummed. I just found that out right now, and I was like, oh, dude, I'm so bummed out. I was like, that's crazy. What the fuck, man? That's terrible. But because she was really, really hot, man.
Yeah, she was really good looking.
Yeah,
I wanted her to get like naked more. I was surprised that didn't happen.
She
I was surprised that like she showed her.
She had
won Miss Australia 3 years later or 4 years later. That's totally awesome, man. It's great.
She didn't do much movies.
No, I don't think much of an actress. Anyways, I think her thing was.
Yeah.
Very beautiful girl, though.
But she did another horror film called Cassandra, though.
Yeah, which I've actually never seen. I know about that film. It's really
I heard of it. I've never seen it either.
Yeah. So I don't know. You guys want to jump into ratings?
Yeah, sure.
All right, I'll go first. I harped a lot on this movie being dumb, but I also said that it was a lot of fun. I don't like it's funny how we get into these debates and shit, because that wasn't even I didn't even look at that as a negative. I was just oh, it's a dumb movie with a lot of plot holes.
Well, but sometimes when you associate the word with dumb when you're reviewing a film, it's well, he hates it.
Yeah, but I really don't. I fucking, this movie was this is one of my this was one of my favorite watches this year so far. I just really loved the aesthetic and just everything that was going on. But I just I was just right from the beginning, you got this guy sawing down a street light. It's pretty dumb, it just it's what, and it's set in that cheesy fake post-apocalyptic future, the kind that's in Class of 1999 and stuff like that, So there's stuff like that, but I like stuff like that. I think it's a blast. But I'm still, I still was aware that it's not super smart with the way that things happen like that, so we were playing a little devil's advocate, but that is not reflective of my overall rating, because I like this movie a lot. This was a huge surprise for me. I give it an 8 out of 10.
Nice.
I'm really surprised you came in that high. Wow.
Nice. Okay,
just blew my mind.
And I knew that was going to be surprising, because it was almost like a Blair Witch thing, where it's how I was defending Blair Witch the whole time, but I was I don't even really like this movie that much. But it's the reverse on this one, where it's I'm trying to explain what I mean by dumb, but it gets further and further in me focusing on negatives. But I like this movie.
All right, I'll go next. So I highly enjoyed this film. This is actually the second time watch for me. I actually haven't seen this film before until recently, when I got the Arrow in and stuff. And I really dug it. I like the soundtrack and how this film is set up, and I like little homages to different time periods of the 80s that some of the characters do represent and stuff. And even though some of them might not make the best decisions, they are still kind of fun characters in my opinion. And I really like how the film plays on, and the look of the film and the aspects and the setting. So I really love this film, man. It's really blast, and it was really fun to watch. So I'm with JP on this one, 8 out of 10.
Like I said, man, I love the political aspect of this. I classify it as a political film.
Aspect? We didn't really talk about that much.
Oh yeah,
the Vietnamese, yeah,
the rice eaters and the slanty eyes.
Zipper heads.
Zipper heads, that's what they call.
Right?
Yeah,
man. But yeah, I know that's pretty crazy. Getting onto the whole, we're gonna start our whole little fucking world in here, and yeah. Like I said, man, love the political aspect of it. I love that it's a political film dressed up as a music video. Absolutely love. One of my favorite things about this film is
that's
just
how
fun it is.
That's the quote for the cover: "A political film dressed up as a music video."
Is that?
That's a pretty good quote. No, but I'm just saying, that's a good quote.
Oh yeah.
I was holy shit! I was Jesus. Yeah,
Jesus, that's the Moodz quote.
But that's how I like to describe this film, because that's what it is. It is. I mean, yeah, it doesn't have. There's a lot of things that are happening in the film that, well, you probably question a little bit, why is this happening? Why is that happening? But at the end of the day, it is one of those films that you remember, and it's still fun. It's still good enough to give a pretty decent rating to, and I'm exactly at the same level, 8 out of 10. And I think it's a fucking blast. Just everybody check out The Expression, man. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Small Brave Land. Such an amazing song. YouTube it.
So
fun.
That's it. That's our first ever Ozploitation show.
Yeah. Hopefully there's lots more of these, man. Wow, we talked a long time on 3 films.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Yeah, Wake and Fright was an hour more, an hour plus itself.
It's crazy.
It was as long as the movie, kind of.
Yeah, almost. So, yeah, I'm not gonna. We're deep into the episode now, so I know that we lost a lot of people by now. So I'm not gonna really plug too much stuff or anything like that. Derek, awesome. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Job,
yeah, man.
I mean that. You did
a
good job.
Really, really good job, man. Really in-depth reviews and views and stuff, man. Awesome. Come back anytime.
Well, when I can, we'll make some plans in the future.
Yeah, we'll do that for sure, man.
As for me and Moodz, actually one thing that we can say, little announcement: trick or treat, and house. What is it? House at Octoberville. Those are Halloween viewers' choice picks. Which I don't know. That might be the next episode. I don't know if we're recording this week or not.
Dude, that's like the most fucked up episode.
It's like
I can't believe the House of the Octoberville is voted in on.
That's such a bizarre. That was like a bizarre poll in general.
I was just like baffled by that. Like it was between that and Donnie Darko for Halloween themed films.
I like wish it was. I'm kind of wishing that Ernest Scared Stupid was kind of chosen now.
Actually, all right. So I think that wraps it up, guys.
That does wrap it up, guys.
Yeah.
Again, Derek, thank you for coming in.
No problem, guys.
Yeah, man, let's get the fuck out of here. Peace.